One day, a 17-year-old athlete named Yuhan Sol entered a major professional competition where he wanted to lift a 10-ton barbell. Yuhan has been training his body hard for many years and becoming stronger so that he can one day become the strongest being on Earth and thus make history. Despite the enormous weight of the barbell, Yuhan was still able to lift it off the ground and lift it. Yuhan's muscles were so tense that his clothes began to tear the moment he lifted the barbell. However, at some point, Yuhan felt ill, and while lifting the barbell, he let it go and fell to the ground. Yuhan was lying on the ground unconscious with blood flowing profusely from his nose, and the organizers immediately demanded that doctors bring Yuhan back to consciousness as soon as possible. However, the medical team failed to save Yuhan's life, and after his death, Yuhan opened his eyes and saw the blue sky in front of him. Yuhan then thought that nothing would have happened to him now if his muscles were even bigger and stronger. While Yuhan continued to lie unconscious on the ground, he acquired new skills such as limitless muscles, combat compression muscles, and hawk vision. A few seconds later, Yuhan's body found itself in the middle of a green field, where many plump chickens were walking. Soon the chickens began to peck at Yuhan, who was lying on the ground, causing Yuhan to soon wake up. When Yuhan came to his senses, he noticed that he was in the middle of a huge field, on which there were many huge chickens, and high mountains were visible in the distance. At this moment, Yuhan thought that he had entered a personal hell with many chickens, since in his previous life he had eaten chicken very often. While Yuhan was wondering where he was, the huge chickens kept trying to peck his face, and he decided that these chickens were trying to attack him. Yuhan became very annoyed by the way the chickens were trying to peck at him, and then somewhat annoyed, Yuhan killed one of the chickens. Yuhan also thought that in this world, he would not be able to access pure protein. The moment Yuhan looked at the chicken again, his hawk vision activated, allowing him to see all the necessary data about living beings. Through his skill, Yuhan learned that these chickens were so plump that their bodies contained more than 60 kilograms of pure protein. Yuhan thought that if these chickens were so nutritious, then he simply had to eat at least one of these birds. Then Yuhan immediately pounced on one chicken to eat it quickly and get rid of his hunger. Even though these chickens were very fat and ran very fast, Yuhan still managed to catch a couple of chickens and eat them. After a hearty meal, Yuhan noticed that his arms had become much thinner than before. Yuhan also noticed that his pectoral muscles had also become much smaller. Yuhan walked to the river, looked at his reflection, and couldn't believe that all those muscles he had trained all these years had suddenly disappeared in an instant. Yuhan felt so sad that all his muscles had disappeared, that for a moment he stopped wondering how he had ended up in this world. After this, Yuhan walked to the nearest tree and began to think about how he needed to regain his strong and sturdy body. After this, Yuhan grabbed the tree as tightly as he could and tore it out of the ground along with its roots. After pulling out the tree, Yuhan placed it on his shoulders and began to squat to recuperate his muscles. After several hours of grueling squats, Yuhan decided that he had enough training for today. After training, Yuhan felt that his muscles had not grown at all. Yuhan then looked at the chickens running around the field and decided that he had enough protein to make his muscles grow bigger over time. As Yuhan was about to continue training, a giant rooster appeared behind him. The rooster turned out to be many times larger than the hens that were running around the field, and this rooster was even larger than many of the trees in the area. Yuhan decided that he would hardly be able to defeat such a serious opponent now, and then Yuhan decided to try to escape from the giant rooster. While Yuhan was trying to escape from the giant rooster, the rooster tried to stop Yuhan by kicking the ground hard, but Yuhan continued to run away. Yuhan didn't know how he could resist the giant rooster, as it was much stronger than him at that moment. While Yuhan was running away from the giant rooster, he also looked at the rooster and thought about how big its pectoral muscles were, and it would be nice if Yuhan had the same muscles. At this moment, Yuhan thought that his muscles were not growing because he only did strength training, which did not make his muscles grow at all. While Yuhan was trying to escape from the giant rooster, several chickens appeared and blocked his path. At that moment, Yuhan's hawk vision activated again, but at that moment it could no longer help Yuhan in any way. Yuhan tried to run as fast as he could, but the giant rooster was faster, and with each passing second, it was getting closer and closer to Yuhan. While Yuhan was trying to escape, the hawk's eyes showed him that this giant rooster was made of pure protein, and this rooster contained more than 12 tons of protein. Yuhan also learned that if he ate the breast of this rooster, his muscles would recover faster. Yuan then thought that in order to restore his muscles, the ability to quickly restore his muscles would be very useful, and he decided to try to defeat the rooster. In order to quickly defeat the giant rooster, Yuhan decided to climb higher so that the rooster could not crush him. At that moment, Yuhan realized that his muscles would grow not during training, but only after it, when the muscles needed rest and time to recover. During exercise, a person's muscles become severely damaged, and afterwards the person will experience severe muscle pain as the muscles try to recover. After such recovery, the muscles grow together, resulting in them becoming larger and stronger. At that moment, the rooster's neck became many times longer, and Yuhan jumped away from the tree towards the rooster so that it could not attack him. After Yuhan dodged the rooster's attack, he decided that he had to attack it as soon as possible. During the attack, a warning appeared in front of Yuhan that during the attack, his ability to contract his fighting muscles would stop working. Suddenly, the combat muscle contraction ability simply stopped working, and at the same time, the muscles on Yuhan's arm immediately grew many times larger. Yuhan then decided that with such a pumped-up arm, he could defeat the giant rooster with just one blow. When Yuhan finally launched an attack, the giant rooster was immediately defeated. At this moment, Yuhan was only thinking about the fact that tonight he would be dining on the breast of a giant squirrel rooster. Later in the evening, Yuhan butchered the carcass of a giant rooster and then began to greedily eat its enormous breast. At this moment, several ghouls were hiding in the bushes near Yuhan and watching him. These ghouls were so hungry that they couldn't take their eyes off Yuhan as he devoured the giant rooster's breast with great gusto. These ghouls hadn't eaten anything for a very long time, so their bones were visible through their skin. No one had been able to defeat the giant rooster so easily before, and the ghouls decided that Yuhan had the strength of a monster. Then one of the ghouls suggested approaching Yuhan and asking him for food, but his comrades thought it was a bad idea. Eventually, the ghouls decided to come out to Yuhan, and he asked them who they were and what they wanted from him. Then one of the ghouls said that they live in this area, which they call Ellie's Mine. At this moment, the hawk's eye showed Yuhan that these ghouls contained about 600 grams of protein, but Yuhan was sure that he would never eat ghouls. Then Yuhan simply looked at the ghouls and thought that this was the first time he had heard of these creatures. One of the ghouls told Yuhan that they were looking for someone who could defeat the giant rooster. Then Yuhan told the ghouls that he was the one who killed the rooster and decided that the rooster was ghoul food. The ghouls began to rejoice greatly that they had managed to find the one who killed the giant rooster. One of the ghouls also told Yuhan that ever since he killed the strongest monster in these lands, different species have begun to fight for these territories. Yuhan didn't listen to what this ghoul was saying to him, but simply looked at how thin his legs were. Meanwhile, the ghoul continued to talk about how, despite the fact that this giant rooster was not the smartest creature, he still knew the entire local territory well. After this, the ghouls said that now they need the help of someone who can defeat this giant rooster. Yuhan finished listening to the ghouls and asked them to repeat what they had just told him, as he had not heard what they had told him. One of the ghouls told Yuhan that they had already repeated everything they had said to him 0 times. Then Yuhan just laughed softly and told the ghouls that they should always repeat everything 10 times. Suddenly, Yuhan's manner of speaking became more rude and intimidating, and he again told the ghouls that they must repeat everything they do 10 times. After these words, the ghouls believed that Yuhan would not help them, and then they decided that it was time for them to return. Yuhan then told the ghouls in a more gentle manner that he would be busy building up his muscles for the near future and would hardly have time to help, and the ghouls then declared that they would not waste his time. As the ghouls were about to leave, one of them told Yuhan that they were not upset at all, as they understood that everyone had their own circumstances. Yuhan then suggested that the ghouls take with them at least some of the meat left behind by the giant rooster. Then the ghouls stopped and decided that they really should take some food with them, since they had not eaten anything for a very long time. After this, Yuhan gave the ghouls the largest piece of meat and apologized to them for not being able to help them any further. Yuhan gave the ghouls such a large piece of meat that it would last the 3 of them for several weeks. Then the ghouls decided to try to take this piece of meat, but it turned out to be too big and heavy for them, and they did not know how to carry it. Yuhan watched as one of the ghouls tried to lift the piece of meat, and he thought that they needed help as they could seriously injure their backs. After that, Yuhan walked up to that ghoul and started yelling at him for trying to lift that piece of meat the wrong way. With each passing second, Yuhan shouted at the ghoul louder and louder, telling him that if he continued to try to lift that piece of meat in that position, he might break his spine. This ghoul was frightened that Yuhan was yelling at him so loudly, and then he apologized to Yuhan for his ignorance. Then Yuhan calmed down a little and thought that these ghouls didn't know how to lift weights at all. Then the ghouls said that this was the first time they had heard that weights needed to be lifted properly. At this moment, Yuhan felt a little ashamed and told them that this was why they were so thin and weak. The ghouls then decided that the three of them should try to lift the piece of meat, but Yuhan felt that it wouldn't help them much. Yuhan then recalled a moment from elementary school when his coach told him that the only way to truly learn something is by teaching someone else. The coach also told Yuhan that if one day he stopped achieving anything in sports, he could try to teach someone else what he had learned. Meanwhile, the ghouls had already managed to lift a huge piece of meat with difficulty and try to drag it. After a couple of seconds, one of the ghouls felt someone from behind helping him drag this piece of meat. Later, Yuhan took this piece of meat in his hands and invited the ghouls to have some refreshment and then go to his settlement together. Yuhan was also afraid that his muscles might disappear again, so he invited the ghouls to spend the night in his camp and then head to the ghoul settlement tomorrow morning, and the ghouls were not against the proposal. The next day, Yuhan went to the ghoul settlement with the ghouls. The first place Yuhan went to was the house of the ruler of all the ghouls who lived in this area. When Yuhan arrived at the ghoul lord's house, he showed him hospitality and asked him if he had encountered any difficulties on the way here. Yuhan continued to look at the ghoul lord and said that he had arrived here without any difficulty. Yuhan looked at the ghoul lord and thought that he looked very much like a big toad, as he also had long legs and a big belly. At this moment, the ghoul lord thanked Yuhan for providing him and his people with such a valuable gift as a piece of giant rooster meat fit for consumption. The ghoul lord also told Yuhan that his subjects would bring him the remaining meat, but Yuhan replied that they still had plenty of time for that. Then the ghoul lord just laughed loudly and couldn't believe that Yuhan was actually worried about the well-being of his subjects. Yuhan sensed that something was wrong with this ghoul lord and asked him to get straight to the point. The ghoul lord then told Yuhan that because he had defeated the giant rooster, he and his people were in trouble. The ghoul lord also told Yuhan that ghouls were the weakest people in the alley mines, as other than him, no other ghoul had any skills. Yuhan then interrupted the ghoul lord and asked what skills he was talking about, as Yuhan had already heard something about these skills in his head. The ghoul lord couldn't believe that Yuhan really didn't know what skills he was talking about and thought he was just joking. At this moment, the face of the ghoul lord became even more evil and insidious, and then he ordered that the ghouls with whom Yuhan came be brought to him. A second later, a pair of ghouls brought the same ghouls that Yuhan had brought to the Lord, and the Lord ordered them to kneel before him. The ghouls fell to their knees and asked their master why he had called them. The ghoul lord merely told his subordinates that sometimes a criminal might not realize his mistake, and then ordered them to bring him weapons. A couple of minutes later, several ghouls brought their master his largest club. The ghoul lord took up his club and told the ghouls that the basis of their discipline was unquestioning loyalty to those stronger than themselves. The ghoul lord also told his subordinates that he wanted these ghouls to find the one who defeated this giant rooster, bring him to the settlement, and convince him to submit to his will. However, the ghoul lord felt that his subjects had betrayed him, and so he wanted them to pay for their deception with their lives as soon as possible. The ghoul lord then used a special skill that made his weapon heavier and prepared to finish off his subjects. The ghoul lord's subordinates believed that they would be severely punished at that moment, but something kept the ghoul lord from delivering a crushing blow. Later, the ghouls saw that Yuhan had stopped the ghoul lord, and he believed that this lord only became the leader in this settlement because he had enough strength to insult the weak. The ghoul lord was somewhat surprised that Yuhan was able to stop his attack so easily. At some point, the ghoul lord believed that he simply hadn't activated his skill, as it seemed to him that at the moment of impact, his club became lighter again. The ghoul lord then told Yuhan that since he had survived the blow, he would like to demonstrate his skills once again. The ghoul lord prepared to strike again and told Yuhan that his weighting skill allowed him to increase the weight of objects in his hands by 2 to 10 times. After this, the ghoul lord told Yuhan that he now had enough mana to increase the weight of his club by 4 times. The ghoul lord also stated that the club initially weighed 32 kilograms, and as its weight increased, the force of its impact would be simply unbelievably colossal. After that, the ghoul lord used his weight-making skill and prepared to crush Yuhan with his club. However, Yuhan was not at all afraid of such an attack and simply put his hand under the blow, causing the Ghoul Lord's club to simply fall apart. After the Ghoul Overlord's attack, Yuhan quickly approached the Overlord and told him that he had a really useful and powerful skill and that he didn't want to be hostile to him, but he was somewhat surprised by the Overlord's character. At that very second, Yuhan grabbed the Ghoul Lord by the neck and believed that the Ghoul Lord thought he was strong enough to control the lives of others. A second later, Yuhan squeezed the Ghoul Lord's neck even tighter and asked him how many kilograms the Ghoul Lord could lift in squats, bench press, and deadlift. The Ghoul Lord didn't quite understand what Yuhan was saying and thought that he wanted to fight him. Yuhan then explained that he was talking about exercises and that if someone asked him how much weight he could lift in those exercises, it would mean what the maximum weight he could lift in those exercises was. After this, Yuhan looked at the other ghouls and realized that none of them had heard of these exercises before. Yuan then decided that a competition should now be held in which he and the Ghoul Lord would find out who was stronger. After some time, Yuhan went outside with the Ghoul Lord, and Yuhan explained to the Lord that they both just needed to lift a barbell to find out who was stronger. Before performing the deadlift, the Ghoul Lord reminded Yuhan that if he won, he would serve him for the rest of his life. In response, Yuhan merely told the Ghoul Lord that he should tense his muscles as much as possible during the exercise to avoid tearing his back later. At this moment, the Ghoul Lord was absolutely confident of his victory, since his ability to make objects heavier could not only make them heavier, but also significantly reduce their weight and make them lighter. After that, the Lord of the Ghouls, he applied his skill and reduced the weight of the barbell from 200 to 50 kilograms, and he was able to lift the heavy barbell with ease. It was Yuhan's turn to do the deadlift, and he told the Ghoul Lord that next time he should tighten his glutes more. Yuhan also looked at the other ghouls and told them that if he won, he would make them do this exercise too. Before starting the deadlift, Yuhan decided to warm up his body a little, since the deadlift involves almost all muscle groups. During the warm-up, Yuhan believed that deadlifts could cause serious injuries, so it was important to loosen the hip joints and ensure proper technique. Before performing the deadlift, Yuhan should stand with his feet shoulder-width apart and stand up straight. After this, Yuhan should straighten his chest, tense his back and waist, and grab the barbell. Next, Yuhan must try to lift the barbell, transferring the momentum from his steps to his entire body. While Yuhan was trying to perform the exercise, the Ghoul Lord used his skill to make the barbell in Yuhan's hands significantly heavier. However, despite the barbell becoming significantly heavier, Yuhan did not stop trying to lift it. As a result, Yuhan strained his muscles so much that he simply miscalculated his strength. And in that same second, the 800-kilogram barbell flew high into the sky. The Ghoul Lord and his subjects were shocked that Yuhan actually managed to accidentally throw such a heavy barbell. Then Yuhan simply apologized to the Ghoul Lord and told him that in that case, it would be necessary to make a new barbell. A few seconds later, the block landed on the ground, and the Ghoul Lord and his subjects knelt before Yuhan and acknowledged him as the new Ghoul Lord. From this moment on, Yuhan becomes the new holder of the title of Ghoul Lord, and now the old Ghoul Lord will unquestioningly carry out all his orders. From a short conversation with the old Ghoul Lord, Yuhan realized that this world was very different from his previous world. Yuhan also learned that he could somehow return to his world, but Yuhan was afraid that if he returned to his world in this state, he would be considered weak, so he decided to postpone his return. Yuhan learned that this place was called Laisha, and that in this place, everything worked according to the law of the jungle. That is, the strongest creatures ruled over the weaker creatures in this world. To avoid further confusion, Yuhan decided to refer to the previous Ghoul Lord as the Old Ghoul Lord, as he had forgotten his former name. After a short conversation, the Old Ghoul Master took Yuhan to the place where ghouls usually train. Soon Yuhan and the Old Ghoul Master arrived at a large empty field where there were no simulators or other items for training ghouls. Although Yuhan had expected to see something like this based on the ghouls' physical fitness, he was still somewhat shocked by what he saw. Yuhan then wondered what kind of training the ghouls were doing here, but the Old Ghoul Lord said that he himself didn't know how his subordinates could even train here. Yuhan then believed that a first-class trainer could create training equipment himself, and he ordered all the ghouls to be assembled in formation. When Yuhan gathered all the ghouls, he told them that he knew that in these lands, ghouls were considered the weakest creatures, and that they were forced to feed on what was left behind by other creatures. Yuhan then told the ghouls that in order to fix this, they needed to build up their muscles and become stronger. Yu Han also told the ghouls that from now on, he would train them for 3 months, and during this time, the ghouls would be able to become much stronger. The ghouls couldn't believe what Yu Han said, nor that he could make them stronger in such a short time. Many ghouls were encouraged by Yu Han's words, as they were confident that if they did so, other beings would stop treating them as weaklings. Yu Han saw that all the ghouls were ready to train and ordered all the ghouls to take a prone position, but no one reacted at all because they didn't know what it was. Yu Han then assumed a lying position and ordered the ghouls to immediately begin doing push-ups. The ghouls then began to try to lie on their stomachs, but none of the ghouls were able to do it correctly. This left Yu Han somewhat disappointed, and he realized that he would have to do a lot of work to make these ghouls a little stronger. Yu Han then told the ghouls to do 100 push-ups, and the ghouls began to try to do push-ups. After 3 hours of training, not a single ghoul could do 100 push-ups, and many of them began to fall to the ground from lack of strength. While the ghouls were trying to repeat at least 100 push-ups, Yu Han had already managed to perform more than 20,000 push-ups with a heavy stone on his back without a break. At some point, the old ghoul lord told Yu Han that among all the ghouls there was not a single one left who could stand firm. Yu Han then said that in that case, they all needed to do another 100 push-ups, after which all the ghouls could come to him for lunch. All the ghouls were shocked that Yu Han made them do 10 more push-ups, although previously they were supposed to do 700 push-ups. Then many of them started complaining that if they continued doing push-ups, they would simply die. With each passing second, the number of ghouls who began to complain about the training grew, which somewhat disappointed Yu Han himself. At some point, Yu Han finally stopped doing push-ups and ordered all the ghouls to stand up. Then the ghouls stood up and thought that Yu Han had finally decided to give them some rest. However, Yu Han only started yelling at the ghouls and told them that they were the weakest creatures because they had no character. Then Yu Han believed that these ghouls were ready to continue to endure all this humiliation and oppression from other, more powerful creatures. Yu Han himself also reminded the ghouls that in this world, everything operates according to the laws of the jungle, and said that with this approach, they would all soon die. Yu Han also told the ghouls that if they continued to feel sorry for themselves, sooner or later their family and friends might be in danger. After this, Yu Han pointed to the side and told the ghouls that if there were any among them who wanted to continue to endure all this humiliation, then they could stop training and go home. After this, Yu Han told the ghouls that if they trusted him, they could become the most powerful beings. At this moment, Yu Han was thinking about what it really meant to be a top coach. Yu Han believed that the best coach had extensive knowledge of muscle structure because he knew exactly how to apply this knowledge in practice. However, at that moment, Yu Han realized that the best coach must be able to instill in his student, who lacks motivation, the will to continue training so that he will only become stronger in the future. Yu Han then told the ghouls that they must believe in themselves to continue to improve. Yu Han kept telling the ghouls that they were doing all this for their family and friends, for their people, and for their new being. At this point, almost all of the ghouls immediately gained a strong motivation to continue training, despite the severe muscle pain. Yu Han continued to motivate the ghouls and instill in them faith in their abilities. Over time, the ghouls stopped complaining about extreme fatigue during training and then began to make every effort to become stronger. However, at this point, Yu Han also became better as his coaching skills also increased greatly. 3 months later, a group of humanoid lizards headed towards the ghouls' habitat. During the hike, one of the lizardmen decided to make sure they were going in the right direction, and one of his comrades told him that they had almost reached the ghoul settlement. Soon the lizards reached the ghoul village, and then one of the lizards offered to use his fighting abilities. However, another lizard believed that the ghouls were weak enough to defeat them without using combat skills. Then the lizards decided that they could easily capture this ghoul village and turn it into their colony. Soon, Yu Han and the old ghoul lord noticed that an army of lizards was approaching their village. Yu Han then ordered the ghouls to put aside all their affairs and prepare to defend the village. Soon the ghouls began to monitor the progress of the lizards in order to choose the right moment to defend themselves. When the lizards got close enough, the ghouls began to drop many large and heavy stone boulders on the lizards. After such an attack, many of the lizards could not continue to fight, and then they only wanted to find out who dared to attack them. Yu Han then looked at the lizards and told them that they were attacked by ghouls. Yu Han also told the lizards that ghouls were now considered far from the weakest creatures. At this moment, one of the lizards thought that if he did not do something now, he could suffer great losses among the warriors. Then the lizard looked at the old ghoul lord and believed that if he could capture him, he could change the outcome of the invasion. Later, the lizard felt how strong the mana coming from the old ghoul lord was, and believed that he could easily defeat the old ghoul lord. Then the lizard demanded that the lord of the ghouls come down to him as quickly as possible. Yuhan and the old ghoul lord watched as this lizard tried to provoke the ghoul lord to come down to him. The old ghoul lord looked at Yuhan and asked him how he would respond to this enemy provocation. At this moment, Yuhan remembered that when he was a child, he had a pet saltwater crocodile, and this crocodile often drooled when it wanted to be played with. This crocodile was very dangerous, as the force of its bite was estimated at approximately 2 tons, and even an adult person would not be able to resist this animal in any way in case of danger. However, despite such enormous strength and its natural aggression, this crocodile was still unable to harm Yuhan with his pumped-up muscles. At this moment, Yuhan felt that in order to stop this lizard, he had to try to calm it down just like he did with his pet crocodile. Yuhan then immediately jumped down from the cliff from which he had been watching the lizard's approach. The lizardman thought that since Yuhan was descending to him instead of the previous ghoul lord, he was admitting his defeat, as he didn't know that the old ghoul lord was no longer the leader of the ghoul village. After Yuhan landed on the ground, he immediately grabbed the lizard by the armpits and threw it onto its back. After this, Yuhan immediately began to stare into the lizard's eyes to show him that he was not afraid of him and that he was stronger than him. The lizard was very frightened when Yuhan began to stare into his eyes so intently and demanded that Yuhan let him go immediately. However, instead of letting go of the lizard, Yuhan began to continuously tell the lizard that he was stronger than it so that it would feel even more afraid. With each passing second, the lizard became more and more frightened and asked Yuhan to stop embarrassing him in front of the warriors. However, Yuhan continued to tease the lizard and tell her that he was stronger than him. As a result, the frightened lizard could no longer bear such severe psychological pressure and told Yuhan that he admitted defeat. Yuhan immediately released the lizard and was glad that this time his method of calming the crocodile worked on the huge humanoid lizard. Meanwhile, the ghouls began to rejoice greatly because, for the first time in all this time, they had finally managed to defeat such a serious opponent. Meanwhile, in the neighboring county of Verdo, the Count was knighting new warriors from his county. At this point, Count Weirdo ordered his new knights to investigate the disappearance of the giant rooster that lived in the alley mines. The new knights swore allegiance to Count Weirdo and immediately set out to carry out their first mission. After the new knights left Count Weirdo's chambers, the Count decided to ask the captain of the knightly guard why she had decided to entrust such an important task to some youths. Then the captain of the knightly guard told Count Weirdo that despite the fact that these knights were still so young, they were still considered true professionals. The first knight was named Raper, and he was the best marksman in the county who wielded a lightsaber, and even the captain of the knight's guard himself could envy his skill. The second knight was named Hendard, and he was a skilled wielder of a large two-handed sword, and even though his sword was never sharpened, Hendard could still cut down his enemies with ease. The captain of the knightly guard believed that with their combined efforts, Raper and Hendard could defeat even a dragon. Then Count Weirdo decided to ask the captain of the knightly guard what was unusual about the third knight who was with Raper and Hendard. At this point, the captain of the knightly guard was somewhat at a loss, as the third knight did not possess any special combat skills. Then Count Weirdo did not understand why the captain of the knightly guard sent this knight on a mission. Then the captain of the Knights Guard said that this knight had been friends with Raper and Hendard since childhood, and that they were very attached to each other. Meanwhile, Rainper, Hendard, and the third knight named Blog were already in close proximity to the alley. At this moment, one of the goblins was watching the knights and was already preparing to attack them. A second later, the goblin took out an arrow and prepared to shoot one of the knights with his bow. Before the goblin could release the arrow and fire, Raper was already behind him. Just as the goblin released the arrow, Raper managed to snatch his sword and behead the hostile goblin. As the arrow flew past Blog, several more goblins emerged from the bushes and set up an ambush. Then Hendard pulled out his sword and began to cut down the goblins that were attacking him, and Blog one after another. The rapper told Hendard that their first priority now was to protect the Blog. At this moment, Blog also took out his sword and shield, despite the fact that they were no match for the attacking goblins. After a short fight, Raper and Hendard managed to defeat all the goblins that attacked them, and after the battle, they decided to check on the condition of the Blog. The rapper was very angry at Handard for accidentally missing one of the goblin's attacks on Blog, and Handard just stood there and listened to the rapper's screams. As Rapper continued to yell at Handard, Blog felt ashamed that he couldn't fight on equal terms with Rapper and Handard. Meanwhile, Han Yu, along with the ghouls and lizards that had attacked them, was doing push-ups with assistants. Very soon, the lizards began to complain that they were very tired from the exercises. But Han Yu and the ghouls did not even think about stopping their exercises. After much training, Yuhan finally freed the lizards and allowed them to return unharmed. The ghouls thought it would be nice if the lizards trained with them more often, but the lizards didn't plan on returning to the ghouls anytime soon. Soon the ghouls finally said goodbye to the lizards, but at that moment the lizards were only thinking about how they should leave this village as soon as possible. At this moment, Yuhan looked at the ghouls and thought that he was also very surprised when he first saw the ghouls so muscular. One day during the 9th week of training, the ghouls' progress dropped sharply, and they now found it difficult to do 3,400 push-ups, whereas the day before, they could easily do 3,500 push-ups. Yuhan believed that it was necessary to give ghouls a day off from exercise so that their muscles could rest and recover. If a person experiences central nervous system fatigue, the effectiveness of their training is greatly reduced, and then the likelihood of unexpected injuries increases. To reduce the risk of injury and increase the effectiveness of training, a deload is performed, during which the body restores its strength, which in turn causes the muscles to begin to recover. However, Yuhan was very surprised to see that after a short rest, the ghouls' muscles had become larger the very next day after their last training. Yuhan was amazed at how quickly the ghouls grew taller and stronger, and it even scared Yuhan a little. Using his hawk vision, Yuhan saw how much the ghouls' muscle mass had increased and how much their fat mass had decreased. Yuhan looked at all this data and thought that now the ghouls would no longer need to unload. After the lizards finally left the ghoul village, Yuhan offered them some refreshments. Then one of the ghouls asked Yuhan if they could try hunting themselves this time. Yuhan was somewhat wary of the ghouls being so independent and thought that they simply wanted to skip training and run away. However, one of the ghouls told Yuhan that they had never hunted large chickens on their own before, but only carried around the bodies of the chickens that Yuhan had caught. Then this ghoul thought that since they had become so strong, they would be able to catch the chickens themselves. After this explanation, Yuhan decided that the ghouls should try hunting on their own, and in that case it would be worth increasing their training time. At this moment, the old ghoul lord was wondering whether the ghouls would be able to defeat Yuhan. A second later, the old ghoul lord realized that he had just spoken his thoughts out loud, and that Yuhan had heard everything he had just said. Then the old ghoul lord told Yuhan that he had simply misspoke, and he was only thinking about whether the ghouls, by joining forces, could become stronger than Yuhan. Yuhan then placed his hand on the old ghoul lord's shoulder and calmed him down, then explained to him that a trained athlete like him would never lose to newbies like ghouls. After that, Yuhan and several ghouls went hunting for giant chickens. On the way to the hunting ground, the ghouls did not move with their usual steps, but with their legs lunging forward, and it was very difficult for them to continue walking in this manner. Yuhan watched the approaching ghouls and told them that this was part of their training. Suddenly, at one point, one of the ghouls put his leg forward incorrectly, causing him to suffer a severe muscle injury. From severe pain, the ghoul fell to the ground and grabbed his wounded leg, and in this state, the ghoul could not continue on his way. Yuhan looked at this ghoul and thought that if at least one of the ghouls had joints as strong as his, it could motivate the other ghouls. However, Yuhan and the ghouls had gone too far to return to camp, so he simply ordered the ghoul with the injured leg to stand up and continue following the rest of the ghouls. That same night, Blog went outside and started training hard, while Rapper and Handard went to bed. Blog believed that if he were strong enough to fight his enemies on his own, Rapper and Henhard would stop fighting over him. Then Blog decided to train during his vacations in order to become stronger sooner or later. Suddenly, at one point, Rapper appeared behind Blog, trying to help Blog during his training. At this point, Blog felt very ashamed, as he believed that the Rapper woke up because of him. However, Rapper told Blog that he actually knew Blog had been training at night in secret from Rapper and Handard. A second later, Rapper grabbed Blog by the cheek and told him that he would really like to help him speed up his training progress. After this, the Rapper let go of Blog and started laughing, which made Blog think that he was doing something wrong. Suddenly, at that very moment, Handard appeared, wanting to know what Blog and Rapper were doing at such an hour and why they were both awake. The blog wanted to tell Handard that he was just practicing and that the rapper wanted to help him out a little. However, rapper didn't let blog finish and started asking Handard how he dared to show up there after almost putting blog in danger. Handard only told rapper that it was time for them all to go to bed, because if they didn't get enough sleep tomorrow, they would feel even more tired. Rapper then told blog that they were going to finish their workout and go to bed. But blog only asked rapper and Handard why they were constantly arguing over him. The rapper told blog that they were friends and that they were very concerned about him, but blog still didn't understand why friends were fighting over another friend. Then at some point, blog decided there was no point in trying to find an answer to this question, since rapper and Handard were only laughing it off, and he decided that it was really time for them all to go to bed. At that moment, the lizards, who had previously tried to attack the ghoul village, burst into the knights' camp, and the knights prepared to hold the defense. Rapper and Handard drew their swords and prepared to fight again to protect blog. In fact, the lizards had no intention of attacking the knights, but were simply trying to escape from someone. At that moment, a large flock of huge chickens rushed at the fleeing lizards. In turn, the chickens tried to run away as quickly as possible from Yuhan and the crowd of pumped-up ghouls, who took a long time to reach their habitat. A few hours earlier, Yuhan and his horde of ghouls finally reached the chickens' habitat. Yuhan doubted that the ghouls would be able to defeat the chickens, as he felt that the chickens' muscles were much larger and stronger. However, the ghouls thought that the chickens' muscles were simply overinflated and that they had no practical strength, and the ghouls' self-confidence somewhat angered Yuhan. Suddenly, the ghouls saw how one of the chickens, chasing a worm, got stuck between the trees. Instead of trying to get out, this chicken immediately strained all its muscles to the limit. After a couple of seconds, the chicken strained its muscles so much that the trees it was stuck between immediately broke, and then the chicken was able to catch and eat its worm. Yuhan and the ghouls saw this chicken destroy 2 trees at once and thought that they would not be able to defeat these chickens. Then one of the ghouls stood up and walked over to the 2 nearest trees to try to break them down, just like the chicken had done. Ghoul warmed up a bit and started trying to break trees. However, despite all his efforts and the strength of his muscles, this ghoul was unable to break the trees. After a few seconds, the ghoul became exhausted and said that first he needed to rest, and then he would definitely be able to break these trees. After the ghoul caught his breath, Yuhan advised him to move one leg back a little to create a little support. This ghoul did everything as Yuhan told him, and he was ready to try to cut down those trees again. Yuhan and the other ghouls stood to the side and watched as this ghoul managed to destroy the trees. A few seconds later, the ghoul tried to knock down the trees again, and this time he tried to strain his muscles even more. However, despite all his efforts, the ghoul was unable to break these trees, and so Yuhan decided that this ghoul should stop trying to uproot the trees for now. Yuhan looked at this ghoul and tried to understand why this ghoul was unable to cut down these trees, because Yuhan believed that the bench press should have greatly improved the efficiency of all the joints in the ghoul's body. While Yuhan was trying to figure out what exactly the ghouls were doing, he noticed the chickens starting to line up. Lined up in a row, the chickens grabbed each other with their wings and began to pull each other in different directions. At this moment, Yuhan realized what his mistake as a trainer was, although Yuhan could not notice this mistake earlier due to the constant advancement of the ghouls. Yuhan then told the ghouls that it was his fault that the ghouls couldn't replicate what those chickens could do with ease. The ghouls thought they were doing something wrong, but Yuhan explained to them that they were simply accustomed to his training. The ghouls couldn't accept the fact that they had actually gotten used to Yuhan's training, and Yuhan said that he should at least add some variety to their training. After this, Yuhan left for a while, and after a few minutes he returned to the ghouls and ordered them to line up. At this point, Yuhan showed the ghouls a new simulator called a crossover by tying rubber bands to 2 nearby trees. After Yuhan introduced the crossover to the ghouls, he told them that if the ghouls could build up their muscles on this machine, they would be able to easily replicate what these chickens could do. The ghouls were pleased that Yuhan was trying to add variety to their training, and they were looking forward to the start of crossover training. Before the ghouls began their crossover training, Yuhan wanted to show them how to properly perform the crossover exercises. The first thing Yuhan explained to the ghouls was that crossover exercises were designed to build up the inner chest muscles. Before starting the crossover exercises, Yuhan showed the ghouls the posture required for the workout, which required them to bend their knees and tilt their upper torsos. In addition to the position of the body, it is necessary to position the arms in such a way that their position always remains the same during the exercise. When performing the crossover exercise, you need to stretch your chest forward and start moving your arms toward the center, as if a bird is trying to flap its wings for a successful takeoff. You can also slightly change the angle of your lower back and the position of the ropes in your hands to engage other chest muscles during the exercise. After Yu Han explained the crossover training method to the ghouls, he showed them a few more trees where they could also train their pectoral muscles. At that moment, the ghouls immediately rushed to the new exercise machines to pump up their muscles as quickly as possible. Yu Han looked with affection at the ghouls hurrying to the new crossovers and thought that there was nothing cuter in the world than novice athletes. After a while, all of the ghouls managed to complete several sets of crossover exercises, and soon they began to feel a surge of strength in their chests. After training, the ghouls decided to try hunting chickens, hoping that they now had every chance of a successful hunt. However, when the chickens saw the pumped-up ghouls, they suddenly began to glow brightly and scream loudly. Yuhan and the ghouls didn't understand what exactly was happening to the chickens and decided not to attack them for now. After a few seconds, the chickens stopped glowing, and then their plumage changed slightly. Yuhan felt like the chicken's chest muscles suddenly became even stronger, and the ghouls immediately began to attack the chickens. The ghouls were absolutely confident in their powers and ran as quickly as possible towards the changed chickens. However, instead of running away, the chickens also ran towards the enraged ghouls. At this point, Yuhan decided to use his hawk's vision to see how much the chicken's performance had changed. The hawk's vision showed Yuhan that after this strange glow, the chicken's muscle mass and protein content in their bodies had increased significantly. Thanks to this mysterious glow, the chickens could easily deal with the ghouls. Yuhan also learned that the chickens' breasts were filled with majesty, so an evolutionary process occurred, making them even stronger and more dangerous. To stop the chickens from evolving further, Yuhan had to concentrate all his strength into his pectoral muscles. While the other ghouls were hunting chickens with Yuhan, the old ghoul lord remained in the village to guard it from intruders. However, because the ghouls had become much stronger recently, no one planned to attack the village, and the old ghoul lord could do nothing. Despite this, the old ghoul lord was bored being alone in the entire village, and over time, the old lord became very hungry. Then the old ghoul lord decided that since he couldn't go chicken hunting with the rest of the ghouls, he should try cooking something tasty. A few minutes later, the old lord of the ghouls decided to prepare a very tasty and nutritious dish, for which he would need chicken skin, chicken meat, spices, salt, and vegetable oil. The first thing the old ghoul lord was going to do was wash the chicken skin and meat and cut it into several long pieces. After the old ghoul lord cut the chicken skin and meat into pieces, he began to soak the pieces in salt and spices so that all the pieces were well seasoned and had a pleasant aroma. After the pieces were soaked in salt and spices, the old ghoul lord mixed bread flour with ground pepper. Once the breading mixture was ready, the old ghoul lord began to sprinkle it over the chopped pieces of chicken skin and meat. After this, the old ghoul lord began to place the pieces in a frying pan with hot oil and fry them until the pieces began to acquire a crispy golden brown crust. Within minutes, the old ghoul lord had a multitude of chicken pieces in a crispy and delicious breading, a dish that could also be eaten with ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, and other sauces. Meanwhile, the ghouls continued to catch at least a few chickens. However, due to the large difference in strength, the ghouls were unable to do anything to catch the chickens. The ghouls couldn't understand what they were doing wrong, because they thought they were doing everything Yuhan told them to do to become stronger. The ghouls were in despair and began to think about what they were doing wrong, from bad posture to lack of muscle mass. However, Yuhan told the ghouls that the problem was that chickens had been training their bodies their entire lives, while ghouls had only started developing their muscles relatively recently. Then the ghouls realized that they would hardly be able to surpass these chickens in muscle mass and strength. However, even though the ghouls had not trained their muscles for as long as those huge chickens, Yuhan believed that they still had a way to defeat those chickens and return to the village with good spoils. The ghouls found it hard to believe that they could do anything against these chickens, so Yuhan decided to remind them how they had reached the point where they now had such big and strong muscles. Yuhan reminded the ghouls that they had achieved such a good result through their joint efforts, and in the process, they themselves had already entered into a certain rhythm. Yuhan noticed that even though they were under heavy strain, the ghouls showed no signs of fatigue and continued to strive towards their goal. Yuhan believed that it was through such determination and training together that they became who they were now. However, Yuhan also believed that although the ghouls had become a little stronger, they were still not the strongest creatures. Yuhan told the ghouls that in the world he lived in before, his basic squat weight was 500 kilograms, which greatly surprised the ghouls. Yuhan also told the ghouls that during training, a person constantly faces difficulties, and that one must continue to try to overcome these difficulties and thereby become better. Yuhan's words inspired the ghouls to continue their attempts to defeat the giant chickens. Just as the ghouls were preparing to attack the giant chickens again, Yuhan decided that in addition to their pectoral muscles, the ghouls should also work on their lower muscle groups. A second later, several ghouls rushed toward the chickens in the hope of overpowering them and delivering their juicy, protein-soaked bodies to the village. At this moment, Yuhan was confident that after this, the ghouls would definitely be able to defeat the chickens. However, despite all the ghouls' efforts and all their confidence in their own strength, the huge chickens were still able to easily repel the ghouls' attack. At this moment, Yuhan and the ghouls began to think about what they had done wrong since the chickens continued to fight them off without any difficulty. Yuhan then realized that during the entire time it took the ghouls to reach the hunting ground, their lower muscles had been severely depleted, making them very weak. Yuhan was ashamed that this realization came to him too late, and he believed that under such conditions the ghouls would not be able to do anything to these chickens. After the chickens dealt with all the ghouls, they immediately began to look at Yuhan. With each passing second, the chickens crowed louder and louder, letting Yuhan know that they would deal with Yuhan just like they did with the ghouls. Even though Yuhan had traveled the same distance with the ghouls, his muscles were still more toned, and he had a much better chance of defeating a crowd of huge mad chickens. Giant chickens are trained intensively from birth so that they can grow into large and strong birds. As chickens grow, they continue to exercise their muscles and become bigger and stronger. With constant training, adult chickens can become quite powerful opponents, which few can defeat so easily. However, despite all his strength, Yuhan still managed to defeat the giant chickens and bring their bodies back to the ghoul village. After a very successful hunt, Yuhan told the ghouls that although they were unable to defeat the chickens on their own this time, they had still made good progress in their training. Yuhan wanted the ghouls to eat well today so that their muscles could recover and they would be able to deal with the chickens themselves on the next hunt. After all the chicken was ready to eat, Yuhan began to eat with the ghouls, and after such a hearty dinner, Yuhan did 300 push-ups with the ghouls. The next morning, Yuhan gathered all the ghouls to tell them his plans for the day. Yuhan told the ghouls that in order to master everything he taught them, they must go hunting on their own and put all their skills into practice. After Yuhan told the ghouls about their mission, they thought that they would hunt without Yuhan this time. However, Yuhan told the ghouls that he should first train a little, and then he would join the hunt. Yuhan also told the ghouls that for a true athlete, training should be more important than any battles and fights, after which the ghouls went hunting. As the ghouls went hunting, Yuhan looked at the mountains and thought that his crossover was too light to be properly trained, and that he should also take the old ghoul master on the hunt. After some time, the ghouls reached the hunting ground, and before they started hunting, they thought that in their current form they had a chance to defeat the giant chickens. The ghouls also believed that if chickens were able to evolve today, they would be putting themselves at great risk. At first, the ghouls wanted to train a bit and then return to the village. But one of the ghouls felt that Yuhan and the old ghoul lord had not told them the conditions under which a hunt could be considered successful. The ghouls understood that the evolved chicken would pose a great threat to them, and they believed that Yuhan brought 27 normal chickens and one evolved chicken to the village. Then this ghoul thought that the hunt could be considered a success if they managed to catch 50 ordinary chickens before Yuhan joined the hunt. Later, this ghoul suggested that all the other ghouls split into 3 groups, and, in case of danger, signal each other with their pectoral muscles. After this, the ghouls chose 3 commanders-in-chief and divided into 3 groups, after which the ghouls prepared to begin the hunt. Meanwhile, the knights of the Wordao County finally managed to reach the place where Yuhan left the remains of the giant rooster he had eaten. The first thing Hendar noticed was that the giant rooster's head was separated from its body, and he decided that someone had used very strong magic to defeat the rooster. The blog speculated that the only one who could have mastered such powerful magic was the royal high mage Adam. At some point, blog began to doubt that they would be able to cope with this task at all, but Rapper and Hendard reassured him and said that they would not let anyone harm him. This excessive preoccupation began to irritate blog greatly, and he told Rapper and Handard that they should concentrate on the task at hand, at which point they heard a strange rustling sound nearby. The Rapper and Handard immediately ordered Blog to retreat, hoping that they would now have to engage in another fight. A few seconds later, several huge chickens ran out of the bushes, as if running away from something. The huge chickens were followed by ghouls, one of whose groups had already managed to catch half of the required number of chickens. The ghouls were so engrossed in hunting chickens that they didn't even immediately notice the knights, towards whom the chickens were running. The Rapper looked at the pumped-up ghouls and said that he was seeing these creatures for the first time in his life, and told Handard to stay with Blog and protect him. However, despite the current situation, Blog was still annoyed that Rapper and Handard did not allow him to take part in the battle. Suddenly, the ghouls finally turned their attention to the humans and stopped, as they believed that humans were extremely cruel creatures who enjoyed killing. At that moment, the ghouls simply froze in place, as they believed that any rash decision could provoke a conflict between people and ghouls. At this point, the ghouls began to try to signal with their chest muscles to call other groups of ghouls for help. The Blog looked at the ghouls and didn't understand what they were doing, and believed that this was how the ghouls were trying to appear even more dangerous. With each passing second, more and more ghouls began to use the chest summon to ensure the speedy arrival of the remaining groups of ghouls at the scene. The giant chickens observed the ghouls using a chest call, which led to the evolution of some chickens. The blogger was studying how one of the chickens evolved and remembered that one of these chickens had the strength of a wyvern. After a few seconds, all the chickens evolved, and then all those chickens ran towards the ghouls. However, despite the danger that had arisen, the ghouls still stood their ground and continued to use the technique of summoning other ghouls using their pectoral muscles. Soon, ghouls from other groups arrived at the summoning site and prepared to defend themselves from the enraged chickens. When all the ghouls arrived at the battle site, they immediately prepared to use the secret technique that Yuhan had once taught them. One day, one of the ghouls was doing a bench press with a very heavy barbell, and at some point he felt that he could no longer constantly hold the weight of this barbell. At this moment, Yuhan walked up to the ghoul, grabbed the barbell with one hand, and told the ghoul that if one day he couldn't complete the exercise, he could ask someone for insurance. Yuhan also asked the ghoul what he could do to feel his strength without putting anyone in danger. At this moment, the ghouls lined up in front of the chickens in such a way that 3 ghouls stood behind the 4th ghoul and began to support him. Thanks to this stance, the 4th ghoul, with the help of the other 3 ghouls, could direct all his power to neutralize the chickens. This force was enough to grab the chicken by the head and begin to hold it without any fear. The secret of such support is that the ghoul standing in front can, without any fear, direct all his forces to neutralizing the chicken. Thanks to this technique, the ghouls easily managed to neutralize even those chickens that had managed to evolve. However, at one point, all the ghouls noticed that one of the ghouls was left without support. Despite the almost complete lack of any chance of victory, and the fact that this ghoul was left without support, he only looked at the other ghouls and wished them luck in the fight. The other ghouls couldn't allow even one ghoul to be left without support, but they also couldn't stop supporting the other ghouls. A second later, the lone ghoul felt someone stand behind him and begin to support him. The blog tried to somehow help this ghoul hold his ground, while Riper and Handard began to fight off the remaining chickens. This ghoul believed that these people were capable of answering the call of the pectoral muscles and decided to help them. However, at the moment when Raper and Handard were fighting off all the chickens, a very large chicken appeared on the battlefield, which was many times larger and stronger than all the other chickens. This chicken was so big that its size could be compared to a real dragon. Even before all other species of creatures appeared on these lands, there lived a dragon who was considered the greatest lover of hunting among other dragons. This dragon was afraid that sooner or later the next dragons would surpass him in everything, and so this dragon decided to take advantage of the division of power. Thanks to this division of power, creatures such as modern dragons and giant chickens appeared on Earth. Handard believed that even though this chicken was significantly weaker than a normal dragon, he believed that if he could defeat it, he would gain his mentor's approval. With these thoughts in mind, Handard and Raper decided to try to defeat this giant chicken. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued training on one of his homemade crossovers. During his training, Yuhan noticed that his muscle mass was gaining much more slowly than that of ghouls. Despite such a big difference in muscle growth, Yuhan was still glad to know that ghouls were trying so hard to be athletes like him. At that moment, Yuhan remembered the days when he first met the ghouls and ended up in their village. 3 months have passed since Yuhan began training these ghouls, and Yuhan fondly remembers the first days of their training together. Yuhan was very pleased to realize that, although many ghouls wanted to give up at first, he managed to motivate them to continue to refine their muscles. Thanks to Yuhan, the ghouls acquired spiritual qualities such as drive, perseverance, and determination, which made them what they are today. At this moment, Yuhan realized that he was enjoying the ghouls' success as much as if he himself had achieved the same results as the ghouls. Yuhan then thought that he could use some advice from his coach now, but he remembered that his coach had mysteriously disappeared around the same age as him. At that moment, one of the ghouls ran up to Yuhan and wanted to tell him some very unpleasant news. When the ghoul ran to Yuhan, he informed him that the giant chickens had evolved and now posed a serious threat to them. This ghoul was afraid that if they didn't take any action, sooner or later, they would all die. After this, Yuhan sat in the air and asked the ghoul which direction he should go. After the ghoul pointed out the direction in which the fight with the chickens was taking place, a message appeared in front of Yuhan, saying that due to excess energy, his combat muscle contraction skill might be unstable. After this, Yuhan temporarily disabled his martial muscle contraction skill, causing his muscles to grow to incredible sizes. At this moment, Yuhan's only thought was that he needed to rescue the ghouls he had been training so hard all this time as quickly as possible. As Yuhan's muscles continued to grow, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. After the muscles on Yuhan's legs grew large enough, Yuhan jumped and immediately found himself high in the sky. Yuhan jumped so high that a second after the jump, the goblin could not see him in the sky. Meanwhile, Rapper and Handard continued to fight the giant chicken. During the fight, Rapper asked Handard to distract the chicken so he could try to attack its vital organs. At this point, Handard used a sand-throwing technique that was intended to blind the chicken. After performing this maneuver, Handard told the blog that he intentionally bought himself some time to run to safety. However, Blog told Handard that instead of trying to save him, he could attack the chicken and help the rapist disarm it. At this point, Raper was briefly distracted from the fight, so the huge chicken was able to successfully attack Raper. As he fell, the attacked rapist straightened his arm, gave a thumbs up, and told Handar that he was doing well because he had managed to distract the chicken. This angered Blog even more, and he told Rapper and Handard that instead of trying to protect him, they should focus on the fight. As Rapper fell to the ground, Handard told Rapper that Blog finally noticed them, and Rapper gave him the thumbs up again. Soon the chicken was about to attack Handard, and then Handard told the blogger to run as fast as he could, as he believed that he and Raper would not be able to defeat this chicken. However, Blog thought that he would hardly be able to escape from the chicken in time, and that he would definitely not be able to escape, but the goblins behind him said that they could not give up so easily. At this point, the ghouls began to gather into a large pyramid, thereby creating a huge mass of unified support. The chickens began to try to knock down the large pyramid of ghouls, but the ghouls continued to withstand all blows. The ghouls continued to withstand all the attacks of the chickens and hoped that Yuhan would come here very soon and help them. Over time, the chickens' blows became even stronger, and it was becoming extremely difficult for the ghouls to withstand these blows. After some time, the giant chicken dealt such a strong blow to the pyramid of ghouls that the pyramid of ghouls simply collapsed. Many ghouls fell to the ground and were seriously injured, and in this state they could not continue to fight. At that moment, the giant chicken prepared to deal the finishing blow to the ghouls, and the ghouls were unable to resist it in any way. However, a second later, the ghouls saw something fall from the sky onto the chicken, and it died instantly. At this moment, the ghouls were incredibly happy that Yuhan had finally arrived here to help them. However, at that moment, the old ghoul lord appeared from the smoke, increased the weight of his hand with his skills, and finished off the giant chicken. A couple of seconds after the ghouls saw the old ghoul lord, something else fell to the ground. This time, the ghouls saw Yuhan make a slight miscalculation in his flight path and land a little further than his target. A few seconds later, the giant chickens arrived at the old ghoul lord and surrounded him. At this moment, the old ghoul lord began to demonstrate all his fearlessness in front of the chickens. Blog looked at the old ghoul lord and thought that he was the ghoul leader since he was able to deal with one of the chickens so easily. Then one of the ghouls approached Blog and told him that this ghoul who was able to defeat one of the chickens was their former master. With each passing second, more and more chickens were approaching the old ghoul lord, which frightened him greatly. At this moment, the rest of the ghouls watched the old ghoul lord and hoped that he had some kind of plan. The old ghoul lord told the other ghouls that he actually had a plan to defeat all those chickens. A second later, the old ghoul lord knelt down and began calling for Yuhan's help as loudly as he could. While the old ghoul lord hoped that Yuhan would come to his call, the other ghouls felt extremely uncomfortable looking at their old lord's current situation. With each passing second, the old ghoul lord became more and more frightened and did not know what he should do in this situation. A few hours earlier, the old ghoul lord had woken up to find himself alone in the entire village, and decided that today's hunt would take a little longer than usual. Suddenly, the old ghoul lord felt a strong rumbling in his stomach and thought that it would be a good idea to join today's hunt. Furthermore, the old ghoul lord had decided that the giant rooster had long since fallen at the hands of Yuhan, and therefore there was no danger to him on his way to today's hunting ground. 5 minutes before his arrival, the old ghoul lord heard the cries of the remaining ghouls who had gone out hunting today. At that moment, the old ghoul lord decided that he had to help his subordinates as soon as possible. A couple of seconds later, the old ghoul lord found a large and heavy boulder nearby, which he was about to throw at the chickens. First, the old lord grabbed a large boulder and, using his skill on it, reduced the stone's weight tenfold. After this, the old ghoul lord easily threw the boulder into the sky, after which he returned the boulder to its original weight. Unlike other ghouls, the old lord did not train with Yuhan and did not develop his muscles. However, despite the fact that the old ghoul lord's physique remained virtually unchanged, he did not become weaker than other ghouls. The thing is, during training, the old ghoul lord often used his weighting skill to weigh down the various objects that Yuhan trained with. Through the constant use of his skill, the old ghoul lord's weighting skill level gradually increased, allowing him to further decrease and increase the weight of objects. At that moment, the old ghoul lord could not even imagine how he could single-handedly defeat an entire crowd of angry chickens. Then one of the ghouls told his old master that since he was able to defeat one of the chickens so easily, then perhaps he was as strong as Yuhan. At that moment, the old ghoul lord thought that in fact few people could handle a giant chicken so easily. Furthermore, the old ghoul lord thought that if he had held the title of ghoul lord since birth, it would be ridiculous to even compare his strength with that of his subjects. At this moment, the old ghoul lord was simply full of confidence in his own strength, and he believed that if he tried a little, he could easily defeat the other chickens. However, a second later, one of the chickens hit the old ghoul lord with such force that the old ghoul lord simply flew high into the sky. The remaining ghouls watched as their former master flew away somewhere, far away, and thought that they definitely didn't have a chance against these chickens. Meanwhile, Blog decided it was his end and apologized to Rapper and Handard for not always laughing at their jokes. At the time, the Rapper and Handard told the Blog that they never joked, which made the current situation even more depressing. However, Blog was still convinced that the Rapper and Hendard continued to joke, after which he thanked them for everything they had done for him. After this, Blog took out his sword and shield and said that he was not going to die alone, since he had ghouls with him, whom he had already begun to consider his friends. Then the ghouls also prepared themselves for the fact that they would have to fight, despite the fact that at that moment there was a high chance that they could die today. After this, the ghouls rushed to attack the chickens, mentally thanking Yuhan for all his training. The ghouls were certain that it was thanks to Yuhan's grueling training that they became so strong. The ghouls looked at the knights and thought that, despite their training, they had never managed to become truly strong. The ghouls also thought that if reincarnation was possible, then in their next life they would also like to train with Yuhan. By then, the old ghoul lord had landed in the same place where Yuhan had landed. The exhausted old ghoul lord begged Yuhan to save the remaining ghouls. At this moment, Yuhan decided to use the call of his pectoral muscles to direct all the chickens towards him. Meanwhile, the ghouls began to try to attack the giant chickens. However, during the attack of the ghouls, the chickens only ran around them and headed in one direction. The ghouls did not understand where the chickens ran and decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to use his chest call until the chickens came running to him. Soon, all the chickens came running to Yuhan, and then Yuhan activated his self-control skill. After activating the self-control skill, Yuhan began to feel a previously unknown power engulfing him and an incomprehensible calm enveloping him. Meanwhile, the ghouls, together with the knights, headed in the same direction the chickens ran. Soon the ghouls felt the power of the pectoral muscles summoning, and then they decided that Yuhan had deliberately used this technique to direct all the chickens towards himself. At that moment, Blog didn't understand what these ghouls were talking about and who Yuhana was. Then one of the ghouls told the Blog that Yuhan's soul was their mentor and the best master in muscle training. Blog still didn't fully understand who Yuhan really was, and that ghoul told Blog that he would understand everything once he saw Yuhan in person. Then one of the ghouls said that this explanation was indeed not clear and understandable enough, and asked his comrade to tell the Blog more about Yuhan. However, in his explanation, the ghoul added that Yuhan's soul was their new master, but Blog still didn't understand who Yuhan was. Meanwhile, the chickens had already reached Yuhan and were preparing to attack him. However, Yuhan manages to use one-arm press techniques, which allowed Yuhan to disarm one of the chickens. Yuhan's strike was so powerful that he managed to throw the attacked chicken high into the sky. After Yuhan's powerful blow, the two nearest chickens jumped up, giving the impression that the chickens were simply scared and decided to retreat. However, as they jumped, the chickens turned their feet towards each other and grabbed each other by the legs. Thanks to this grip, the chickens were able to double the force of their strike and land directly on Yuhan. Despite such a strong blow, Yuhan was able to withstand it and prepare for a counterattack. After this, Yuhan decided to use the military press technique to try to free himself from the giant chicken feet. However, at that very moment, several more chickens began to try to pin Yuhan to the ground with their paws. After a few seconds, the chickens managed to pin Yuhan to the ground again, in the hope that he would no longer be able to attack them in any way. Yuhan then used a punching machine, which allowed him to pierce the giant chicken feet. After that, Yuhan grabbed one of the chickens by the toes, swung his arms as hard as he could, and flew towards the chicken's head as fast as he could. During the flight, Yuhan performed a somersault in the air, which allowed him to land a powerful blow to the face of one of the chickens. Yuhan's blow was so strong that the chicken was unable to get up and continue fighting. After striking, Yuhan stated that he had deliberately used his chess call to summon all the chickens to him and defeat them single-handedly. Yuhan also said that with his chess sounds, he could easily touch the souls of the chickens, and he wondered if they could do the same to him. Afterwards, Yuhan performed a burpee test, after which he picked up speed and hit another chicken with a powerful kick. After that, Yuhan stuck his hands as deep into the ground as he could, while the chickens were distracted by the lifeless body of one of them. After this, Yuhan suddenly raised his hands from the ground, causing a powerful shockwave to spread across the ground. Yuhan's shockwave was so powerful that all the chickens within a radius of several tens of meters were instantly thrown into the air. Before the chickens could even get back on their feet, Yuhan pulled one of the trees out of the ground and prepared to perform a squat jump. After several repetitions, Yuhan began to throw a huge and heavy log from one chicken to another, while simultaneously throwing this log from one chicken to another. A few seconds later, Yuhan jumped as high as he could and prepared to perform one repetition of the tricep strengthening exercise. After the first repetition, Yuhan threw the log at the head of one of the chickens, causing it to fall to the ground and stop showing any signs of life. By this time, the ghouls had already arrived at the battlefield along with the knights. Blog looked at Yuhan and didn't understand how a human could be the master of ghouls. The Blog also believed that Yuhan could not be human, as he possessed such power that no human could control it. Meanwhile, Yuhan was thinking that during the time it took him to get here, his legs were very tired. Yuhan then began to be haunted by doubts about his ability to finish this battle. However, Yuhan believed that if he gave up, he would no longer be able to look into the eyes of the old ghoul lord who had repeatedly helped him in every training session. Yuhan then decided that in this case, he would have to finish this fight with one strong blow. Yuhan then decided to perform one rep of the chest press and increase the size of his muscles to achieve maximum punching power. At this moment, Yuhan activated his accelerated muscle recovery skill. But even so, Yuhan's legs could barely stably support his entire upper body. With each passing second, all the muscles in Yuhan's upper body, including his pectoral muscles, grew larger, attracting more and more chickens. At this moment, Yuhan felt several hands touch his back. Yuhan looked back and saw how all the ghouls along with the knights began to support him. While the ghouls and knights were supporting Yuhan, Yuhan performed one rep of the chest press, which caused a powerful shockwave. Yuhan's shockwave was powerful enough to destroy all the chickens at once. After all the chickens were neutralized, Yuhan, along with the ghouls and knights, fell to the ground from exhaustion. At this moment, Yuhan thought that they would never see the old master again, and Yuhan told the ghouls that he would miss their old master. The ghouls discussed that before Yuhan came, Their old master was very evil, but after Yuhan came to their village, their old master became a good leader. Suddenly, at some point, Yuhan thought that since the old ghoul master was no longer there, someone else would have to help him with his training. Yuhan then looked at the ghouls, but the ghouls made it clear that they did not want to help Yuhan, so Yuhan then called the ghouls traitors. While Yuhan promised to take revenge on the ghouls with the most brutal training, the old ghoul lord sat next to Yuhan and told him that he had done well. It was only after a few seconds that Yuhan and the ghouls noticed that the old ghoul lord was still alive. The old ghoul lord didn't understand why everyone was looking at him with such surprise and said that he had decided to take a little nap and not interfere with the battle. Yuhan and the ghouls were incredibly happy that their old master was still alive. Yuhan and the ghouls immediately rushed towards the old ghoul lord and began to hug him. And for a moment, the old ghoul lord thought that he could actually be killed this way. Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that he was very glad that he was alive, and then Yuhan asked the old ghoul lord to continue to help him in his training. Soon the knights returned to the county and reported everything to Count Weirdo and the captain of the knightly guard. The knights reported to Count Herdo that it was Yuhan who had defeated the giant rooster and helped them repel the attack of the giant chickens. At that moment, Count Weirdo thought that the ghouls posed no threat to him, but Yuhan could prove to be an extremely dangerous opponent. A little later, the captain of the Knights Guard noticed that Blog had not returned and wanted to ask the knights why he had not returned. At this point, tears suddenly appeared in the eyes of Rapper and Handard due to the fact that they were unable to return the Blog. After Yuhan defeated all the chickens in the area, he immediately began to examine Blog from all sides. This behavior of Yuhan did not please Rapper and Handard, which made them very angry at Yuhan. A few days later, Rapper and Handard's downfall occurred when Yuhan called Blog something bad, and then they decided to attack Yuhan. At this moment, Yuhan believed that Blog wanted to become stronger, and Blog wanted to warn Yuhan that Rapper and Handard were going to attack him. At this moment, Yuhan stopped Rapper and Handard's attack with his bare hands, and Yuhan asked Blog again if he wanted to become stronger. Yuhan then told the Blog that if he did bodybuilding with him, he could become even stronger than his friends. Blog listened to Yuhan and didn't understand what he was talking about or what he meant by bodybuilding. The Rapper and Handard informed the captain of the Night Guard that they had no choice but to leave Blog with Yuhan. At that moment, Rapper and Handard bowed before the captain of the Knightly Guard and began to beg her to help them get Blog back. Count Werdo believed that bodybuilding was a kind of black magic and felt that despite such a tragic loss of a knight, it would be too risky to try to resist Yuhan. Count Weirdo also believed that the captain of the Knightly Guard was not so emotional as to give in to his feelings and go after the missing knight. However, at that moment, the captain of the Night Guard began to be overwhelmed with various emotions, and she ordered Raper and Handard to immediately go and rescue Blog. Count Weirdo wanted to tell the captain of the Knightly Guard not to give in to her emotions, but the captain of the guard no longer listened to Count Weirdo. The guard captain stated that Yuhan had captured her student, and this was already going beyond the pale. The captain of the guard believed that they needed to restore order in the alley mines today, and Raper and Henadard were very glad that the captain of the guard decided to help them free his friend. The next day, Blog joined the ghoul village and prepared for his first training that same day. The first thing Yuhan wanted to do was show Blog how to do squats properly, but Blog didn't know what they were. Yuhan suspected that Blog might not understand some of the things he was telling him, so he asked Blog to come to him and explain everything. When Blog approached Yuhan, he began to tell him what squats were and how to do them correctly. After this, Yuhan asked Blog to repeat the squat he had shown him, and then Yuhan realized that he should show Blog how to do squats correctly. Yuhan also explained that when squatting, a person should simply sit down and stand up, repeating these actions in the correct position so as not to accidentally get injured. After Blog stood up again, Yuhan asked him to spread his legs hip-width apart. Once the legs were positioned correctly, Blog had to slightly spread his knees apart and sit up using his pelvis and knees. Once Blog has secured his position, he needs to direct his efforts into his pelvis and hips, after which he should push off the ground and stand in the starting position. After completing his first squat, Yuhan praised Blog and said that he had done sports before, but Blog said that he had only done fencing before. A few seconds later, Yuhan took out a barbell and asked Blog to try squatting with it. When Blog bent his knees, he stretched his arms up, after which Yuhan handed him a barbell and asked him to try with this barbell. Blog picked up a heavy barbell and began trying to return it to its original position. Yuhan stood in front of Blog and made sure that Blog did not change his position and also stood on his feet in the correct position. After a few seconds, Blog managed to successfully squat with the barbell in his hands. Yuhan then removed the bar, and the ghouls praised Blog for his efforts. At this moment, Yuhan looked at Blog and was amazed that Blog could perform squats with maximum weight so easily, and without even breaking his body position during the exercise. Yuhan then felt that he was indeed not mistaken, and that Blog had enough potential to become as strong as him. A couple of minutes later, Yuhan asked Blog why he had agreed to follow him and start training. Blog then told Yuhan that he wanted to become as strong as Rapper and Handard, who always protected him from all possible dangers. Yuhan then told Blog that he would hardly be able to become as strong as his friends. The blogger sadly told Yuhan that he was actually sure that a simple guy like him couldn't become as strong as Rapper and Handard. However, despite all his doubts, Blog was still very grateful to Yuhan for offering to help him gain strength comparable to his friends. However, Yuhan told the blog that he would become strong in a slightly different sense, and that he would be able to gain strength that would simply be incomparable to the strength of his friends. Yuhan also told Blog that he had a most valuable talent, one that few people in this world could match. Blog was deeply touched by these words, as it was the first time anyone had praised him. Suddenly, Blog couldn't control his emotions and started crying. But Yuhan told Blog that he shouldn't cry, as he believed that crying could negatively affect his future muscle development. The next morning, Yuhan and the ghouls went to their old hunting grounds to take some huge chickens back to the village. Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that these chickens were also edible, but if they were cooked and eaten all at once, their population would be greatly reduced. Yuhan also said that it was worth trying to breed these chickens at home, setting up a kind of huge poultry farm. The old ghoul lord was afraid that when these chickens grew up, no one but Yuhan would be able to defeat them alone, so that they could then be cooked and eaten. Even though many of the ghouls had become even stronger, the old ghoul overlord was afraid that if these chickens evolved, no one but Yuhan would be able to deal with them. At this moment, Yuhan noticed that the old ghoul lord was speaking like some kind of insecure weakling, and he began to look at the old ghoul lord with some degree of condemnation. The old ghoul lord was very frightened by Yuhan's gaze, and then said that they could still deal with these chickens, after which Yuhan immediately stopped showing his ominous gaze. After Yuhan and the ghouls took the giant chicken's chicks, they began training, during which they all did squats with heavy barbells. Blog also squatted with a barbell, but unlike the others, he was assisted by an old ghoul lord. First, the old ghoul lord reduced the weight of Blog's barbell by 10 times so that he could prepare for the sudden increase in barbell weight. As soon as Blog started squatting, the old ghoul lord immediately increased the weight of Blog's barbell to 2 times its original weight. With each rep, Blog's barbell became heavier, but he still continued to perform squats and did not lose his rhythm, despite the intense pain and the heavy weight of the barbell. Meanwhile, Yuhan and the other ghouls also continued to perform barbell squats. The ghouls found it very difficult to continue holding the barbell, and each time they squatted slower and slower. At some point, a strong shock pulse, caused by someone outside, passed through the ground and thus interrupted the training. Despite such a powerful blow, all the ghouls survived and received virtually no serious injuries. At that moment, the captain of the nightly guard of the county of Verdo appeared before the old lord, and she asked him if he had kidnapped her former student. The old ghoul lord thought that this was some kind of misunderstanding, and then he explained to the captain of the guard that he had not been the ghoul lord for some time. A second after the old ghoul lord answered, the guard captain told the old lord that he had to answer her yes or no, after which she readied her sword to get rid of the old lord. At the moment of impact, something prevented the captain of the guard from killing the old ghoul lord, causing another shockwave to form at the site of the impact. At the moment of impact, Yuhan covered the body of the old ghoul lord with his hand and asked the captain of the guard who she was and what she wanted. The guard captain thought that Yuhan was no ordinary person if he managed to survive her blow. Meanwhile, Yuhan thought that the guard captain was extremely strong as she managed to leave a small scratch on his arm with her sword. After this, the captain of the guard put away her sword and asked Raper and Handar if this was the man who took the blog from them. The Rapper and Hendard confirmed that it was Yuhan who took Blog with him. Raper and Hendard also saw Blog and began to beg him to leave the ghoul village and return to them. The guard captain apologized to Yu Han for having to interrupt his training, and then demanded that Yu Han return her student to her. Yu Han felt a little awkward about the situation and told the blog that it was extremely impolite to remain silent about the fact that he already had a coach, much less leave her without warning. At this point, the blog felt deeply ashamed of its recklessness and was unable to say anything in its own defense. Then Yuhan jokingly told Blog that recently training his muscles had become much more interesting to Blog than fencing. Blog felt very ashamed of his behavior, and then he began to apologize to the captain of the guard for deciding to give up fencing and take up bodybuilding. The Blog also told the security captain that despite the difficult path he had gone through, he would like to continue bodybuilding. A few seconds later, the captain of the guard took out her sword and declared that since her student had made the wrong decision for himself, she would have to resolve this issue by force. The guard captain was about to launch another lightning strike, but this time Yuhan managed to parry her attack. The guard captain noticed that this time she only managed to leave a small scratch on Yuhan's body and told Yuhan that his actions had greatly hurt her pride. The guard captain then believed that Blog really wanted to have muscles like Yuhan, and Blog confirmed her theory. The captain of the guard then proposed to Yuhan that they settle all the issues in a duel, and whoever won would continue to train Blog. The guard captain also stated that it would be the winner's martial arts that would demonstrate what kind of training could make Blog stronger. However, Yuhan explained to the security captain that bodybuilding was not a martial art, but a form of self-education and overcoming the difficulties of a person's own will. However, the captain of the guard reminded Yuhan that he was the one who defeated the giant rooster, to which Yuhan replied that he just needed to get food to survive in this world. Then the captain of the guard decided that since bodybuilding was not intended for combat, there was no practical benefit from it. These words made Yuhan very angry, and he demanded that she take her words back. However, the guard captain realized that these words were starting to anger Yuhan, and she continued to claim that bodybuilding was useless. Finally, the security captain told Yuhan that bodybuilding was complete nonsense and only done by those who simply had nowhere to spend their time. The guard captain's words angered Yuhan so much that he activated his leg extension skill, and Yuhan demanded that the captain fight to show her what real bodybuilding was. After some time, all the ghouls in the village gathered to watch Yuhan's fight with the captain of the guard, and they wondered which of them would be stronger. One of the ghouls pointed out to the others the noticeable difference in physical form, and they were confident that Yuhan would win without any problems. However, the blog informed the ghouls that, despite his modest build, the captain of the guard was one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. Before the battle began, Yuhan decided to use his Falcon vision skill to assess the guard captain's physical attributes. The Hawk's vision showed Yuhan that the guard captain did not have muscles as strong as his, and Yuhan then could not understand how she was able to deal such damage to him with such a physique. Suddenly, the security captain asked Yuhan what bodybuilding was, which he was so actively involved in. Immediately after this, the captain of the guard jumped up and attacked Yuhan with one of his fighting techniques. Yuhan still couldn't figure out what kind of power allowed her to use such powerful techniques. The guard captain told Yuhan that with her fighting energy, she could easily deal with her enemies with minimal effort. After this, the captain of the guard dealt Yuhan several more powerful blows, with which she managed to push Yuhan back a short distance. After her blow, the guard captain wanted to explain to Yuhan why she called him a foreigner, even though he looked like a man. However, Yuhan said that he didn't care what she called him, after which Yuhan was about to strike his first blow. The guard captain managed to dodge Yuhan's attack, after which she said that she saw that he was surrounded by crimson mana. The captain of the guard also reported that scarlet mana is possessed either by powerful demonic entities or unusual aliens. In addition, the guard captain believed that Yuhan would use techniques such as increasing his size in battle. After that, the guard captain was about to deliver a strong slash to the ground, hoping to hit Yuhan, but Yuhan managed to dodge her attack. Yuhan then told the guard captain that his body could change because he was putting in a lot of effort. The guard captain felt that Yuhan's words only confirmed her theory that Yuhan was either an alien or a demon in human form. The captain of the guard also said that ordinary people in this world can compensate for the limitations of their physical abilities with combat energy or mana. After this, the captain of the guard used a skill that created multiple magical swords in the sky, which could themselves be directed at her enemy. A few seconds later, these magic swords simultaneously rushed straight at Yuhan, who found it very difficult to survive such a serious blow. After such an attack, Yu Han fell to the ground, and the guard captain said that bodybuilding could not surpass the power of swordsmanship. However, Yu Han stated that despite all the advantages of fencing, the enemy could not stand still. Yu Han then added that a person cannot know how strong today's opponent may become tomorrow. However, the captain of the guard stated that in this case, she would be able to ensure that her current enemy simply did not live to see the next day. After this, Yuhana immediately assumed a double bicep pose, withstanding all subsequent attacks from the guard captain. At this moment, Yuhan said that everyone who goes to the gym becomes better than they were yesterday. At this moment, Yuhan's muscles began to grow at a rapid rate, causing his overall body size to also increase rapidly. In just a few seconds, Yuhan had become 10 times larger and stronger than an ordinary person, and this time the captain of the guard had practically no chance against such an opponent. Meanwhile, the blog continued to watch Yuhan's fight with the captain of the guard, and at some point, Rapper and Handard approached him. The Rapper and Handard apologized to the blogger for taking the captain of the guard with them to save him. Raper and Handard were also afraid that if they turned to the captain of the guard for help, Blog would start to hate them both. However, the blogger did not understand why the Rapper and Handard decided that he would hate them. Handard then stated that he and the Rapper believed that he left them because they constantly put moral and psychological pressure on him. However, Blog immediately explained to Rapper and Handard that he left because he simply wanted to take up bodybuilding, after which he would immediately return to the county. Hearing this, Rapper and Handard immediately calmed down and were glad that Blog was returning to them. The Rapper and Handard also told the blog that since he has decided to train, they would like to start training with him. However, Blog himself did not fully understand what he could teach Raper and Handard, and so he asked the old ghoul lord to help him teach his friends. As Yuhan continued to fight the guard captain, the old ghoul lord said that he would be happy to train new disciples. Before starting the training, Blog wanted to start training Rapper and Handard in the same way they once began their training with the captain of the guard. The Rapper thought the blog was about leg training, and the blog confirmed his suspicions. First, the blog spoke with Raper and Handard about squats and how beneficial the exercise is for the thigh muscles. While Blog was adding weight to the training barbell, he talked about how Yuhan discussed the importance of maintaining proper posture during squats. The old ghoul lord watched as Blog added weight to the barbell and decided that the weight might be too much for Rapper and Handard's first workout. However, Blog reported that Rapper and Handard will be fine as he plans to support them during the squats. Meanwhile, Yuhan was still fighting with the guard captain, and during the fight, Yuhan began to count as if he was doing some kind of exercise. At certain moments, Yuhan would slightly weaken the force of his movements, causing the guard captain to pull Yuhan's hand back a little. The guard captain noticed that Yuhan was cyclically strengthening and weakening his hand, and then asked him why it was weakening. However, Yuhan stated that it was not weakening, but deliberately pulling his arm towards his body when he performed the contraction and stretching of his arm muscles. Suddenly, the captain of the guard heard loud groans coming from the hall, which were very similar to the groans of Rapper and Handard. Meanwhile, Raper and Handard continued to perform barbell squats, and then Yu Hang left the battlefield and informed everyone that he was also going to do some squats after Raper. The captain of the guard immediately became embarrassed when she saw Rapper and Handard training. Yuhana explained to the guard captain that her knights were currently doing weighted squats. The security captain, with a perverted expression, told Yuhan that she now also wanted Raper and Handard to continue bodybuilding. After these words, Yuhan came to his senses and asked the captain of the guard what she felt when she saw her knights training. The captain of the guard said that at that moment she felt an inordinate passion and that she enjoyed watching the sweat drip off Raper and Handar's muscles. After these words, Yuhan and the guard captain shook hands and agreed that Yuhan could continue training Blog. After the battle, Yuhan learned that the guard captain's name was Rian, and when she mounted her horse, he noticed something unusual about her. Yuhan noticed how toned Rian's forearms were and wanted to ask her what kind of sport she did to get them so toned. Rian thought Yuhan was just joking, but Yuhan was actually curious to know how she managed to develop such powerful forearms. Rin then said that she was constantly swinging her sword and suggested that it was because of this that her forearms had become stronger, but she was also curious to know what Yuhan thought about it. Ryan also thought about how Yuhan was training everyone for practically free, so she asked him what she could do for him to repay him for his efforts. However, Yuhan said that he hadn't thought about it at all, and he believed that the more people knew about his training, the better. Afterwards, Yuhan, along with Ryan and the other humans and ghouls, went to the Verdo district, and Ryan wondered why Yuhan thought humans would be interested in training him. Yuhan believed that the more people learned about his training, the faster various gyms would start to appear, and over time, people would create their own training programs. Yuhan also wanted people all over the Leishi world to become interested in the idea of pumping up and improving their bodies. Ren found Yuhan's idea very interesting and worthy of attention, and she said that she would be able to listen to any of his wishes, which pleased Yuhan very much. Soon it was evening, and Yuhan and everyone else decided to rest. Suddenly, something began to bother Blog greatly, and he decided to tell Yuhan about it. The blog states that there are many cases of discrimination in Weirdo County. In Weirdo County, this discrimination was not only between members of different species, but also between members of different types of magic, religion, and other factors. The blog expresses concern about the fact that some people can dominate not only monsters, but also other people who are different from them. The blog also feared that upon arriving in Verdo County, people would definitely try to hurt the feelings of Yuhan and his ghouls. Yuhan listened to the blog and felt that this was indeed a serious problem for him and his ghouls. The blog then felt it necessary to wait a bit before heading to Wardo County. A few seconds later, Blog saw Yuhan heading towards the horses. A few seconds later, Yuhan began to eat the horse feed from his trough with all seriousness. Although Yuhan looked a little strange from the outside, he only liked the roughness and hardness of food because he believed that this food was beneficial for maintaining human health. Regular oats turned out to be such a food for maintaining health, since oats contain a lot of carbohydrates. However, Yuhan was somewhat upset that oats in this world were only used as horse feed, and he decided that he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the others looked at Yuhan eating horse feed, thinking that Yuhan was just another barbarian who didn't care what he had. Then one of the knights from Verdo County said that Yuhan was just another monster who didn't know anything about food. Then the old lord of the ghouls approached these people and told these knights that if the monsters heard such words from them, they would be very upset. After this, the old ghoul lord handed these knights a bowl of food and said that he had tried to combine the knights' war provisions with the regular food of the hive, and he wanted the knights to try his dish. The knights could not believe that some ghoul could combine their provisions with his food, and decided to try this dish as its smell was very tempting. As soon as the knights tried the old ghoul lord's dish, a real explosion of flavors occurred in their mouths. The knights really liked how the sweet taste of this dish was set off by a very pleasant spiciness. The knights also liked the texture of the various spices and the successful combination of ingredients. The old ghoul lord said that if ghouls and humans lived in peace and harmony, he would be glad to share the recipe for this dish, and the knights promised that they would now be more friendly to ghouls. After a while, Yuhan decided to talk to Rian, and she said that they would continue their journey tomorrow morning, after which she would like to listen to Yuhan. Yuhan reminded Ryan of her words about how she promised to fulfill any request she made, and Ryan became curious about what Yuhan would ask her for. Yuhan then held out a small pile of oat grains and said that he would like these grains to be provided to him and his ghouls. At that moment, Rian remembered that Yuhan and his ghouls were raising chickens, and she thought that Yuhan wanted to feed the chickens with this grain. However, Yuhan said with a smile on his face that he and his ghouls would feed on these grains themselves. Ryan then said that if she had actually given Yuhan and his ghouls those grains, she would have felt guilty for actually giving them livestock feed. The ghouls also told Yuhan that Rian had great influence among the people, and they believed that such a unique opportunity could not be used to obtain ordinary livestock feed. Yuhan was greatly angered by the ghouls' words, and he then demanded that the ghouls repeat what they had just said. Ryan said that she somewhat agreed with the ghouls' words, as she could have done more for Yuhan and his ghouls. Ryan said that she could easily give the ghouls adventure armor and build each ghoul a nice, sturdy wooden house. The ghouls also believed that they already had plenty of chicken meat, which was probably many times more nutritious than regular cattle feed. Yuhan then said that consuming only the protein found in chicken meat could have a negative impact on the liver. Yuhan also explained that if you consume enough carbohydrates, the body will produce glycogen, which also has many beneficial properties for the body. Yuhan also said that oats contain many different carbohydrates that take a long time to digest, so the feeling of fullness lasts longer. Yuhan also revealed that, due to its low-calorie content and high nutrient content, oats have earned the title of king of all grains in his world. After hearing Yuhan's story, The ghouls immediately wanted to start eating oats to increase their body's glycogen levels. The knights found this all a little strange and assumed that Yu Han wanted to become stronger than the captain of their guard. Then the knights decided that in order not to lose their advantage over the ghouls and other monsters, they should try livestock feed. By this point, Blog had already started actively eating oats, and Rapper and Hander decided that if Blog was willing to eat these oats, then they should try it too. After a couple of seconds, everyone started tasting the oats to see how healthy they really were. However, after a second, everyone realized how disgusting the oats tasted, so everyone immediately spat out all the oats. However, despite the fact that no one liked the taste of oats, Blog still continued to eat oats with pleasure, without stopping. The rapper noticed Blog continuing to eat oats and told him that he should stop eating them because oats tasted disgusting. However, Blog told Rapper that he liked the firmness and taste of the oats, after which he continued eating, surprising everyone. Even Yu Han was amazed at how much Blog ate oats with pleasure, and he believed that with such an appetite, Blog would be able to build strong and toned muscles very quickly. At this point, Rian told Yu Han that although she didn't understand most of his explanation, she felt that everyone was satisfied with his proposal. Ryan then told Yu Han that she would do her best to ensure that the Count fulfilled all of Yu Han's conditions. Yu Han was very grateful to Rian for her help, but Ryan still believed that everyone else would say that Yu Han's request was still a loss for him and his ghouls. The next morning, Yu Han, along with Ryan, the ghouls, and the night guards, reached the Verdo district. As soon as everyone walked through the gates of Weirda County, Blog felt all the locals looking at him. The blog then reminded Yu Han that Weirdo County is one of those places where discrimination is severe. At this moment, the locals began to actively whisper among themselves and constantly glance at Yu Han and his goblins, causing the situation to become more and more tense with each passing second. The ghouls were completely unfamiliar with the fact that everyone in the area was paying so much attention to them. Yu Han then told one of the ghouls that they should at least pose a little in public and show off their muscles. Yu Han told the ghouls that they looked magnificent, and that was why people couldn't take their eyes off them. Then the ghouls thought that they really needed to show off their strong muscles to everyone. However, the blog was quite sure that there were other reasons why people kept an eye on the ghouls. Then the ghouls began to line up in different poses, showing off their muscles to the residents of the district. However, now people looked at the ghouls and began to wonder why these ghouls were so happy and why they began to take such strange poses. A few minutes later, Yu Han and Ryan arrived at Count Huerdo's fortress, where Yu Han told the Count about his plans for his training. However, the Count did not understand why Yu Han chose cattle feed as a reward for his training. However, Yu Han explained to Count Verdo that what he needed was not the cattle feed, but the oats contained in the feed, as oats were a key element of a healthy diet. Count Huerdo looked at Yu Han and thought that he was some kind of barbarian, since he dared to speak to him so brazenly. Count Huerdo told Yu Han that he only let Yu Han into his fortress because Rion personally asked him to make an exception for him. Count Weirdo also said that otherwise his guards would simply start shooting at Yu Han and his ghouls at the first opportunity. At that moment, Ryan bowed to Count Weirdo and thanked him for his tolerance. After this, Count Verdo rose from his throne and ordered Yu Han to quietly conduct training in the county with his warriors and leave the county. Yu Han then told the Count that after he finished his government affairs, he could also join his training. After Yu Han and Ryan left the fortress, Count Verdo thought that he needed to try to get rid of Yu Han and his ghouls as soon as possible. After a couple of minutes, Count Weirdo began to think that Ryan was so popular among the people that it was difficult for the Count to attract the people to his side. After this, Count Weirdo demanded that Tutula's mercenary detachment and their leader be summoned to him. At this moment, the Count thought that Yu Han would bring a lot of trouble to the Tutula order, and thanks to this, he would be able to get rid of Yu Han even faster. Soon, Yu Han and the ghouls arrived at one of the training grounds. Yu Han and the ghouls arrived at the training grounds, and the Tutula Order's mentor informed his warriors that Yu Han's soul would be their mentor today. The warriors of the Tutula Order were unhappy that they would be trained by the current ghoul overlord, causing them to believe that Yu Han was a monster just like the ghouls. The Order's leader, Tutula, stated that he too did not like the current situation. But if any of them disobeyed the order, it would be considered a violation of military regulations. Afterwards, Yu Han introduced himself to the warriors of the Tutula Order and told them that he would conduct a special training session for them today. Yu Han also told the warriors of the sect that he did not care what they thought of him, after which he ordered all the warriors to fall to the ground and start doing push-ups. At this moment, all the warriors of the order began to look at Blog, and he told the warriors that they just needed to comply with Yuhan's demands. After this, Yuhan began to do push-ups, and the ghouls immediately began to repeat his actions. However, the warriors of the order did not comply with Yuhan's demands, and then Yuhan ordered the warriors to immediately begin doing push-ups. A second later, the blogger, along with the warriors of the order, began to try push-ups and watched as the blogger did it. However, one of the warriors of the order did not follow Yuhan's order, but simply looked at what was happening and found it somewhat funny. Then this sect warrior told Yuhan that he had no intention of following the orders of a monster like him. The order master reminded the warriors that, by order of the commander, they were obliged to carry out all of Yuhan's instructions. The sect warrior told his mentor that he couldn't believe that his mentor had suddenly started following Yuhan's orders. Yuhan listened to the words of this order warrior and realized that the words of a monster like Yuhan could not compare to the words of the night guard captain. At this moment, the sect master seriously thought about this warrior's words and began to consider whether he should really follow Yuhan's orders. Meanwhile, this warrior of the order ordered the rest of the warriors to stand up and think about the fact that they were carrying out the orders of a monster, and he believed that because of this, the authority of the human race could suffer greatly. The sect master decided to remind his warrior that in the army, the commander's order has absolute power, but Yuhan decided to try to talk to this warrior himself. The sect warrior then told Yuhan that there were several problems, one of which was that humans would never follow the orders of monsters. The second problem that this warrior of the order considered was the opinion that there was no point in warriors stopping fencing in order to take up bodybuilding, since he believed that fencing was the most effective form of combat. The last problem this warrior mentioned was the reluctance of people to learn the training of monsters like Yuhan and his ghouls. Yuhan wanted to explain his position to the order warrior, but the old ghoul lord insisted that he could resolve any issues that arose on his own. At first, the old ghoul lord solved the first problem by appointing Blog as the new trainer of the order. And since he was a man, the warriors of the order could carry out all his orders without any problems. Regarding the second issue, the old ghoul lord said that he had not previously compared the practical benefits of fencing and bodybuilding, and therefore it would be difficult for him to discuss the effectiveness of one or the other type of training. Regarding the last question, the old ghoul lord said that in order to find out whether bodybuilding is a barbaric activity, they must arrange a duel between one ghoul and one warrior of the order. After the proposal of a duel, the old ghoul lord called upon one of the ghouls to prepare for the upcoming duel. Then the warrior of the order agreed to fight the duel, and he was ready to go into battle on behalf of all the other warriors of the order against any ghoul. Soon one of the ghouls stood out from the crowd and was ready to fight the warrior of the order for the honor and dignity of his kind and Yuhan. At this moment, the warrior of the order was full of self-confidence, and he believed that he could easily defeat this ghoul in a matter of seconds. After a few seconds, the ghouls and the warrior of the order prepared for a duel, and the warrior of the order believed that this ghoul would not be easy to defeat. The warrior of the order drew his sword and almost immediately attacked the ghoul. Meanwhile, the ghoul prepared to repeat the one-arm press exercise to attack the warrior of the order. As soon as the warrior of the order came close enough, the ghoul immediately hit the warrior of the order in the face. The ghoul's blow was strong enough to kill the warrior of the order with the first blow. Yuhan felt that his ghoul's blow was too strong, as the ghoul almost killed this order warrior. The ghoul then apologized to Yuhan for misjudging the strength of his blow, but Yuhan said that he realized that the ghoul had not struck out of malice, and he immediately forgave him. After this, Yuhan told the rest of the warriors of the sect that since their warrior had been defeated, they must now obey him and follow all his orders during training. While Yuhan was talking to the rest of the warriors of the order, the same warrior who one of the ghouls had fought with a few seconds ago used combat energy, thanks to which the warrior regained consciousness. A second later, this warrior of the order decided to attack the ghoul who had defeated him a couple of minutes ago from behind. At that moment, the old ghoul lord used his weight skill to try to stop the order warrior. Due to the old ghoul lord's skill, the warrior of the order's clothes became 10 times heavier, making it impossible for him to move further. Meanwhile, Yuhan was already walking towards the order warrior as fast as he could. As soon as Yuhan got close to this warrior, he immediately punched him in the stomach. Yuhan's blow was so powerful that the warrior was immediately thrown several meters towards one of the walls. A second later, the warrior of the order crashed into one of the walls, and due to the force of the impact, his silhouette remained in the wall. Soon, Ryan arrived at the training field to find out how today's training was going. Ryan was almost completely confident that Yuhan's training was going without any problems. However, as soon as Ryan arrived at the training field, she saw a crowd of people. People were discussing that at the moment when the Order warrior attacked one of the ghouls, Yuhan used magic. Then Rain called the Order's mentor to him so that he could explain to her what had happened here. The Order's master immediately ran to Ryan and told her about how his warriors refused to follow Yuhan's orders. So they decided to hold a competition. The mentor also said that one of his fighters lost in the competition, which caused all the other warriors to suspect the ghouls of using magic unfairly. Ryan couldn't believe that Yuhan could allow the ghouls to behave like this. So she decided to ask him if he used magic during the competition. However, Yu Han honestly answered Ryan that he did not use any magical skills or techniques during the competition. After this, Ryan told the Order's mentor that his version of the events taking place here differed from what he had told her. In his defense, the Order's mentor told Ryon that he also did not share Yu Han's opinion on how he used magic. At that moment, Count Werdo arrived at the training field and asked the Order's mentor whom he trusted, his people or the monsters. Count Werdo also said that he was simply passing by the training field on business and decided to check how today's training was going. After this, Count Werdo again asked Ryan whom he trusted, his warriors and the inhabitants of the county or the unfamiliar and base monsters. Ryan told Count Werdo, without any doubt or hesitation, that she would always be on her Count's side. Then Count Werdo asked Ryan why she now believed the words of the monsters if she always stood on the Count's side. At this point, Yu Han decided that Count Huerto had finished his state affairs and invited him to join their training. However, the old ghoul lord quickly and clearly explained to Yu Han that Count Verdo had not come here for training. At this point, Count Weirdo told Rion that while he appreciated her and her efforts, he believed that her actions had somehow harmed the country. The Count believed that it was because of these monsters that not only one of the warriors of the Order suffered, but also unrest began among the rest of the warriors of the Order. Then Count Werdo told Ryan that he could not leave things as they were and that he had to take appropriate measures. Due to the current situation at the training ground, Count Werdo was forced to send Ryan into exile for 2 years. At that moment, Ryan immediately turned her terrifying and cold-blooded gaze on the Count, as if she was going to kill the Count right then and there. This look frightened Count Weirdo so much that he even began to regret his decision to send Ryan into exile. At this point, the Order's master, Tutula, and his warriors immediately stood up for Ryan and began to demand that the Count immediately rescind his order for Ryan's further exile. Ryan saw this as a unique opportunity to change Count Verdo's mind about Yu Han, and despite all the support from the Order, she immediately told everyone to shut up and listen to her. Ryan declared to all the warriors of the Order that after they disobeyed the Count's order, they had no right to call themselves warriors. One of the warriors of the Order wanted to say something, but Ryan immediately demanded that all the warriors of the Order listen to her. Ryan told the warriors of the Order that she had previously considered them to be ordinary newcomers, but now her opinion had completely changed after the warriors of the Order dared to interrupt her. After this, Ryan said that she would indeed have to leave so that the new warriors could fully prove themselves, after which she thanked the Count for his concern. Meanwhile, the Count listened attentively to Ryan and thought about how a minute ago she looked at him as if she wanted to kill him. Afterwards, Ryan apologized to Yu Han because, although she had managed to take him with her to the ghouls, she would not be able to continue helping them. However, Yu Han told Ryan that she should not worry about this, as he believed that a person should not follow only one specific course throughout his life. After this, Ryan asked Count Weirdo to continue accepting these monsters for 3 months, and Count Weirdo said that he would definitely keep his promise, for which Ryan was grateful to the Count. At that moment, Ryan thought that her plan had now begun to come into action, and now she only had to wait for it to be fully implemented. After this, Ryan left the training field with the thought that when she returned, colossal changes would take place in this district. That evening, a warrior of the Order, defeated in a battle with one of the ghouls, returned home with a bag of money. On the way home, the warrior of the Order thought that very soon he would be able to leave this order forever and live his own life. On the way home, the warrior of the Order thought that his wife, named Belle, loved flowers very much, and the warrior of the Order thought about opening his own flower shop. After this, the warrior of the Order took out a photograph of his family and began to think that very soon he would return home and see his daughter. However, at that moment, a terrible catastrophe occurred in one of the settlements where this warrior of the Order lived. This settlement was attacked by monsters, after which the settlement was engulfed in flames. One dangerous monster was watching everything that was happening, and he was responsible for this incident. While the settlement was engulfed in flames, this monster turned to another monster named Eliza to point out that they hadn't done anything like this in a long time. Eliza said that their former homeland welcomed them with joy, after which the monster immediately began to laugh with joy. After a couple of seconds, this monster turned to the other monster and invited him to dance with him. This monster looked very much like a beautiful princess dressed in a morning dress. Soon the princess took the monster by the hand and began to dance a ballroom dance with him, admiring the view of the burning settlement and the screams of the local residents. The next morning, Ryan prepared for exile and Blog prepared with her. Suddenly, Ryan became curious about why Blog decided to go with her, so she decided to ask him about it. The blog said that he would not be training with Yuhan today, and Yuhan allowed him to take Rian on a long journey. Rin then decided that it would be a good idea if they stopped by Yuhan on the way, but Blog was afraid that Count Virdo might find out about their visit to Yuhan. However, Ryan stated that she was not so weak and defenseless as to fear Count Weirdo's displeasure. Blog decided that if Rian was so confident in her abilities, then he shouldn't worry about her, and told her that in that case he would be happy to take her to Yuhan. Suddenly, Ryan noticed that Blog's voice had become more confident, and Blog was glad to hear it. Rian also jokingly told Blog that if he became even stronger, she might consider marrying him. However, Blog felt that Ryan was a bit old for him, as he believed Ryan was around 60 years old, while Blog was only around 20. The topic of age touched Ryan deeply, and she decided to teach Blog a lesson, after which Blog began to run away from Ryan, while Rapper and Handard tried to hold Ryan back so that Blog could escape. Meanwhile, the ghouls began actively hunting slugs throughout the forest. Slugs were very slippery and slimy creatures, and the ghouls went to great lengths to prevent any slugs they caught from accidentally escaping. Yuhan sent the ghouls to catch slugs for new exercises during training, and the ghouls tried to bring Yuhan as many slugs as possible. At that moment, the ghouls met Ryan and Bloga, and Ryan became curious as to why the ghouls suddenly started catching slugs. The ghouls were glad to see Ryan and Bloga, but they did not expect to see Bloga so far from the county, as they knew that Bloga had originally planned to only escort Ryan. Then Blog decided to explain to the ghouls that on the way, they decided to visit Yuhan together. After Blog explained everything to the ghouls, Ryan asked them again why they were catching slimes. Then one of the ghouls told Ryan that Yuhan suddenly needed a lot of slimes. However, Ryan didn't understand how Yuhan decided to use slugs, because in this world, slugs had no practical use, and therefore even humans didn't hunt them. The ghouls couldn't explain why they needed ghouls, so they invited Ryan and Blog to come with them so they could see for themselves and figure it out. At this moment, Rian felt that Yuhan hadn't explained to the ghouls why they were catching slugs at all, and the ghouls said that it would be very difficult to explain. The blogger then told Ryan that they would actually be better off going with the ghouls, as ghouls generally don't know how to formulate their thoughts properly. Ryan decided that it would actually be better if she and Blog went after the ghouls. After some time, Ryan and Blog finally reached the place where Yuhan was currently located. Yuhan greeted Ryan and Bloga, thinking that they could reach this place at a quick pace, exercising their legs along the way. Rion told Yuhan that before she went into exile, she decided to visit Yuhan, and at the same time, she became curious about what Yuhan was doing now. Meanwhile, the rest of the ghouls tried to gather the captured slugs into a pile using their chest screams. Soon Ryan noticed the ghouls gathering the slimes into one pile and decided to ask Yuhan why he suddenly needed all those slimes. Yuhan then said that he had noticed that bodybuilding-related training would be especially effective for the warriors of the order. Yuhan then decided that in this case he would be able to conduct group training, but he did not have enough equipment, so he decided to make training equipment from scrap materials. At this moment, Ryan decided that Yuhan had decided to use the slimes as a dummy that could be quickly cut apart by hand. However, Yuhan told Ryan that it would look a little different, and then asked the ghouls to bring him any slime. When one of the ghouls brought Yuhan a single bullet, Yuhan showed Ryan that the first thing to do was to quickly stick his hand inside the bullet. After this, Yuhan took out a small ball from the slug and said that if this piece of the slug was taken out whole and unharmed, then over time a new slug would form around this ball. Yuhan believed that in order to avoid catching new slugs, he could leave the ball and wait for the slug to recover again. Yuhan handed over a portion of the slug to the old ghoul lord, then struck the remaining slug at the place where the core used to be to make a hole in it. Yuhan also said that these slugs had high elasticity and resilience, and Yuhan began to stretch the pierced slug. After some time, Yuhan presented a training belt made entirely of slug, which could also maintain its shape. Yuhan told Ryan that this training belt can be used to perform a variety of exercises to train different muscle groups. The color of the core also indicated how strong the compression force of the future training belt would be, allowing one to determine which belt was intended for beginners and which for professionals. After Yuhan finished explaining his idea, Ryon thanked him for everything and asked Yuhan for forgiveness, but Yuhan did not understand what Ryon was apologizing for. Ryan then explained that on the day Yuhan held his first training session on the training field, she followed him and watched his training the entire time. Ryan was worried that Yuhan was only pretending to enjoy training so much and being so kind to other people. However, at that time, Ryon was convinced that Yuhan, without any external reasons, was happily embarking on something new. Ryan also began to think that, unlike Yuhan, she was an extremely incompetent trainer, raised in the discriminatory system of the county. Despite this, Ryan still believed that it was a person like Yuhan who could change not only the Verdo County, but the entire country for the better. After these words, Yuhan told Ryan that he was literally called upon to make various changes to anything. But Ryan replied that she was talking about other changes. Yuan then assumed that Ryan was talking about her group training system, to which Ryan replied that she was talking about other changes. Ryan then showed Yuhan all the warriors of the Tutela Order and said that she was talking about the changes that had greatly manifested themselves in these warriors. The warriors of the Order stated that despite all the differences between humans and monsters, they would still like to try training with Yuhan. Ren then asked Yuhan if he could start training the warriors of the Order, making them even stronger warriors. Yuhan was very happy that the warriors of the sect also wanted to train with him, and he was ready to start training them. Meanwhile, the Knights Guard was heading towards a settlement that was attacked by monsters. As soon as the Knights Guard and the Count arrived at the scene, Count Weirdo ordered the Knights to prepare for defense and rescue of the surviving inhabitants. Before they began, Count Weirdo reminded the Knights that the settlement was infested with zombies, and that they must not, under any circumstances, allow the zombies to infect the Knights and their horses. The Knights then prepared special protective masks to minimize the risk of infection. When all the Knights were ready, Count Weirdo ordered them to attack any monsters they saw in the settlement. While Count Weirdo's Knights attacked the zombies and tried to save the remaining inhabitants, a monster named Ben sat with his companions in the bushes and watched everything that was happening. At some point, one of the monsters, which was an evil dog named Bedorman, suddenly began barking and revealing the location of Ben and his partners. Ben felt that now was not the best time to attract unnecessary attention to himself and tried to calm Bedorman down. However, Bedorman did not stop barking and running in circles, so Ben hit Bedorman with all his strength to make him shut up quickly. After Ben's blow, Bedorma first fell to the ground and lay there for a couple of seconds, after which he rose to his feet again, trembling with fear and not making any unnecessary sounds. After this, Bedorman approached Ben, who said that they should wait a little before coming out of hiding and joining the battle. Ben also believed that these zombies that had filled the entire village were merely expendable material, the losses from which would be extremely insignificant. Meanwhile, Yuhan gathered all the ghouls and warriors of the Order in the training field, where Yuhan again tried to organize group training. Before starting training, Yuhan explained to the warriors of the sect that there were certain limits on the amount of strength, and at first they would only train the muscles they needed. At this point, the head of the Order told his warriors that after warming up and stretching, they should begin doing abdominal exercises. However, Yuhan told the Eagle Boss that instead of doing abdominal exercises today, they would be doing CrossFit. However, this was the first time the mentor had heard the word CrossFit, and so he asked Yuhan to explain to him and his warriors what CrossFit was. Yuhan explained that CrossFit was a complex of exercises that includes long-term loads of varying intensity. In other words, Yuhan explained that CrossFit is a sport that aims to create a hexagon that involves various functions of the body. Yuhan also believed that during group training, a kind of competition arises between the participants, in which each participant tries to put in more effort when performing the exercises. Yuhan had previously reported all the groups to the old ghoul overlord, and so everyone had to ask him who was in which group, after which they would begin training. After all the ghouls and warriors of the Order were distributed among their groups, Yuhan announced the start of the training. First, all groups began by lifting weights, moving them from their feet in front of them. After this, the ghouls and warriors of the order began to lift the barbell and stand up. Having lifted the weights, everyone began to squat with the load that the old ghoul lord increased for each ghoul and warrior of the order. Meanwhile, the knightly guard under the command of Count Weirdo continued to fight off the hordes of zombies. At some point, Yuhan heard loud screams coming from the burning settlement, and then he decided to ask the sect master where these strange sounds were coming from. The mentor explained that nearby settlements were being attacked by zombies, and the Knights Guard regularly went to the scene to fight off the zombies and prevent them from getting too close to the district. The Master of the Order also believed that this time the enemy's forces were stronger than usual, and therefore the Knights could signal for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Yuhan encourages viewers to stop sitting all day and go to the nearest gym to start improving and becoming better every day. At that moment, the head of the sect realized that Yuhan was not listening to him, but was only thinking about how the ghouls and his warriors were performing exercises. Meanwhile, the Knights Guard finished fighting off the zombies, and Count Weirdo told the warriors that every warrior had worked hard today. Count Weirdo also informed his warriors that his reconnaissance had discovered a monster base nearby, and he proposed attempting to destroy the base and get rid of the monsters once and for all. All the knights were ready for a new battle with the monsters, after which the entire knightly guard, together with Count Weirdo, headed to the monster's base. As soon as the Knight Guard reached the monster base, all the knights immediately began to attack all the monsters. The new commander of the Knights Guard informed Count Weirdo that he was concerned that they had gone too far from the county. However, Count Weirdo was confident that the knights would easily deal with the zombies, as they showed no signs of intelligence, so they had no tactics against them. Then Count Weirdo watched how successfully his knights fought off the zombies approaching them. After this, Count Weirdo ordered his knights to keep up the pace and continue to exterminate the zombies in order to completely drive them out of the county. Meanwhile, several security soldiers reached the place in the forest where Ben was waiting for them. However, as soon as Ben snapped his fingers, Benomard appeared next to him, paired with a monster that looked very much like a giant. At this point, Ben said that he now had a big advantage over the knights. When the knights were about to attack Ben, Ben told them that they should use spears during battle, as swords were extremely ineffective weapons. After this, Ben ordered Benomard and the giant to attack the knights, and they immediately attacked the knights. At this point, Ben noticed that the knights could not help each other in such a situation, which once again proved the uselessness of the sword in real combat. While Ben continued to tell the knights about the uselessness of the sword, Count Weirdo immediately attacked Ben. However, Ben managed to repel Count Weirdo's attack with the help of his small magic staff. Ben told Count Weirdo that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that the Count had aged greatly since their last meeting. At that moment, Count Weirdo did not understand how Ben managed to remain the same as he was during their last meeting, because Ben did not know how to control combat energy the way Ryan did. A second later, Ben jumped away from Count Weirdo and said that despite the fact that he had independently researched the combat energy, he then took out several syringes with unknown contents. A second later, Ben injected several syringes into his arm, then directed the power of his staff into his chest. Within seconds, Ben's body began to feel strong changes, causing his muscles to grow at a rapid rate. Soon, Ben became many times larger than an ordinary man, and even an entire army of knights could not defeat him. Count Weirdo looked at Ben in horror and could not believe that Ben had finally begun to conduct his monstrous experiments on the human body. Count Weirdo suggested that after Ben acquired such a terrifying form, his consciousness became much more unstable. Count Weirdo then decided that he must defeat Ben at any cost before the other monsters interfered with their battle. Then Count Weirdo used his fighting energy and tried to defeat Ben. However, Ben managed not only to survive Count Weirdo's blow, but also to throw him back a great distance. As soon as Count Weirdo recovered from Ben's powerful blow, he began to think about how Ben had managed to gain so much power. At this point, Ben had already managed to reach Count Weirdo in order to finish him off completely. However, Count Weirdo was still able to fight, and he then used his fighting energy again to dodge Ben's attack. At that moment, Count Weirdo only thought that if he had not managed to dodge Ben's attack, he would certainly have been able to kill him. A second later, Ben used his power to jump high enough to reach Count Weirdo and dispose of him in midair. Count Weirdo then thought that if he could predict the trajectory of Ben's attack, then perhaps he would have some chance of at least weakening Ben. At this point, Count Weirdo again attempted to use his fighting energy to try and attack Ben. However, Count Weirdo's efforts were not enough, and Ben easily interrupted his reception. A second later, Ben used his power to push Count Verdo back with even greater force. A few seconds later, the Count fell to the ground, and due to the great force of the impact, he was thrown away from several trees. Soon Count Verdo landed next to one of the trees, and all he could think was that Ben was too strong to defeat him. Count Weirdo also tried to understand how Ben managed to gain such immense power. A second later, Ben walked up to Count Weirdo and told him that his power was the result of the development of civilization. Ben also told Count Verdo that his people had continually rejected new ways to become stronger, focusing solely on swordsmanship, which is why they had become so weak. Ben also said that because of their unwillingness to develop in something else, humans have become so weak while monsters try to use something new to their advantage. The Count then asked Ben how he could say such things if Ben himself knew how strong Ryan was. However, Ben only advised Count Verdo to look at the situation his knights were currently in. Count Weirdo did not understand that such a terrible thing could happen to his knights, but Count Weirdo was shocked by what he saw. The Count saw how the giant Ben dealt with his knights without any mercy. Meanwhile, Bedorman used powerful hurricanes in battle, which engulfed all the knights in their path. Ben told Weirdo that this battle perfectly demonstrates the difference in strength between humans and monsters. Ben also believed that the battle perfectly illustrated how the ever-evolving side of the conflict dominates those who have long since stopped developing their capabilities. Ben also believed that in any field there are those who can outperform everyone else, but one should not try to get hung up on their capabilities and ways of solving problems. At this point, the number of zombies began to grow rapidly, and because of this, the knights were unable to resist the hordes of zombies. Meanwhile, Count Weirdo could only watch his knights die and think that they could not die so easily. However, Ben just looked at Count Weirdo and thought that even in this case, Count Weirdo would not learn anything from this situation. Then Ben decided it was time to deal with Count Weirdo and his knights once and for all. However, just as Ben was about to finish off Count Weirdo, someone used their fighting energy to interrupt Ben's attack. It was the new leader of the Knights Guard, named Ivan, and he ordered the Count to begin a retreat. As soon as Ivan was next to Ben, the Count immediately began to run away from Ben as quickly as possible. Count Verdo's behavior was extremely absurd, which made the situation at the scene extremely awkward. Count Weirdo looked so pathetic from the outside that even Ben couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Ben was once again convinced that Count Weirdo always tries to take care only of himself. However, Ivan only stood still and ordered all the knights to begin a tactical retreat. Ivan also ordered the knights to follow Count Weirdo so that they could later re-enter the battle with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Ivan was going to distract Ben to give Count Weirdo and the knights time to retreat. However, at that very second, Ben managed to get rid of Ivan before he could make his first attack. Meanwhile, the remaining knights managed to mount their horses and return to the county. The giant wanted to go after the remaining knights, but Ben insisted that the Earl and his knights return to the county. After a while, Ben returned to his normal form, and he believed that Count Weirdo was slow-witted enough to return with all his soldiers next time. Ben also believed that if Count Verdo really sent all his warriors to him, he would be able to get rid of the entire military force of the county at once, and thereby gain a tactical advantage. During his retreat, Count Verdo began to think about how he could defeat Ben and all his comrades. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to practice CrossFit with the ghouls and warriors of the Order of Tutula. Yuhan and his students practiced CrossFit so long and effectively that Yuhan was able to lift a heavy barbell more than 15,000 times. During the tactical retreat, Count Weirdo demanded a report on the current situation. A second later, Rumi, the commander of one of the squads, arrived at Count Weirdo's place and was about to report to the Count about the situation of her squad. Rumi reported that there were 400 warriors in her unit, but so far 347 of them have died or been infected, 27 of her warriors have been seriously injured, and only 26 warriors remain unharmed. At this point, Count Weirdo remembered that there were also 100 knights in the fortress, most of whom were still students and had never participated in a real battle. Count Weirdo then decided that the remaining 126 soldiers would definitely not be able to fight off the attacking monsters. Count Weirdo began to think about how to defend the county in such conditions, and then Rumi suggested that Count Weirdo turn to Ryan for help. However, Count Weirdo believed that Ryan would most likely not have time to arrive in the county at the moment when the monsters organized their attack. Rumi then suggested that Count Weirdo seek help from Yuhan and his ghouls. Rumi also said that she heard from the locals that Yuhan was as strong as Rian. Furthermore, Rumi believed that if they allowed Yuhan and his ghouls to use their food and shelter, they would certainly not refuse to help on the battlefield. Count Werdo thought it would be a good idea to defeat some monsters with the help of other monsters. 3 days after the battle, Count Verdo returned to the county with Rumi and a few surviving soldiers. Upon arriving in the county, Count Weirdo first decided to head to the training field, where the ghouls and warriors of the Order were currently training. As soon as Count Verdo arrived at the training field, he ordered everyone to immediately end their training, after which he ordered Yuhan and all the ghouls to line up. However, Yuhan and the ghouls only glanced at Count Werdo's arrival, after which they all continued training. Rumi then told Yuhan and the ghouls that they must strictly follow all of Count Verdo's orders. Then all the ghouls dropped all their simulators, stopped training, and began to form up. First, Count Verdo turned to Yuhan, and at that moment, Yuhan believed that Count Verdo had finally decided to join their training. Count Verdo thought that Yuhan was only thinking about his training, and then said that he came here to give Yuhan and the ghouls an order. After this, Count Verdo told Yuhan and the ghouls that it was time to repay them for allowing the Count to train in his county. After this, Count Verdo ordered Yuhan and the ghouls to defeat the zombie army that was just approaching the district. However, Yuhan and the ghouls only looked at Count Verdo and did not understand why they should follow his orders. Concerned by the ghouls' indifference, Count Weirdo looked at them and thought that these monsters simply did not understand human language. Then Count Verdo told Yuhan and the ghouls that today they would have the opportunity to die with dignity. Count Verdo also told Yuhan that if they could defeat the monsters approaching the county, he would officially grant him the status of a citizen of Verdo County. Count Verdo told Yuhan that, having received the status of a citizen, Yuhan could boast of his training as much as he wanted without any problems. In response, Yuhan ordered his ghouls to start showing off their double biceps, and the ghouls immediately took a pose that professional bodybuilders usually take. Count Weirdo looked at the crowd of posing ghouls and did not understand what they were doing. Yuhan then told Count Verdo about bodybuilding, which is the basis for creating a strong body. Then Count Verdo told Yuhan that if he and the ghouls did not follow his orders, they would face severe punishment. However, Yuhan told Count Verdo that if the ghouls went into battle, they would certainly suffer some kind of injury that would prevent them from training anymore. Yuhan then asked Count Weirdo if he was willing to bear full responsibility if even one of the ghouls suffered even the slightest injury. At this moment, Count Weirdo felt a strong psychological pressure from Yuhan and decided that he should not have spoken to him so rudely, and that he should ask Yuhan for forgiveness. Count Herdo then apologized to Yuhan and his minions for his words, and then left the training field in despair. After Count Verdo left the training field, Yuhan told the ghouls that their break was over and that they should continue training. Rumi suggested that Count Verdo once again seek help from Yuhan, but Count Verdo thought that relying on the help of monsters was a very bad idea. The Count then decided that in this case they should turn to Commander Ox for help, but Rumi thought that this idea was as unsuccessful as the idea of help from monsters. However, Count Weirdo believed that despite Commander Ox's somewhat nasty character, his level of combat skills was very close to Ryan's. At this point, Count Weirdo had no time to prepare his soldiers, and he ordered all the county soldiers to be sent to the gates of the fortress. Soon the zombies were close to the fortress gates, and by that time the soldiers had time to prepare for a possible defense. A huge number of zombies had gathered at the county gates, and the chances of victory for Count Weirdo and his soldiers were critically small. When the zombie army got close enough, Commander Ox ordered the zombies to stop and let him talk to their commander-in-chief. A few seconds later, Ben, Eliza, Bedorman, and the Giant appeared from the crowd of zombies. After this, Ben stepped forward and asked Ox what he wanted to tell him that was so important that he demanded to start a dialogue. Then Commander Ox told Ben that, despite the fact that his zombie army was many times larger than Count Verdo's army, their warriors were well-trained, and their county was protected by a fortress wall. Commander Ox also demanded that one of the monsters be challenged to a duel, during which the fate of the entire county would be decided. Ben was tempted by Commander Ox's offer and said he was ready to accept the challenge. Commander Ox was pleased that Ben had agreed to his terms, after which he descended from the fortress wall and demanded that the monster he was about to fight come out. A second later, Ben decided that his giant would fight Commander Ox, after which the giant headed towards the commander. Commander Ox drew his sword and told the giant that, despite being a monster, he had a superb physique, Then Commander Ox became interested and wanted to know how strong this giant was in battle, after which he immediately attacked the giant. Just as Commander Ox was about to strike, the giant slipped his hand under Commander Ox's sword and blocked his attack. Commander Ox was amazed by the giant's tenacity, and then he decided to try again to break through the giant's defense, and then the giant again managed to repel the commander's attack. After Commander Ox made his attack, the giant immediately spat acid in his direction. However, Commander Ox easily dodged the giant's spit, causing the acid to spill onto the ground and begin to corrode all the flowers and grass nearby. At this point, Commander Ox became curious about how the giant managed to obtain such a powerful and strong body. The giant called himself dangerous and told Commander Ox that he was always strong in anger. After a couple of seconds, the giant began to try to escape from Commander Ox, but the commander was not going to end the fight so quickly. Commander Ox then ran after the giant, telling him that their battle would last until one of them died. After a few seconds, Commander Ox managed to catch up with the giant, and at that moment the giant informed the commander that he had fallen into their trap. At that very moment, Count Werdo told Commander Ox that he should be careful, because at that moment, someone threw a large bone toward the commander. Commander Ox noticed that Bedorman had thrown a bone at him and ran towards Bedorman, telling him not to interrupt his holy battle. Meanwhile, Ben managed to use several syringes to increase his strength and neutralize Commander Ox with one blow. At that moment, Ben just laughed at Commander Ox's words, thinking that this battle was not sacred at all. During the attack, Ben told Commander Ox that he only agreed to the duel to get rid of the last obstacle, which was the commander himself. Ben was also glad that he didn't have to try to draw out Commander Ox himself, as he had entered the battle himself and been defeated. At that moment, Count Werdo and Rumi only watched as the giant mercilessly beat Commander Ox half to death. After several blows, the barely alive Commander Ox asked for forgiveness and begged Ben for mercy. Ben used another syringe and sarcastically told Commander Ox that he would definitely spare him, while the giant continued to beat the commander relentlessly. Soon Ben ordered the giant to finish off Commander Ox, after which the giant picked up the commander in his arms and threw him high into the sky. The body of the half-dead Commander Ox flew high into the air, and after a few seconds the commander began to fall into the crowd of zombies. In a matter of seconds, Commander Ox turned into another zombie, losing all his humanity and sanity. Count Werdo and Rumi couldn't believe they had lost Commander Ox so quickly. At this point, Ben told Count Werdo that if he surrendered and left him his county and castle, he would let him live. However, Count Werdo told Ben that he would never in his life give up his county and his castle to someone who had lost all his humanity. Then Ben told Earl Weird that even if he really gave him the earldom and the castle, he would still kill him. After this, Ben ordered all the zombies and his partners to start breaking through the fortress gates. As soon as the zombies began to approach the fortress, Count Werdo ordered his warriors to begin firing arrows. However, in the past, warriors trained only in close combat with swords and therefore did not know how to shoot a bow. Rumi realized that their situation was starting to worsen and asked Count Werdo what they should do. However, Count Werdo was so desperate that he did not know how to improve the situation. Count Werdo was so frightened that he simply started running, telling Rumi that he no longer knew what to do. Count Werdo ran past the houses of the county's residents, thinking about how to save his county. Count Werdo also couldn't stop thinking about what people would think when they found out that he had started running away from the problem like a coward. Furthermore, Count Werdo recalled how his late father had told him that running away was the act of a coward. Ren also often reminded Count Werdo that all his problems were due to his cowardice. One of the librarians believed that fleeing the battlefield was a certain virtue for Count Werdo, since there was a chance that the people Count Werdo led would follow his example. It was especially hard for Count Werdo to remember that moment in his life, when due to his cowardice, he once lost his beloved wife. At this point, Count Werdo kept talking about how he hated himself for constantly trying to run away from his problems. Count Werdo also said that he finds it difficult to bear the burden of responsibility for his county. The Count then decided that he must try to protect his people no matter what, and so he headed back to the training field. As soon as Count Werdo arrived at the training field, he immediately began asking Yuhan and his ghouls for help, and apologizing to Yuhan and his ghouls for his biased attitude. At this moment, Yuhan and his ghouls were so surprised by Count Werdo's behavior that they even stopped their training. Count Werdo also told Yuhan and his ghoul that they could do anything to him as long as they helped him protect his people and his country. Count Werdo continued to plead with Yuhan and his ghouls to help his county, and then they began to decide what they needed to do. Suddenly, Yuhan told Count Verdo that given his position, he would also like to train with them. But Count Verdo did not understand what Yuhan was talking about. Yuhan then told Count Verdo that he would have to pay for personal training. Before heading into battle, Ordermaster Tutula also wanted to go with Yuhan and the ghouls. However, Yuhan firmly insisted that newcomers to the sport, such as the warriors of the Order, should not take part in the battle. The ghouls told the Order Master and his warriors that those who were unable to complete 400 repetitions of 3 sets of all exercises should not take part in the battle. A few seconds later, Yuhan and his ghouls headed towards the gate where the battle was taking place. At this moment, Count Verdo thought that despite all the frivolity of Yuhan's group and his ghouls, they still looked cool and terrifying enough to instill fear in their enemies. Soon, Yuhan and his ghouls decided to speed up a bit in order to reach the battlefield much faster. After a couple of minutes, Yuhan noticed that if he and his ghouls ran in a straight line, they would end up right at the gate where the battle was currently taking place. However, Yuhan believed that the situation was becoming more serious with each passing second, so he and the ghouls decided to start interval training to also develop their speed and endurance. After a few seconds, Yuhan and the ghouls ran towards the battlefield as fast as they could, and Yuhan ordered the ghouls to run at this pace for about 90 seconds. Soon, the old ghoul lord began to lag behind the ghouls as he had hardly trained with the other ghouls, and within a few seconds he fell behind Yuhan and the ghouls. Meanwhile, the zombies had already managed to get through the gates, which is why they began to attack local residents. However, despite the fact that the zombies in the area were growing in number, Yuhan and his ghouls easily dealt with all the zombies, without stopping running towards the gate. Suddenly, one of the boys told their mother that the ghouls had saved them and that the zombies were no longer a threat to them. Then the woman and child noticed Yuhan and his ghouls confidently heading toward the gate. The boy asked his mother if he would become as strong as these ghouls if he learned to wield a sword. However, the boy's mother told her son that these ghouls defeated the zombies thanks to a different fighting technique, which was very different from swordsmanship. Then the mother suggested that her son ask Yuhan and his ghouls himself how they managed to achieve such power. Meanwhile, the zombies managed to break through the protective gates, and then the warriors began to try to fight off the zombie army on their own. At this point, Yuhan and his ghouls had already gotten close enough to the gate to watch the zombies attack the warriors. At this moment, the old ghoul lord, on his last breath, was still able to run towards Yuhan and his ghouls, who had caught up with him. At first, the old ghoul lord wanted to tell Yuhan about the zombies, but first Yuhan told the old ghoul lord to straighten his back to restore his breathing rhythm and avoid hurting his back. After this, the old ghoul lord explained to Yuhan that zombies do not feel pain and do not have their own minds, and that they are walking dead who can only feel hunger. Yuhan then thought that killing zombies would not bother his conscience, so he immediately killed one zombie. After this, Yuhan noticed that many zombies were crawling out of the damaged gate, making it increasingly difficult for the warriors to hold the defense. Yuhan then decided to use the strength of his pectoral muscles to push the crowd of zombies back to a safe distance. At first, the old ghoul lord looked at Yuhan with confusion, but as soon as Yuhan asked him why he was looking at him like that, he told Yuhan that it was a great idea. The old ghoul lord then asked Yuhan if he could take on the role of commander-in-chief, to which Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that he could start giving orders to the ghouls. As Yuhan headed toward the gate, the old ghoul lord was incredibly happy that he would now be able to command the ghouls again for a while. After this, the old ghoul master ordered the first and second groups of ghouls to split up and begin protecting the local population from the zombies. The old ghoul lord also ordered the third and fourth groups of ghouls to climb the walls of the fortress and help the warriors hold the defense. Later, the old ghoul lord ordered the fifth group of ghouls to help Yuhan lead the remaining zombies outside the fortress. However, a second later, the old ghoul lord noticed that Yuhan had successfully dealt with the remaining zombies on his own. At that moment, the old lord heard the voice of Count Weirdo, who began to give new orders. Count Herdo ordered the fifth group of ghouls to close the main gate, as he feared that despite Yuhan's best efforts, the zombies would be able to get into the fortress again. However, Rumi informed Count Weirdo that the main gate was badly damaged and that they were unlikely to find a way to block the passage into the fortress. Count Weirdo couldn't believe that the zombie army was able to break through the main gate, and he thought that they wouldn't be able to close the gate. However, Blog and the ghouls foresaw that the gate might be damaged, so they brought the largest and heaviest load in the area, which had Yuhan Sol's name engraved on it. Count Weirdo and Rumi were quite amazed that Blog and the ghouls were able to not only lift the heaviest load, but also drag it to the battlefield. Yuhan then explained to Count Weirdo and Rumi that the ghouls in Blog were able to lift such a weight thanks to the lunging technique. Meanwhile, the ghouls had almost dragged the load to the main gate, and one of the ghouls told Blog that he should go ahead of them. The ghoul told the Blog that the heavy load had almost completely worn out his hips, meaning he would no longer be able to carry the weight with the rest of the ghouls. Blog couldn't let any of the ghouls stop, and he started telling the ghoul that he would definitely be able to carry the weight along with everyone else. In response to the Blog's support, the ghoul said that at the moment his strength is running out, and if he overtrains, he will no longer be able to train in the near future. After a couple of seconds, the ghoul stopped dragging the load towards the main gate, after which he fell to the ground in exhaustion. However, Blog said that if one of them stopped carrying the load, it would be even more difficult for him and the other ghouls to drag it to the gate. The weight was so great that Blog's vision began to deteriorate, and he began to slowly lose consciousness. However, before he hit the ground, Blog felt his weight become lighter, and it gave him the feeling that he had new strength. However, a second later, Blog noticed that the weight had become lighter thanks to the efforts of the old ghoul lord, who had used his weighting skill to reduce the weight of the load. At that moment, the old ghoul lord ordered the fifth group of ghouls to join Blog's group and help carry the cargo to the gate. Soon the fifth group of ghouls began to help Blog and his group with the loads, and the load became so small that Blog and the ghouls ran to the gate with the loads on their shoulders. Thanks to the reduced load, Blog and the fifth group of ghouls only had to walk a few meters to drag the load to the gate. While the ghouls were dragging the cargo toward the gate, Yuhan continued to hold back the further advance of the zombie army. A minute later, Blog and the fifth group of ghouls managed to carry away the cargo and block the entrance to the fortress, while Yuhan began to push the zombies away from the fortress. As Blog and the fifth group of ghouls closed the entrance to the fortress, Yuhan looked at them and thought about how carefully and thoughtfully they were handling this cargo. Meanwhile, the Blog with the ghouls of the fifth group was happy that they had finally managed to drag this weight and protect the fortress from further attack by the zombie army. After this, the old ghoul lord praised Blog and the fifth group of ghouls for the work they had done, and then ordered them to leave. Furthermore, the old ghoul lord ordered the remaining groups, excluding those protecting the locals, to help Yuhan continue to push the zombie army away from the fortress walls. Less than a minute later, the ghouls headed towards Yuhan and began pushing back the remaining zombies. However, Yuhan looked at the ghouls from the side and thought that their method of getting rid of zombies was extremely ineffective. Yuhan then told the ghouls that if they tensed their chest muscles more, they would be able to get rid of the zombies much faster. However, while the ghouls tried to drive away the crowd of zombies, it became increasingly difficult to resist their onslaught. At this point, Rumi told the ghouls that the zombies should not bite them, otherwise the ghouls might go crazy. However, one of the zombies managed to break through the ghoul and bite him in the shoulder. A few seconds after the bite, this ghoul began to show increased aggression. However, the other ghouls realized that this ghoul was just pretending, since due to the fact that ghouls are also undead, zombie bites cannot cause any harm to their bodies. Meanwhile, Rumi looked at the ghouls and thought about how much fun they could have, and she began to think that she should join them. At this moment, the ghouls continued to break through the ghouls, preventing Yuhan from keeping the zombies at a sufficient distance. Suddenly, one of the zombies got close enough to Yuhan to bite him, but due to the zombie's great muscle strength, it failed to infect Yuhan. At this moment, Yuhan said that no zombie could harm him, after which he immediately got rid of the zombie with one blow. Meanwhile, Ben watched the battle closely and was somewhat surprised to see his zombie army being defeated. Ben saw that Yuhan and his army of ghouls were resisting his army of zombies, but he didn't understand why some foreigner in an army of ghouls would suddenly start helping humans. Ben also believed that because of Yuhan and his army of ghouls, his plans might not come to fruition. Ben decided to prevent Yuhan from continuing his defense, and then ordered Bedorman and the giant to attack Yuhan. After this, Bedorman and the giant rushed towards Yuhan as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, Raper managed to notice that Bedorman was approaching them, and then he decided to neutralize him with his own forces and avenge Commander Ivan. Hendard also noticed the giant running towards the fortress, and then he too decided to defeat the giant and avenge the death of Commander Ox. Soon, Raper and Hendard began a fierce battle against Bedorman and the giant. At this moment, Count Verdot noticed Ben and Eliza in the distance, and told Yuhan that he must defeat them as soon as possible. However, due to the large number of zombies, Yuhan could not see Ben and Eliza, and he did not understand what Count Weirdo meant. Count Weirdo then told Yuhan that he should just go forward, after which he would see a guy with blue hair and pale skin whom Yuhan must defeat. When the ghouls told Yuhan that they could continue to hold the line, Yuhan decided to get to Ben as quickly as possible. In order to get to Ben faster, Yuhan used the reverse multiplication exercise, which allowed Yuhan to easily pass through the crowd of zombies. Count Weirdo watched as Yuhan easily made his way through the crowd of zombies, thinking that a real miracle was happening before his eyes. With each passing second, Ben became more and more worried that the zombies, Bedorman, and the giant would not be able to stop Yuhan. Ben then decided that if his battle with Yuhan was inevitable, he had to step in and do it himself. Soon Yuhan finally made his way through the crowd of zombies and reached the place where Ben was waiting for him. Before the fight began, Ben again took out the syringes with the drug that made him stronger. After Ben's medicine took effect, he immediately attacked Yuhan. At this moment, a fierce battle began between Yuhan and Ben, in which the two most powerful beings fought for the right to exist. Even though Ben's potion made him much stronger than before, he still couldn't resist Yuhan's strength. Then Yuhan believed that Ben was the very monster that initially prevented Yuhan from training the warriors of the Tutula Order. In anger, Yuhan began to squeeze Ben's hands tighter and tighter, causing Ben to experience unbearable pain. Ben didn't know what to do in this situation, and his enhancement potion didn't give him any advantage against Yuhan. A second later, Yuhan grabbed Ben tightly and pushed him to the ground, leaving Ben no chance to resist. Yuhan's grip was so strong that Ben couldn't breathe, so Ben decided to use his staff to try to break free from Yuhan's grip. However, despite the power and number of magical techniques that Ben used, Yuhan received virtually no damage. After this, Yuhan tensed his muscles even more and prepared to use the rock climbing exercise to weaken Ben as much as possible. After that, Yuhan ran as fast as he could, without letting go of Ben or lifting him off the ground. Yuhan ran so fast that he managed to break the sound barrier, causing powerful shock waves to form. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard managed to defeat Bedorman and the giant. Meanwhile, Eliza sensed that Ben was in danger and promised to eliminate any danger he would be exposed to. Within seconds, Eliza had transformed into a spider-like combat robot with blades on its paws. Then Eliza and Bedorman ran on Yuhan's trail to find Ben as quickly as possible and save him. However, at one point, a girl appeared out of nowhere and stopped Eliza and Bedorman. Eliza asked the girl who she was, to which she replied that her name was Rain and that she was Ryan's niece and student. After this, Eliza began to fight with Rain, while Batterman watched their battle. While Eliza was fighting Rain, she told Bedorman to go to Ben and help him defeat Yuhan. As Bedorman moved towards Ben, Rain told Eliza that she couldn't defeat her with her primitive techniques. After these words, Eliza told Rain that in her entire life she had never met an enemy who could defeat her, after which she began to attack Rain with even greater speed. Meanwhile, the ghouls came up with the idea of using a large homemade catapult, with which they intended to defeat the remaining crowd of zombies. While the ghouls pulled the large, thick rubber band, the old ghoul master controlled the weight of the projectiles the ghouls used to load the catapult. When the ghouls fired projectiles, the old ghoul master made the projectiles lighter so that they would fly as far as possible. However, when the projectiles flew a certain distance, the old ghoul lord made the projectile heavier. As soon as the projectile became heavy enough, it broke into countless small fragments, which fell to the ground at high speed. When the shell fragments hit the ground, they created several powerful explosions capable of neutralizing a huge number of zombies. However, the zombie army was too large and launching one projectile was not enough. So the ghouls collected more projectiles as quickly as possible and launched them again. Meanwhile, the first group of ghouls was still checking the village for zombies that had infiltrated the area. The second group of ghouls immediately began to restore the main gate and other damaged areas of the fortress. When the number of zombies had significantly decreased, the old ghoul lord ordered the other groups to stop pushing back the remaining zombies and start getting rid of them themselves. At that moment, Count Verdo watched with interest as the old ghoul lord skillfully gave orders to the other ghouls. Count Verdo also believed that the old ghoul lord gave orders as if he were watching everything that was happening from above. Then Count Weirdo remembered how, as a child, his grandfather told him stories about how there were monsters in this world that sided with people and helped them. At that moment, Count Weirdo remembered the ancient legend of how the legendary monster Urdrakhan helped people during the Fourth Great Demonic War. Count Verdo continued to look at the old ghoul lord and thought that the old ghoul lord had something similar to Urdragon. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to run at high speed, holding Ben's hand and leading him along the ground. At this point, the giant had already managed to reach Yuhan to try to stop him and save Ben. The giant believed that if he hit Yuhan in the stomach with all his strength, he would definitely stop in pain, and then the giant would have the opportunity to save Ben. However, when the giant struck Yuhan in the ribs, not only did he not feel any pain, but he was also able to grab his hand with his external oblique muscles. Ben was on the verge of death and could do nothing against Yuhan's strength. Meanwhile, Yuhan squeezed the giant's hand more and more tightly, and the giant was unable to free himself. At this moment, Bedorman also managed to run up to Yuhan and get close enough to attack him. To attack Yuhan, Bedorman rolled 2 dice towards Yuhan to use Bonado. Using Bonado, Biederman combined his necromantic skills with wind magic in a unique way, causing a powerful storm in which the bones of Ben's fallen enemies swirled at high speed. During Bonado, the bones inside the storm became much harder, and anyone who found themselves in Bonado could die in that storm in a matter of moments. However, even though Bedorman created several Bonados at once, their power was not enough to cause any damage to Yuhan, and Yuhan felt as if someone was giving him an intense massage. Even though Bonado did nothing to stop Yuhan, Ben still called Bedorman a good boy, which made Bedorman stop feeling sad. At this point, Ben used a few more syringes of the power-up potion to become even stronger. However, Yuhan believed that no matter how many syringes of medicine Ben used, he would still not be able to surpass Yuhan's strength. However, after just a few seconds, Ben became so strong that he was able to grab Yuhan with his large hand and stop him. At this moment, Ben became so big and strong that Yuhan's hand was no longer enough to grab Ben again. Since Yuhan was unable to resist Ben this time, Ben immediately decided to take this opportunity to attack Yuhan. Ben's blow was strong enough to send Yuhan flying back several dozen meters. While Yuhan was in the air, he noticed that Ben had become so fast that he had practically disappeared from the place where he had hit Yuhan. As soon as Yuhan landed, Ben immediately began running from one tree to another, demonstrating his speed, which resembled a small bouncing ball bouncing from one wall to another. Even though Ben was too fast to attack him, Yuhan did not run away and began to think about how to defeat him. Yuhan then decided to tense his muscles as much as possible, while Ben tried to attack him. Muscles can be divided into white and red, and they differ significantly in the way their fibers attach to the bones. Red muscles play a big role in getting oxygen, and these muscles contain a lot of myoglobin, which makes them tired much longer, but they also contract longer. Meanwhile, white muscles have less myoglobin, which is why they tire faster, but also contract faster than red muscles. Yuhan then decided to simply tense all his muscles and take all of Ben's blows until he got tired. Soon, Ben began to push off from the trees towards Yuhan, trying to knock him down and eventually defeat him. However, no matter how strong Ben's blows were, Yuhan could withstand all of his attacks without any problem. After each attack, Yuhan continued to strike a pose and tense all his muscles to continue to withstand all of Ben's blows. Yuhan believed that in this battle, the winner would not be the one with the stronger blows, but the one with the most resilient and elastic muscles. However, even with this plan, Yuhan still didn't realize that Ben's body was very different from that of an ordinary person, as Ben was born unnaturally. At one point, Ben gained too much speed, and then Yuhan decided to use the press to counter Ben's attack. A split second later, Ben pushed off from one of the trees with all his might and attacked Yuhan, and a new shockwave formed in their place. Ben wanted to know how Yuhan managed to not only withstand all his attacks, but also put up a decent fight. A few seconds later, Ben jumped away from Yuhan again to try to attack him again. Yuhan thought that although Ben had a strong physique at that moment, he couldn't even imagine that muscle control played a big role in his defense. Yuhan also thought that although his muscles had grown steadily through training, he still found it difficult to withstand all of Ben's attacks. Despite the pain in some parts of his body, Yuhan continued to tense his muscles and take all of Ben's blows, waiting for him to finally stop. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard continued their battle with the giant Ben. The giant used various techniques to quickly defeat Raper and Handar, such as spinning in place, which created powerful air currents that prevented Raper and Handar from attacking him. After his next attack, the giant began to provoke Raper and Hendard into aggression, telling them that they were too weak to defeat him. Then Raper told the giant that although they were weaker than him, the strength of their friendship was stronger than his. After that, Raper ran towards the giant, preparing all his fighting energy to use his fighting techniques. However, despite Raper's high maneuverability, the giant managed to neutralize Raper and interrupt his attack. Hendard believed that he would not be able to escape from Raper, and so he decided to attack the giant as quickly as possible so that he would not have time to finish off Raper. However, at that moment, the giant managed to concentrate his fighting energy to evade Handard's attack. At that very moment, the giant quickly dodged Handard's attack, which could have caused Handard to accidentally kill Raper. Due to the sword's heavy weight and strong inertia, it was extremely difficult for Handard to interrupt his attack on his own. Despite this, Handard still managed to stop his sword from killing Raper. Even though Hendard managed to prevent Raper's death, the giant was already standing behind Hendard and preparing to attack him. At that moment, Hendard heard a very loud sound behind him and decided to find out where it was coming from. Then Hendard saw the body of the stricken giant lying a few meters away from him. Hendard also saw Yu Han, who was able to reach the battlefield and quickly neutralize the giant. After Yu Han neutralized the giant, he jumped high into the air again to continue his battle with Ben. After a few seconds, Hendard looked at the giant's lifeless body and decided that he too should start training with Yu Han and his ghouls. Meanwhile, Ryan was in one of the villages, which was closer to the county border. One of Count Werdo's ambassadors went to this village to inform Ryan of the current situation. When the ambassador found himself in one of the houses where Ryan was, he told her that he had an urgent message from Count Werdo. At that moment, the extremely calm Ryan began to wonder what terrible thing had happened in the area that some ambassador had burst into her house and interrupted her meal. Ryan wanted to say something to Count Werdo's ambassador, but because she was already drunk, she couldn't speak clearly. However, Count Werdo's ambassador was very serious and told Ryan that they had no time for inappropriate jokes now. The ambassador informed Ryan that the district's warriors, along with Yu Han's ghouls, were currently trying to resist the attack of the zombie army. The ambassador also told Ryan that if she did not join the battle and help them, they would be defeated. However, Reen stated that any ordinary soldier in the district army is capable of resisting zombies, and she believes that Count Werdo's army can easily deal with the attacking zombie army. However, the ambassador explained that the enemy army was too strong, as it was now led by none other than Ben. At first, Ryan was silent for a while, and then she began to laugh quietly. The ambassador was somewhat frightened by Ryan's behavior, and he told her that they must now help the soldiers defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. However, Ryan believed that Ben was extremely unlucky to have such a valuable warrior as Yu Han and his ghoul army on his side. The ambassador didn't understand what Ryan was talking about, and then Ryan explained to the ambassador that at the moment there were two people in the area, thanks to whom they would be able to deal with the army of zombies. The first such person Ryan considered was Yu Han, who had a strong enough physique to defeat any enemy. The second such person Ryan considered was her niece Rain, who was also considered one of the most powerful warriors on the entire continent. Meanwhile, Rain continued to fight Eliza, using all her skills and using her fighting energy wisely. In ancient times, people and monsters constantly fought each other for the right to exist. One of the very first such wars began back in the days when people used elves as slaves. Then one of the human doctors named Cho Sok Pil Lates developed and distributed among people a special method of training and meditation, which was actively used by the elves. Many years have passed since the appearance of plate technology, and over the years it continued to improve, and soon this technology began to be used during various battles. Rain lived in the elven forest for several years, and during this time she managed to fully master the latest technique. Rain had mastered the latter technique so perfectly that she could stand on her tiptoes right on one of Eliza's blades without any problem. A few seconds later, Rain easily bounced off Eliza's blade and flew high into the sky. Eliza figured that Rain wouldn't be able to dodge her attacks in the air, which could give Eliza some tactical advantage. Soon Eliza used a special rocket launcher to reach Rain as quickly as possible and neutralize her. However, Rain was so skilled at this technique that she was able to position her sword so that its tip touched the tip of one of Eliza's blades. Then Eliza decided to try attacking Rain with another blade, so that she would definitely not be able to reflect her attack. The moment Eliza used one of her blades, Rain was able to squeeze the blade of Eliza's blade so tightly that the blade simply could not cause any harm to Rain. After this, Rain gripped the blade even tighter with her legs to give herself some support in the air until she landed on the ground again. At that moment, Rain, with a calm face, told Eliza that despite all her efforts, she did not consider her a worthy opponent. However, Eliza prepared the rest of her blades and told Rain that she didn't yet know what else she was capable of. Rain realized how Eliza would attack her, and then she began to quickly spin her sword in a circle. At this point, Eliza began to try to attack Rain as quickly as possible, but Rain easily repelled all attacks. Rain lost interest in fighting Eliza so much that she began giving her advice during the fight, such as trying to trip Rain. Eliza realized that Rain was trying to humiliate her, so she told Rain that she was not going to take advice from her opponent. At that moment, Rain began to spin her sword even harder and told Eliza that if she really wanted to stay alive, she would have to listen to her advice. During the battle, Rain noticed that most of Eliza's moves were very similar to those used by her Aunt Ryan. Then Rain told Eliza that if you compare her skills with her aunt's, Eliza was far inferior to her. Meanwhile, Ryan drank honey from the cornucopia and felt that someone was talking about her. Soon, Rain finally landed on the ground, and Eliza believed that now she could definitely defeat Rain. Then Eliza decided to use all her blades to attack one place where Rain was now located. However, Rain was able to easily grab one of the blades with her feet and deflect all of Eliza's other blades with her sword. Rain couldn't stop teasing Eliza, telling her that she had so many hands that it seemed like she couldn't hold them all. After this, Rain pushed away all of Eliza's blades and then prepared to use hypertension to defeat Eliza. Meanwhile, Yuhan was still trying to resist Ben's attacks, hoping that sooner or later he would get tired. However, Ben had already tried to attack Yuhan many times, and then Yuhan decided that Ben was a creature that did not feel tired. Yuhan also felt that there was a huge difference between his strength and Ben's, causing Yuhan to feel that he could not defeat Ben alone. At this moment, Yuhan and Ben looked into each other's eyes, thinking only about why neither of them had yet felt tired after such a long fight. Yuhan and Ben also believed that due to the strong difference in the opponent's body structure, their bodies had some special properties that prevented them from feeling tired. At that moment, Ben thought that he had created his potion in order to gain the power of the primordial dragons, so that he could one day gain enough strength to defeat Ryan once and for all. Soon Ben began to slow down a little, and Yuhan prepared to catch up with Ben to finally stop him. Suddenly, Yuhan managed to grab Ben with his hands, and he told Ben that he was stronger than him because he worked harder than him. Suddenly, Ben's body began to change again, causing his arm to swell rapidly. At that moment, Ben thought that he needed to prevent further side effects from his drug as quickly as possible. A second later, Ben jumped into the nearby bushes to prevent Yuhan from weakening himself due to the side effect. At this moment, Yuhan thought that Ben wanted to change his form to try to defeat Yuhan in a different way. However, Ben's head began to grow rapidly and his muscles began to shrink. A second later, a huge pool of vomit appeared in Ben's place, and Ben began to shrink rapidly. At this moment, Yuhan looked at Ben-I and thought that he had gout, which caused a serious nutritional imbalance in Ben-I's body. Soon, Ben's body returned to normal, and then he immediately began looking for an opportunity to get another injection of the necessary drug. However, at some point, Ben began to wonder why he had started fighting Yuhan in the first place. Realizing his situation, Ben immediately began to ask Yuhan for forgiveness, after which he asked him to stop their quarrel. Ben also told Yuhan that life is too short to waste it on useless battles that only bring pain and destruction. Yuhan then decided to remind Ben that, despite all the truth he had just said, he himself had started this fight. Yuhan also told Ben that it was because of him that people died whom he could have taught the art of bodybuilding. Ben was becoming more and more afraid with each passing second, and he again began to ask Yuhan for forgiveness, while realizing that Yuhan would definitely not forgive him for everything he had done. Ben then bowed to Yuhan and told him that he did all this just to save Eliza. However, Yuhan did not understand what Ben was talking about, and asked him who Eliza was and who exactly Ben wanted to take revenge on. Ben then told Yuhan that one day, the people living in Werdo County publicly executed Eliza. At that moment, Ben pulled out another syringe of drugs and told Yuhan that he just wanted revenge on the people of Weirdo County for what they did to Eliza. Ben took out a syringe and said that despite the intense pain after the drug was injected into his body, he would gain incredible strength. Afterwards, Ben injected himself in the neck, thinking that his feelings of hopelessness had almost led him to betray Eliza and his partners. After this, the drug started to work and Ben's body started to change again. And during the transformation, Ben told Yuhan that this time he would definitely be able to defeat him before the drug wore off. However, during his transformation, Ben saw something that made him begin to lose all hope again. At that moment, Ben saw a bright flash in the sky, in which a familiar silhouette was visible. When the flash disappeared, Ben clearly saw his Eliza being defeated by someone, and she began to fall rapidly to the ground from a great height. At that moment, Ben remembered the times when he was still very young and did not try to destroy the Weirdo County. At that time, Ben was an ordinary man who was interested in magic and was friends with the future Count Weirdo. One day, Ben went with Herdo to another training session, and at some point, Ben wanted to tell his friend why people in the area had so little mana. However, during his training, Verdo did not understand why he needed to know the details of the nature of magic at all. However, Ben began to insist on telling the future Count why his people had so little mana. Then Verdo realized that even if he didn't want to know the nature of magic, Ben would still want to tell him everything in detail. Verdo paused in his training for a moment, and Ben told Verdo that the more emotion a person experiences, the more easily and freely the mana circulates within them. However, due to the strict policies of Verdo County, people's emotions were largely suppressed, which significantly worsened the state of the residents' mana. However, Verdo told Ben that his people did not need mana, as only witches used it, while the county's inhabitants would be trained in swordsmanship, which was based on strict discipline. In response, Ben jokingly told Verdo that he smelled like mold, but Verdo didn't really like the joke. After this, Verdo threw Ben a stick and invited him to take a break from studying magic for a while and have a short warm-up match. Ben decided he really needed to take a little break and accepted his friend's challenge. Ben and Verdo started the fight, and for the first few seconds, Ben managed to maintain some advantage. However, at some point, Verdo took advantage of the moment when Ben was unable to close his body in time, and Verdo decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Due to his carelessness and lack of proper fencing skills, Ben was already lying on the ground. After this, Verdo told Ben that he had defeated him for the 123rd time, while Ben had only managed to defeat Verdo 43 times. Soon Ryan, who at that time was Ben and Weirdo's personal mentor, arrived at the training ground. Ryan told Ben that despite all his fencing skills, he was not very good at defending himself from attacks, and that Ben should learn to parry, to which Ben replied that he did not really like fencing. Ron then told Ben that he simply hadn't mastered swordsmanship as well as Weirdo. Ren also told Ben that he should follow the example of Weirdo, who celebrates every victory as if it were his first. At that moment, Weirdo thought for a moment that he didn't really like fencing either. At that moment, someone told Ryan that Ben and Verdo simply had no talent for fencing. These words made Ben and Verdo very angry, and they wanted to know who dared to insult them like that. At this point, Ryan introduced Eliza, who would now also be learning fencing along with Ben and Weirdo. At that moment, Eliza told Ryan that she could easily defeat Ben and Weirdo, even if they attacked her at the same time. These words also offended Ben and Verdo, and then they called Eliza a simple girl whom they could easily defeat. Eliza didn't like that Ben and Verdo called her a girl, and she immediately attacked them. In the end, Eliza easily defeated Ben and Weirdo, and they agreed that they would no longer call Eliza a girl. At this point, Weirdo began to think that Eliza was very different from the rest of the local nobility. Verdo also believed that Eliza had great charm, as Eliza was quite a beautiful girl. While Verdo was thinking, Ben told him that he now had a new dream, and Verdo became curious about what Ben was dreaming about now. Ben then told Verdo that he wanted to marry Eliza, a statement that somewhat surprised Verdo. Based on Verdo's reaction, Ben assumed that Verdo was unhappy about something, to which Verdo said that he simply didn't expect to hear something like that from Ben. Wardo also told Ben that Eliza said that weak guys like Ben were not her type at all, and he told Ben that he should give up on that dream. However, Ben was not fazed by the fact that he was much weaker than Weirdo, and he decided that from that day on, he would train hard and improve his sword skills. Soon, Ben began training hard, and his fencing skills improved every day. With each passing day, Ben grew stronger, and the number of his victories over Verdo increased. Soon, Ben became strong enough to win more battles than Verdo, and he hoped that now he had a chance to be with Eliza. Eliza soon joined Ben in Verdo's training, after which Verdo said that he would no longer be able to train anytime soon, and Eliza did not understand why Verdo decided not to train anymore. Wardo believed that if he came up with a convincing justification for his decision, Ben and Eliza would think he was weak. Then Wardo said that in addition to his studies, he would also have to deal with various government affairs, after which Wardo went home. Back at the palace, Leonard Weirdo, who was the current earl at the time and Weirdo's father, was displeased that his son had failed to defeat a commoner like Ben. Herdo, resigned to his defeat, told his father that he had no talent for fencing and that he no longer wanted to train. This statement only angered Leonard even more, and in a fit of anger he threw the cup of wine at his son. At that moment, Leonard looked at his son with a feeling of shame for him, and thought that his only son was so mediocre. At that moment, Werdo felt very ashamed in front of his father, and then he asked him for forgiveness, after which he left the palace. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily outside, and Weirdo sat on the edge of the fortress wall, thinking about what to do next. At that moment, someone climbed up the wall and told Verdo that if he continued to sit there, he would sooner or later catch a cold, to which Verdo replied that he would be fine. The person who climbed over the wall turned out to be Eliza, and she again told Weirdo that he should take shelter from the rain as soon as possible. Eliza also noticed the sad tone in which Verdo spoke to her, and realized that Verdo had some problems. Eliza decided that it was impossible to leave Verdo in this state, and then drag Verdo along with her. Soon Verdo and Eliza began walking the streets of the county, and Verdo did nothing but look at Eliza. At some point, Verdo noticed that Eliza was constantly smiling, and he decided that it was because Eliza liked to see him and meet him. At that moment, Werdo thought that perhaps Eliza didn't like Ben, and that she wanted to be with Werdo. Then Werdo came to the conclusion that he could love Eliza as a loved one with whom he would like to spend his whole life. The next day, Werdo returned to the training field, where he still planned to continue training. Before the training began, Werdo heard from several people that Ben had confessed his feelings to Eliza yesterday. But Eliza had told Ben that she didn't want to be with him. At that moment, Werdo thought that if Eliza didn't want to be with Ben, then he could try to be with Eliza. Then Werdo thought that perhaps Eliza also had special feelings for him, and then he decided to run to Eliza as quickly as possible. On the way to Eliza, Werdo had already begun to imagine how he would confess his feelings to Eliza, and began to think about what he should say to Eliza. Werdo also believed that even if his father was against Werdo and Eliza being together, he would be willing to give up his title to be with Eliza. Soon, Werdo reached the house where Eliza lived and was ready to go in and confess his feelings to her. However, at some point, Werdo heard strange sounds coming from Eliza's house and decided to look out the window to find out what was going on. A second later, Werdo saw Ben and Eliza standing there, hugging and kissing each other. Werdo couldn't believe what he saw and decided he needed to do something urgently. Last night, Ben confessed his feelings to Eliza. But when she rejected him, Ben was not going to give up and wanted to know the reason why Eliza did not want to be with him. Ben then reminded Eliza that she herself said that she liked strong guys, and that he was doing everything he could to become the one she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Ben really didn't want to lose Eliza and begged her to think again before turning him down. Suddenly, Eliza raised her hands up, causing a huge amount of mana to flow out of her body. At this point, Eliza told Ben that she had a large amount of mana in her body since she was born, and that over time, the amount of this mana in her body never stopped growing. If there is too much mana in a person's body, it will gradually begin to destroy the body, and Eliza needed to regularly release the excess mana. Since the use of mana was strictly prohibited in the Weirdo district, Eliza secretly went to a deserted place and released her excess mana. Eliza also told Ben that she didn't want the man she loved to suffer because of her problems, and therefore she wasn't ready for a serious relationship. However, Ben didn't care about this peculiarity of Eliza's, and at that moment Ben walked up to Eliza and hugged her as tightly as he could. Eliza told Ben that he had to let her go as soon as possible, or her mana would transfer into Ben's body. Ben then told Eliza that he was the only person in the area who was studying the nature of the mysterious magical energy. Ben also told Eliza that he would definitely do his best to help Eliza overcome her problem so that he could live with her for the rest of his life. After Ben promised to help, Eliza told Ben that in this case she was ready to be with him no matter what, after which she also hugged Ben. Soon, Ben and Eliza began dating, and together they got a dog, which they named Bedorman. During this time, the broken Weirdo came every evening to the place where Eliza released her mana. Soon, Verdo confessed his feelings for Eliza to his father, but his father called Eliza a witch and stated that he was categorically against his son and future count dating a witch. Once again, when Eliza was about to release her excess mana, she suddenly felt worse, causing blood to come out of her mouth. Ben was very concerned about Eliza's condition and wanted to do something to help her, but he didn't know what to do. Eliza then told Ben that she had been building up even more mana in her body lately, and that things like sudden blood loss could now happen to her. Ben was afraid that if the mana in Eliza's body continued to grow, then sooner or later he might lose Eliza, and he believed that he urgently needed to somehow stop this and heal Eliza. That same day, Ben went to his lab and didn't leave for several days to develop a potion that could help heal Eliza. Every day, Ben worked harder, and every day he got closer to creating the right drug for Eliza. Ben developed many different potions and tested each one on rats to better understand how his potions worked and which ones might help Eliza. While Ben was hard at work on a potion for Eliza, a drunk and broken Werdo finally gathered the courage to talk to Eliza. Eliza was a little upset that Wardo came to her in such a state, and Wardo told Eliza that they used to feel the same way about him as they did about Ben. Wardo also told Eliza how good they had been together and how much he loved and continued to love her. However, Eliza explained to Verdo that she did not have any serious feelings for him and told Verdo that he simply misunderstood everything. After this, Eliza began to release her mana, telling Verdo that even if she had feelings for him, they were still not destined to be together. Eliza also asked Weirdo if he would love a girl like her who is required to use mana despite the fact that using mana is prohibited in the area. Besides, Eliza was a little angry at Herdo for pretending not to know about her problem. In response to this, Werdo told Eliza that before he was not brave enough to stand up to his father, but now he had become brave enough to do so. At some point, Werdo realized that his actions would no longer change anything, after which he returned to the palace with tears in his eyes and great pain in his soul. Soon the rain stopped and a severe drought set in the area. Due to the drought, the fields have stopped producing crops, which could lead to famine among the residents of the district. Soon people all over the county began to demand that Earl Leonard solve the problem of drought and mass famine as soon as possible. Leonard looked at the disgruntled residents of the district and showed Verdo how people would behave if Verdo did not take care of them. At that moment, Leonard thought that he was not some kind of supreme being who could solve the drought problem right now. Werdo also believed that his father was not capable of dealing with such problems and wanted to know what his father would do in such a situation. Leonard then told his son that his people did not care why certain problems arose in his district, as long as they needed to vent their anger and aggression. Then Leonard said that he needed to find someone who could put all the blame on him so that people would stop being angry at the Count and start hating someone else. Then Werdo asked his father who would be the person to whom all the blame for the events that were happening could be placed. Then Leonard told his son that Eliza, to whom Verdo confessed his love, would become the person the people of the district would hate. A moment later, Leonard grabbed the worried oddball by the shoulders and began to thank him for helping him choose the perfect victim for his people's aggression. Leonard also told Verdo that because of her magical abilities, people could easily mistake her for a witch who was responsible for this drought. However, Herdo was categorically against all the residents of the district starting to hate the man he loved. However, Leonard did not want to listen to his son, after which he hit Herdo on the cheek with all his strength. Leonard also told his son that he could not trust the continued leadership of the county to a man who might give in to his emotions. Leonard believed that a man like Verdo could bring a lot of trouble to the area, so Leonard ordered the guards to lock Verdo in his room and not let him out. However, Weirdo could not come to terms with his father's decision, and then secretly from his father, he decided to escape through the window, climbing down a rope and various rags. Weirdo thought that if his father could make such decisions regarding the one his son loved so much, then he could not simply submit to his will. Soon, Werdo found himself on the street and immediately ran to the place where the knights were going to execute Eliza. Soon, Verdo reached the place of execution and saw two knights dragging Eliza to the place of execution. At that moment, Eliza noticed Verdo and began to try to escape from the guards' hands, begging Verdo to help her get out. At this point, the residents of the district, who had come to watch Eliza's execution, began to suspect Weirdo of collaborating with the witch. Then the inhabitants of the county began to demand the execution of Weirdo, despite the fact that he is the son of Count Leonard and the future ruler. Weirdo could not allow the people of the district to recognize and capture him, and so he immediately put on the hood of his cloak so that the people would not recognize him. However, Weirdo's father recognized his son and ordered him to stop immediately and return to the palace. Meanwhile, Ben also wanted to save Eliza, but he was surrounded by knights, and he could only watch as his beloved died before his eyes. However, despite this, Ben still ran to Eliza, having lost his right hand, which was cut off by one of the knights. Ben couldn't believe that his beloved was dying before his eyes, and at that moment Ben was overcome with intense grief and hatred for the people of the district. Ben didn't want to lose Eliza again, and with tears in his eyes, he immediately ran to the place where Eliza's body was supposed to land. However, Yuhan couldn't let Ben escape from him so quickly, so Yuhan blocked Ben's path. Yuhan then applied one-handed pressure to prevent Ben from escaping from him again. First, Yuhan grabbed Ben and then threw him as far as he could. At the moment of impact, Yuhan noticed that Ben's movements had become much easier and that he should quickly disable Ben before he became stronger again. Within a couple of seconds, Ben was back on his feet and ready to get to Eliza as quickly as possible. However, Yuhan immediately ran up to Ben and hit him so hard that he definitely couldn't escape. Yuhan continued to beat Ben, and with each passing second, it became increasingly difficult for Ben to withstand Yuhan's blows. At this moment, Yuhan sat on Ben and began to repeat the pullover exercise to defeat Ben with both hands at the same time. Yuhan continued to beat Ben until he bled and lost consciousness. After several hits, Ben was unable to move, and then Yuhan decided it was time to deal with the remaining zombies. However, at this moment, Betterman appeared in front of Yuhan and was about to use several bone hurricanes. Yuhan believed that Bedorman would now try to stop him, so he prepared to attack Bedorman. However, instead of attacking Yuhan, Bitterman used his bone hurricanes to grab Ben and take him to safety. Even though Bedorman fought by Ben's side, Yuhan was pleased to see the loyal dog trying to protect his beloved master. Meanwhile, the remaining bone hurricanes had captured the rest of Ben's partners, including Eliza, and these hurricanes were heading to safety. Rain watched as Bedorman's bone hurricanes carried away the body of the defeated Eliza. Rain believed that she shouldn't continue fighting a defeated opponent, and she didn't care that she couldn't finish off Eliza. Count Verdo watched as the bone hurricanes carried away Ben and his companions, and believed that they should not simply let Ben go. Count Verdo believed that if Ben survived, he would return again for revenge, so Count Verdo ordered Rain to go after the bone hurricanes. However, instead of following the bone hurricanes, Rain headed towards the fortress wall, threatening Count Werdo with cruel reprisals. At that moment, Count Werdo looked at Rain and tried to understand why she was running towards him. At this point, Rain had almost reached the fortress wall and demanded that Count Werdo explain to her what he had done to her Aunt Rion. At that moment, Count Werdo realized that Rain wanted to kill him, and then he began to run away as quickly as possible, after which he ordered everyone to grab Rain and not let her finish him off. Rumi was very disappointed that Count Verdo started running away again, and she decided that Count Verdo would never get rid of this shameful habit. Meanwhile, Rain had almost reached the gate when Rapper and Hendard tried to block her way. The Rapper and Hendard told Rain that if she didn't stop, they would be forced to use force against her. However, Rain was confident that Rapper and Hendard would not be able to stop her, and then Rapper and Hendard tried to attack Rain. In fact, Raper and Hendard themselves understood that they would hardly be able to stop Rain, but they believed that they should still follow Count Hurdo's order to the very end. Just as Rapper and Hendard tried to stop Rain with their swords, Rain jumped and landed on Rapper and Hendard's swords. As Rain stood on Rapper and Hendard's swords, she began to straighten her spine into a C shape before jumping even higher. Rain managed to jump high enough to avoid the battle with Reaper and Hendard and jump onto the lookout point of the fortress wall from which Count Verdo had escaped. When Rain ran out onto the observation deck, Rumi was already waiting for her, about to stop Rain. At that moment, Rumi prepared to attack Rain with her sword, telling her that she would not allow anyone to harm the Count. However, all it took for Rain to land one blow to Rumi's head with the hilt of her blade was for Rumi to immediately fall to the ground unconscious. At the same moment, Blog tried to stop Rain, but Rain easily dodged the slightly clumsy Blog. As Rain landed on the edge of the observation deck, Blog told her that she should stop and not do something stupid that she would probably regret later. However, at that moment, Rain told Blog that since their last meeting, Blog had become not only more beautiful, but also stronger. Rain also told the Blog that although he has become much stronger, his attacks are still as slow as before. At that moment, Rain jumped off the observation deck, and Blog began to doubt that Yuhan's training had made him stronger. A few seconds later, Rain saw Count Hurdo again, and she told him that he would answer for the fall and ruin of her family, and Count Hurdo immediately began to ask Rain for forgiveness. However, Rain didn't need Count Weirdo's apology. She only wanted to kill Count Weirdo. Rain was very close to finally killing Count Hurdo, but something stopped her, and Count Hurdo was still alive. At this moment, Count Hurdo was glad that Yuhan had arrived in time to stop Rain. However, even though Rain couldn't get close to Count Hurdo, she could still throw her blade at Count Hurdo, and at that moment, Count Hurdo believed that nothing could save him. At the same moment, Yuhan began to repeat the same exercise he used to defeat Ben to also effectively stop Rain. Yuhan repeated this exercise 10 times, making it seem like Rain wouldn't survive such blows. After Yuhan stopped attacking Rain, he remembered that his strikes were too strong, as he had repeated this exercise with a stronger opponent just a few minutes ago. At this moment, Yuhan was afraid that he might accidentally kill Rain, but Count Verdo told Yuhan that the warriors of the district were very strong and that Rain would be fine. Soon, Rain began to move, from which Count Weirdo concluded that Rain was alive and believed that she needed some rest to regain her strength. Soon, Rain came to her senses. But when Rain woke up, she noticed that she was in a place unfamiliar to her. Rain was lying in a bed, next to which there was a window, a table with food, a mirror, and a little boy, from whom Rain decided to find out where she was now. The boy told Rain that she was currently in one of the rooms of Count Verdo's fortress, and Yuhan asked the boy to look after Lady Rain. Rain wanted to ask the boy where Count Weirdo was now, but she was sure that this boy would not tell her where Count Weirdo was now. However, the boy not only told Rain that Count Verdo had now gone to train with Yuhan, but he even offered to accompany Rain to the training site, which somewhat surprised Rain. Rain was struck by the boy's politeness and told him that she really needed to get to Count Weirdo. Soon, Rain and the boy began to climb a high cliff where, according to the boy, Count Verdo trained with Yuhan. Rain still couldn't believe that this boy was actually leading Count Verdo's potential assassin straight to Count Verdo himself, and at some point, the boy had already begun to see Count Verdo training. Soon, Rain and the boys reached the very top of the cliff, and there they saw Count Herdo, who was training with Yuhan. At that moment, Rain saw before her the tormented Count Weirdo, who begged Rain to kill him right now, to finally put an end to his torment. The fact is that Yuhan tied Count Verdo to a cart in such a way that the Count had to drive the cart behind which Yuhan was sitting. At this moment, Yuhan was happy that Count Weirdo was finally training with him. And at this moment, Yuhan's new ability began to form. During his training, Yuhan acquired the skill of mind control, which was combined with the skill of self-control. Then Yuhan told Count Herdo that if he liked the training so much, they should increase the load. Due to the harsh treatment he received from Count Verdo during his training, Yuhan began to develop an incredible skill as a trainer. Count Weirdo found it difficult to continue training, so he again asked Rain to kill him. However, Rain found it extremely enjoyable to watch Count Weirdo suffer, and she refused to kill him. Meanwhile, a group of ghouls joined Yuhan in Count Verdo's training. After the training, Count Verdo returned to his palace, where he was going to hold a meeting with Yuhan, Rain, the old ghoul lord, and several knights. Having made sure that all the important persons had gathered, Count Verdo announced the beginning of the meeting. After this, Count Weirdo's assistant decided to first report that they had lost many of the county's entourage during the invasion of the zombie army. Due to a lack of military strength, a decision was made to recall Commander Ryan from exile, but she refused to return to the county due to personal matters. After this, Count Weirdo's assistant asked the Count what he intended to do with Ryan's vacant position as commander. Earl Wardo said he would like to give the spot to Raper and Hendard and make them county heroes. The knights thought it was a really good idea to put 2 county heroes in place of the commanders. The Count's assistant also reported that in recent days the number of district residents coming to the training ground to engage in bodybuilding has increased. In this regard, the Count's assistant proposed entrusting the training of the inhabitants to those warriors who had already trained under Yuhan before the invasion of Ben's army. However, it took some time to form a group of bodybuilding coaches, and then it was decided to appoint the ghouls Yuhan as temporary coaches. Count Verdo said that this was indeed good news, after which Count Verdo thanked Yuhan for helping the county fight against Ben-Ai's army. However, in response to Count Verdo's gratitude, Yuhan stood up from his seat and began to approach the place where Count Verdo was sitting. With each passing second, Yuhan's gaze became more and more ominous, which frightened Count Verdo himself quite a bit. A second later, Yuhan grabbed Count Verdo and broke the chair he was sitting on. Count Verdo's guards decided that Yuhan wanted to harm Count Verdo, and Count Verdo tried to find out what he had done to make Yuhan do this. Yuhan then explained to Count Weirdo that he must do the same as his ghouls. Before the meeting began, Yuhan ordered his ghouls to sit without chairs to strengthen their leg muscles. One of the knights believed that Count Verdo was in danger from Yuhan, but Count Verdo asked the knight to put away his spear and explained that he was not in any danger. At this point, Yuhan suggested to the assembled knights that they also try sitting without chairs, using only the strength of their legs, but the knights politely declined Yuhan's offer. At this moment, Count Werdo felt very ashamed and awkward that he was the only one who had to sit without a chair. After a few seconds, Count Werdo began to experience unbearable pain in his legs, and then he asked his assistant to tell him all the news from this meeting as quickly as possible. Count Werdo's assistant reported that the next news was related to Rain and her attempt to assassinate Count Werdo. The assistant also reported that, due to the unsettled situation in the district and the good intentions of Count Werdo himself, Ryan would only receive a slightly reduced sentence. As punishment for Rain, the Count's assistant proposed to strip Rain of Count Werdo's citizenship. Then Count Werdo told Rain that if she still felt only negative emotions towards him, then he gave her every right to kill her. The knights just looked at Count Werdo with bewilderment and tried to understand why Count Werdo gave Rain full rights to carry out his own assassination attempt. The fact is that Count Werdo found it so difficult to sit without a chair that he decided that it would be easier for him to die than to continue to remain in this position. However, Rain understood perfectly well why Count Werdo personally asked to kill him and then refused to kill the Count. In response to the refusal, Count Werdo began to say that such an irresponsible ruler as he did not deserve the right to life. Count Werdo also said that, with the exception of Rain, any person had every right to judge him. Yuhan then thought that if Count Werdo really wanted to stop ruling the county, he could devote all his time solely to training. At this point, the knights believed that if Count Werdo truly put an end to his reign, they would have a chance to become the new rulers of the county. The knights also believed that Count Werdo had an extremely small army, and the knights could easily gain the right to own and govern the state. Yuhan also told Count Werdo that he was simply amazed at how Count Werdo supported newcomers in bodybuilding. Afterwards, Yuhan took off his shirt and told the Count that he would definitely help Count Werdo improve his body, no matter which knight became the new ruler. Count Werdo was tired of putting up with the disgrace that was happening, and so he asked his assistant to move on to the next point of their meeting today. After Count Werdo announced the end of the meeting, he promised Yuhan to create new training simulators. However, the power of the district was unable to produce some simulators, and then Begimos, who is a spirit and king of the land, can help Yuhan in obtaining new simulators. The problem was that no one knew where to look for Begimos, but Rain told Yuhan that she was very good friends with many spirits. Rain told Yuhan that during the time she lived in the Elven Forest and studied late, she also learned to communicate with spirits. Yuhan was very happy that Rain could communicate with spirits, and he began to beg her to help him find Begimos. Rain told Yuhan that she could help him, but first Rain asked Yuhan to help her get revenge. At this point, the Count believed that Rain was talking about him and reminded her that she still had the right to kill him right now, but Rain said that she was not talking about Count Werdo. Rain told Yuhan that she wanted revenge on the Illuminati, the clan of dark magicians who caused the death of her family. Meanwhile, he was in one of the caves, where he told several monsters that his plan to take over the district had failed. Ben also said that next time he would take everything into account in his plan and do his best to avoid making mistakes. At that moment, there were also two monsters in the cave, the first of which looked like an old porcelain doll, and the second, like a creepy garden scarecrow with a scythe. The doll told Ben that they were very disappointed in him, and also added that it was good that Eliza was no longer there. These words made Ben very angry, so he injected himself with another strength-enhancing drug into his arm to deal with the doll. However, the doll and the scarecrow were not going to forgive Ben for his hot-tempered behavior, and so they decided to try to fight back. Soon a real battle began between Ben, the doll, and the scarecrow, in which the scarecrow began to protect the doll from Ben. Ben became very angry with the doll and promised her that he would definitely kill her. At that moment, the doll simply jumped aside and discovered that Ben's anger towards her was quite cute. The doll then told Ben that if he really tried to kill her, she would do everything she could to finish off Eliza. After these words, Ben became even more angry, and then injected himself with several more syringes of the enhancing drug. Ben's blow was so strong that it literally crushed the doll and the stuffed animal into pieces. However, despite this, the doll and the stuffed animal were still alive, and the doll felt that what Ben had done to them could be considered a betrayal. The doll then told Ben that as punishment, they would tell of his betrayal to a certain being who would surely be able to get rid of Ben. Ben thought that the doll and the stuffed animal would really tell everything about him, so he tried to crush them with even more force. However, the doll and the scarecrow managed to escape before he could strike, and he feared that if they told the creature about his betrayal, he would definitely not be able to save Eliza. Meanwhile, the doll and the scarecrow had already escaped from the cave, and they began to discuss with each other how the creature would punish Ben for his betrayal. The doll also remembered Ben's diary, which contained information about all the drugs he had taken, and she and the stuffed animal decided that they should get it as soon as possible. However, after a couple of seconds, the doll and the stuffed animal stopped and heard someone tell them that they would not receive this diary. After this, a mysterious silhouette appeared in the sky, from which a sharp blade flew out toward the doll and the scarecrow. Soon the doll and the stuffed animal were surrounded by a bright light, causing the doll and the stuffed animal to become disoriented. Before the doll and the scarecrow could even realize what was happening, Rian successfully attacked them with her sword and skill. When his vision returned to the scarecrow, he saw that the doll had been decapitated. At this point, the scarecrow became so angry at Ryan that it began to take on a stronger form. After the transformation, the scarecrow used one of its combat skills, Song of the Rotten Forest, under the influence of which any living object began to quickly decompose. However, Ryan was agile enough to dodge the scarecrow's attack. Instead of defeating Ryan, the scarecrow struck the nearby trees with its technique, causing them to immediately wither and rot, their leaves falling to the ground and turning to dust. After this, the scarecrow prepared to use the skill Rotting Tree Symphony, which had greater destructive power. As the scarecrow used its skill, Ryan tried to concentrate all her fighting energy to deflect the scarecrow's attack. While Ryan was fending off the scarecrow's attack, she told him that in her area there was an old tradition where people pulled out weeds to show their respect to their ancestors. Ryan also said that despite how ancient this custom was, people still follow it. After this, Ryan combined her fighting energy with her mastery of the invincible blade. Meanwhile, Yuhan, along with Count Herdo and Rain, set out to search for Begamos. Rain told Count Verdo that the spirits did not like it when someone cut the grass, to which Count Verdo replied that he was simply clearing a path especially for Yuhan. However, Yuhan told Count Verdo that there was no point in clearing the way, and Yuhan ordered Count Verdo to follow behind him in lunges. Suddenly, Yuhan noticed that they were just walking in circles and decided to ask Rain if they were going in the right direction. Rain then told Yuhan that the paths of spirits were very different from ordinary paths, and that they just needed to be patient. Soon Rain said that they had reached the right place, to which Yuhan replied that the grass in that place was soft enough to perform squat jumps. While Rain used latex breath to enter the spirit world, Yuhan told everyone else to start doing 20 squat jumps. At that moment, Rain began the countdown, and with each second her latex breathing became more intense. During the heightened late-night breathing, Rain began to feel the birds chirping, the leaves rustling, and the flowers trembling as they opened. Suddenly, a mysterious distortion appeared in the air, which turned out to be a portal to the spirit world. With each passing second, the portal to the spirit world grew larger, and Rain was already preparing to pass through it. Meanwhile, Count Verdo and the ghouls had finished doing their squat jumps, and after the last squat, Count counted the number of repetitions louder than anyone else. At this point, Yuhan reminded everyone that before the training began, he had agreed with the ghouls and Count Verdo that no one should shout so loudly. Yuhan then told everyone that due to Count Verdor's unacceptable behavior, everyone had to do the jumping squats 40 more times. At this moment, Rain had already passed through the portal to the spirit world, and then she grabbed Yuhan so that he too would end up in the spirit world. As soon as Yuhan and Rain passed through the portal, they began to fall rapidly, and Rain told Yuhan that he should just surrender to the wind. In the fall, Rain told Yuhan that they were now in the world of Mother Gaia, where various spirits lived. The ghouls and Count Weirdo also jumped into the portal, and as they fell, the ghouls could not get enough of the beauty of Gaia's world. However, a second later, the ghouls began to fall to the ground faster and soon landed on one of the banks. When the ghouls landed on the ground, they noticed that the force of gravity in this world was several times stronger than in their world. At this moment, Yuhan stood lightly on the ground and told the ghouls that thanks to the gravity in this world, they could perform squats more effectively. Yuhan also believed that the laws of this world, such as strong gravity, could be easily used for other exercises. At that moment, everyone saw a crowd of giant stone golems approaching them. At that very moment, one of the golems approached Yuhan and prepared to attack him. The golem's blow was so powerful that it caused a real earthquake. However, Yuhan was strong enough to deflect the golem's attack and began clenching his fist. The ghouls were surprised that Yuhan was able to survive the golem's attack and decided that they absolutely had to help Yuhan. However, at this moment, the other golems also prepared to attack Yuhan. The force of the golem's blows was so great that Yuhan was half buried in the ground under the impact of their blows. At this moment, Yuhan not only did not feel the pain from the golem's blows, but even began to feel some pleasure from the gradual increase in the load on his muscles. Due to the lack of space to strike, the golems were forced to attack their comrades to increase the burden on Yuhan. With each passing second, the golems grew in number, and the ghouls were already thinking that Yuhan would definitely not survive under such weight. At this moment, the earthquake intensified, and Blog ordered everyone to run for cover, as he believed that this earthquake was caused by Yuhan's muscle call. At this moment, the ghouls saw that Yuhan had increased in size several times, and Yuhan ordered the old ghoul lord to increase the weight of the golems he was holding on his shoulders. The old ghoul lord immediately complied with Yuhan's request, and Yuhan then began to slowly do squats. When Rain wanted to know what Yuhan was doing, one of the ghouls told her that Yuhan had to train his legs today. Rain still didn't understand why Yuhan was doing this. So Blog explained to Rain that today, Yuhan had to do strength training exercises aimed at strengthening Yuhan's lower body. At that moment, everyone who arrived in the spirit world heard a mysterious voice coming from the volcano. The mysterious voice said that his name was Begamos, that he was the ruler of the spirit world, and that he wanted to know for what purpose the guests from another world had come to his world. At this moment, Yuhan had just finished squatting, after which he immediately threw away the mountain of golems he was squatting with. Yuhan sat down and headed towards the sea, while Begamos tried to figure out who these guests from another world were. A second later, Yuhan entered the water, began to rinse himself and drink water directly from the sea. While Yuhan drank water from the sea, Begamos did not stop asking Yuhan and his comrades who they were and why they came here. Instead of giving Begamos a definitive answer, Yuhan told his teammates that water balance plays an extremely important role in metabolism and muscle growth. Yuhan also said that seawater is not suitable for replenishing water balance due to its high sodium content, but the water in this sea is soft and gentle. The ghouls thought that if they drank more water, their muscles would grow faster, and so the ghouls immediately ran to the sea. Within a few seconds, almost all the ghouls had entered the sea and started drinking water, while Begamos still wanted to know who these strangers were. After a few seconds, Yuhan rinsed himself off and drank some more seawater, after which he was ready to talk to Begamos. However, the behavior of Yuhan and his ghouls greatly angered Begamos, from which he concluded that Yuhan and his ghouls were simply arrogant and ill-mannered barbarians. Begamos was so angry at Yuhan and his ghouls that he immediately sent another group of his golems after them. Begamos also created very large and strong walls, from which a large and intricate labyrinth began to form. Then Begamos told Yuhan that his labyrinth was so complex and confusing that no one could get out of it without the help of spirits. Besides the fact that the labyrinth was constantly changing, it contained many huge stone golems, just waiting for someone to stumble upon them. While Begamos was telling Yuhan and his team about his labyrinth, Rain believed that with her latex skills, she could easily navigate the labyrinth. At that moment, Rain concentrated her strength and made a very high jump, thanks to which she was able to easily pass through the passage of the mysterious labyrinth. However, immediately after the jump, Rain began to fall rapidly to the ground. Then Rain realized that she would not be able to easily overcome this labyrinth by simply jumping over it. Meanwhile, several ghouls began to try to push against the wall with their walls, hoping that they would be able to simply break the walls of the labyrinth. Soon, the rest of the ghouls also began to try to break through the walls of the labyrinth, trying to find a weak spot in one of the walls. At that moment, Begamos told the ghouls that no force could break through these walls, but the ghouls did not stop trying to break through the walls of the labyrinth. After a few seconds, Yuhan managed to make a large hole in one of the walls of the labyrinth. A few seconds later, Blog managed to make another hole in one of the walls. After this, Blog suggested that all the ghouls start destroying the walls in the places where he and Yuhan had already made holes. The ghouls immediately began to destroy the walls, starting with the holes that Blog and Yuhan had already made, and further destruction of the labyrinth walls became many times more effective. However, despite the fact that the labyrinth was now almost completely destroyed, the ghouls still did not understand what to do with the golems. At that moment, Rain immediately used her fighting energy in combination with her sharp verbal skills to defeat one of the golems. After the attack, Rain told the ghouls that the golem's eyes were their weak point, and if you attacked a golem directly in the eye, it would immediately lose all of its life energy. After this, the ghouls immediately began to jump on their heads and hit them right in the eyes, after which the golems immediately fell to the ground. Begamos was so angry at Yuhan and his partners for cheating them in the maze that the volcano from which Begamos' voice was coming immediately began to erupt. Despite the sudden eruption of the volcano, Yuhan and his group managed to reach the volcano without loss, and they saw a very large and heavy object with a rope attached to it. The spirits told Rain that if they could lift this object, they would be able to meet Begamos. At first, Yuhan wanted to try to destroy this object, but one of the ghouls suggested that Yuhan look where the cable tied to this object leads. As soon as Yuhan took a closer look at the rope, he saw that it had passed through several lifting blocks. At the other end of the rope, Yuhan saw a lifting machine that he was very familiar with. Yuhan missed the world where he was still a famous bodybuilder very much, but he carefully hid his homesickness from his partners. Yuhan was so happy to see the familiar simulator from his world that he began to cry. The first upper block exercise machines appeared back in the 60s of the 20th century, and this machine was invented by the American sports coach Andrew Memel. The idea for the lat pull-down machine came to Andrew Memel while he was training and performing an exercise very similar to the lat pull-down. Andrew soon created a lat pull-down machine that made back exercises much more effective and safer. Since then, many varieties of lifting and transport machines have appeared, differing in design and operating mechanism. At some point, Yuhan stopped crying because he believed that tears had a negative effect on muscle development. The ghouls didn't understand what Yuhan was talking about, so they asked him to explain what kind of simulator it was. Count Weirdo wanted to escape unnoticed, as he was afraid that this simulator was some kind of trap, but Rain immediately grabbed the Count and did not let him escape. However, a happy Yuhan reassured everyone and said that this simulator was not a trap. Before sitting down at the machine, Yuhan asked the ghouls to list the exercises they performed on their backs. The ghouls then listed several exercises such as pull-ups, barbell curls, and one-arm dumbbell curls. Yuhan then told the ghouls that during these exercises, they constantly helped each other, while humans were forced to train alone. Yuhan also told the ghouls that it was precisely for people like him who trained alone that a machine like the suspension pulley machine was invented. Yuhan told the ghouls that the LAT pull-down machine exercises are very similar to pull-ups, but with this machine you can choose the weight and adjust the load on your muscles. While doing LAT pull-downs works the scapular and oblique muscles of the back, if you're not paying attention, your shoulders and forearms will sway. Yuhan also suggested that the ghouls try the exercise on this machine, and the ghouls happily agreed. Before you begin the exercise, you need to fix the bench so that your body remains in the same position while performing the exercise. After securing the machine, you need to grasp the machine so that your arms are slightly wider than your shoulders. After this, the person should pull the weight of the machine towards themselves so that the oblique muscles of the back are engaged during the exercise. Also, while performing the exercise, you must not change your body position and do not lean your body backward. At this moment, Yuhan felt that the weight on this machine was set too high and told the ghouls that he would first raise the weight and then the ghouls would go down. As soon as Yuhan began performing the exercise, the very object to which the rope was attached was lifted without any problem. While everyone was climbing up the pipe, Count Verdo asked the old ghoul lord why Yuhan was doing this exercise if he only planned to train his legs today. Then the old ghoul lord told Count Verdo that Yuhan's body was very different from that of an ordinary person. Despite this, Count Verdo did not understand how Yuhan could have gone down with them if he had left that pipe open. At that moment, the old ghoul lord seriously thought about Count Verdo's words and decided that he urgently needed to figure out how to send Yuhan down the pipe along with the others. Soon Yuhan finished the exercise and said that he would be able to go with them soon. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord used weight reduction while the other ghouls held the passage open so that Yuhan could pass through with his comrades. As Yuhan headed towards the passage, he noticed that the ghouls' muscles and maximum weight had become much larger, after which they all descended into the mysterious passage. As soon as Yuhan and his partners walked down the corridor, they saw many small hamsters working in some kind of factory. Rain was immediately moved by what she saw, and she really wanted to touch these hamsters. However, Yuhan told Rain that before she started training at the gym, she should definitely contact the director or another staff member at the gym. At this moment, Yuhan heard a familiar voice saying that Yuhan and his partners really shouldn't touch anything here. At that moment, Yuhan saw a small, snow-white puppy in front of him, who declared that he was the very Begimos who was the master of this world. Count Weirdo couldn't believe that this cute dog was Begimos, while the old ghoul lord noticed that the dog had a belly as big as his own. The old ghoul lord's words made the little dog very angry, and he immediately began to threaten the old ghoul lord with cruel punishment. At that moment, a cat in a lab coat appeared behind the dog and threw a small ball at her head, and she said that she was very interested in watching how things unfolded. At that moment, the dog made an offended face and squatted down. And the cat said that this cute dog's name was Ren, and he was the supreme spirit of the earth. After this, the cat, with a smile on her face, told Yuhan and his partner that she was the Begimos they were looking for. Begimos also told Yuhan and his partners that the other workers in this factory were also high spirits, and therefore Yuhan and his partners should not treat them like animals. At this moment, Yuhan and his companions looked at Begimos and tried to understand how a cat, a small dog, and hamsters could be the supreme spirits of the earth. Afterwards, Begimos said that thanks to Ren's tests, they were able to assess the abilities of Yuhan's group, after which she asked Yuhan why they came to the spirit world. Yuhan then told Begimos that they came to this world because of her, and then Yuhan asked Begimos if she could make him some training equipment. Begimos then told Yuhan that if she had time and materials, she could make learning mechanisms, which she called simulators. Yuhan was about to thank Begimos for her help, but Count Verdo told Yuhan that decent people do not conduct such negotiations. After this, Count Werdo bowed to Begimos, greeted her, and introduced himself. After this, Count Werdo asked Begimos how Yuhan's group could repay her for her help. Begimos was somewhat surprised by Count Verdo's politeness, and she began to think about how Yuhan's group could repay her. After a moment's thought, Begimos told Count Werdo that the spirits of her world did not accept goods from beings of the middle world as payment. Then Count Werdo told Begimos that he would fulfill any of her requests just to thank her for her help. Then Begimos said that recently a villain had appeared in the middle world and was defiling the earth. Begimos had already sent her assistants to the middle world more than once to get rid of the villain, but everyone she sent disappeared without a trace. Then Begimos said that if Yuhan and his group could get rid of this scoundrel, then she would definitely provide Yuhan with all the necessary training equipment. Yuhan agreed to these conditions, but Count Verdo wanted to know if they would like someone to be their guide. Begimos said that she had previously only sent mid-level spirits on this mission, but now she was interested in seeing what Yuhan and his group were capable of. Begimos then decided to send Ren along with Yuhan and his group, as he was one of the high-level spirits. Ren was very afraid to go to the middle world and told Begimos that he could not go with Yuhan, as he was responsible for maintaining the workplace of all the spirits. However, Begimos knew that all Ren really did was sleep around the clock and eat dog food. Meanwhile, Ryan disturbed several more monsters that lived in the area where she fought the Scarecrow. At that moment, various monsters, clowns and witches, started chasing after Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan ran far enough to try to attack the monsters that were attacking her. Ryan's attack was so fast and powerful that the monsters pursuing her immediately flew high into the sky. At that moment, Ryan stopped and prepared to combine her fighting energy with her mastery of piercing blades. Ryan's skill was so precise and deadly that the swords created during this mastery could easily strike a flying fly. Soon, a huge number of magical blades appeared in the sky, aimed at Ryan's enemies. There were so many magic swords that the monsters that attacked Ryan did not have enough time to run away or take cover from his attack. Even though Ryan easily disposed of her enemies, she was greatly disappointed that she was unable to take what she came for. Meanwhile, Ren was still walking with Yuhan's group, and the first thing he was going to do was eat one piece of the local ore. While Yuhan was training, Ren explained to him that spirits like him could easily read the memories of the land by eating a piece of ore formed in those lands. As soon as Ren tasted one of the ores, his eyes became several times larger, and Yuhan believed that Ren had actually seen something. However, Ren only wagged her tail and told Yuhan that she had never tasted such delicious ore in her life. After that, Ren said that this ore is too young, and this ore has a short memory. Ren then told Yuhan and his group that if they could get him some very old stones, he would be able to see even more memories. After a couple of minutes, the ghouls gathered and began looking for stones old enough for Ren. Suddenly, a couple of ghouls found one large round stone, and they decided to bring it to Ren. The ghouls were trying to lift the stone they had found, and at that moment Yuhan approached them to find out what they were going to do. The ghouls then told Yuhan that they were going to dig up the stone and bring it to Ren. Yuhan then ordered the ghouls to step aside to show them how to pull out the stone even more efficiently. Yuhan then knelt down and placed one hand on the ground, while the other one stuck into the stone, making several holes in it for a more comfortable grip. After this, the stone turned into a small weight, which Yuhan and the ghouls were able to easily pull out of the pit. However, instead of taking the stone out and taking it to Ren, Yuhan immediately began doing exercises with her. While Yuhan was doing the exercise, Blog wanted to show him how he could lift such heavy stones. A couple of seconds later, Blog easily lifted a very heavy stone over his head and began squatting with it. After doing a few squats, Blog threw a heavy stone, causing a very loud noise in the area. After this, Yuhan praised Blog and told him that Blog now held his posture even more confidently. Meanwhile, the other ghouls also began to perform various exercises using heavy stones. At this moment, Ren looked at Yuhan and his ghouls training and thought that they had completely forgotten about his request. A few minutes later, Yuhan finally gave Ren a piece of the required stone so that he could try to see his memories. A second after the bite, Ren saw the memories of the stone and saw a strange cave in front of him. This cave was inhabited by a large creature named Cork, who was half human, half amphibian, and who also invented the alcoholic drink whiskey. On this day, an unknown monster came to Cork, who reminded him that if he did not enter the Oculus, he would take away Cork's right to live in this cave. The thing is, Cork offered his master whiskey as a gift, but the monster thought that Cork wanted to poison his master. Cork then told the monster that he would like to join Oculus, but he was somewhat unhappy with the terms of his entry. Cork also wanted to prove to the monster that his whiskey was not poison, so he ordered several of his assistants to capture the monster and make him drink the whiskey. Soon the monster became drunk on Cork's whiskey, and Cork decided that he could now conduct a dialogue with this monster. After this, Cork called together all the members of the Red Military Order, of which Cork was the leader, and announced the beginning of the meeting. At that moment, Or's memories were interrupted, and Ren wanted to tell Yuhan what he had learned. However, at this moment, Yuhan and his ghouls continued to train, and then Ren called Yuhan and his ghouls savages. After training, the first ghoul noticed that one of his teammates had noticeably enlarged oblique muscles. Then this ghoul said that his muscles were building up very quickly, and he noticed that his partner started lifting even heavier weights. Then the first ghoul told his friend that lifting weights was indeed the most effective way to build muscle mass. The second ghoul could not agree with his friend's opinion, and he believed that the blow was much more important than the weight. However, the first ghoul was absolutely sure that weight plays an important role in muscle growth. At this point, an argument arose between the two friends about what was more important, weight or impact. At this point, one of the ghouls suggested that they fight in a fair fight to find out for sure what was more important for building muscle. The second ghoul said that he also wanted to know what was more important, and then accepted his friend's challenge to a fight. At this moment, the rest of the ghouls watched the quarrel of these ghouls. Meanwhile, these ghouls have already prepared for a bodybuilding fight, during which they will have to stand in various poses while the judge evaluates them. The judges felt that the weights made the obliques appear larger, while the impact training made the same muscles appear more defined. The first pose was a double biceps front pose, and despite the difference, both ghouls looked quite toned. The second pose showed off the latissimus dorsi muscles from the front, and this time the difference was a little less. Before the judge could order the ghouls to stand in the third position, Yuhan suddenly appeared, wanting to find out what was going on. At this moment, Yuhan was very angry at the ghouls, as he was not happy with the fact that instead of training, the ghouls were doing some nonsense. Yuhan then told the ghouls that instead of figuring out which was more important, weight or punch, they would rather focus their energy on training and taking breaks. Despite Yuhan's anger, the ghouls still wanted to know what was really more important for building muscle, weight or punch. Then the ghouls decided to ask Yuhan about this, so that he would give them a precise answer and explain everything to them. However, instead of answering the ghouls' question, Yuhan asked them what was more important to them, a barbell or dumbbells, hamstrings or thighs, pectorals or back muscles. At this moment, Count Virdo understood what Yuhan meant when he asked questions, but he didn't understand why he didn't ask the ghouls who was more important to them, mom or dad. However, the old ghoul lord asked Count Virdo to speak a little more quietly, as Yuhan had very good hearing and might accidentally overhear the count's words. Yuan then told the ghouls that they shouldn't think about such things, since the increase in weight could also increase the impact. Yuan then suggested that everyone complete their ghoul training and begin a new training, and the ghouls happily agreed to Yuhan's suggestion. This time, Yuhan once again managed to convince his partners that he would definitely make every effort to help them become better. While the ghouls were preparing for their new training, Ren ate ore and thought about when Yuhan and his group would join the quest. Meanwhile, Blog wanders the forest in search of slugs to make exercise bands out of to help him build up his accessory muscles. The Blog couldn't forget Rain's words about his attacks being too slow to defeat her. After some time, the Blog finally managed to find a piece from which it could make an educational feed. At this point, Blog was already attacking the slug as quickly as possible so that it wouldn't have time to escape from him. However, when Blog almost caught the slug, he noticed that the slug had disappeared somewhere. A couple of seconds later, Blog saw some strange animal sitting on a tree and holding its slug in its hands. At that moment, a large frog sitting in a tree apologized to the blogger and said that slugs could be used to make excellent liquor. However, the frog did not understand why the man suddenly needed a slug and decided to ask about it in the blog. Blog then explained to the frog that slugs could be used to make exercise equipment that would help him become stronger. Then the frog told Blog that his mentor could easily make Blog stronger. After this, the frog invited Blog to go with him to his mentor so that he could help Blog become even stronger. However, Blog declined the offer, citing the fact that he already had a mentor who was probably already waiting for him. As a result, Blog went with the frog to his mentor, who immediately gave Blog a drink. The frogs were amazed that Blog drank so much alcohol so easily and decided that Blog had been drinking for a long time. However, drunk Blog reported that this was his first experience with alcohol, after which he asked the frogs when he would become stronger. Then one of the frogs told Blog that he had already become very strong, and the more he drank, the stronger he would become. The frogs wanted to pour Blog another drink, but at that moment Blog simply couldn't take it anymore and fell to the floor. When Blog fell unconscious on the floor, the frogs said that Blog would have to pay dearly for the drink. Soon Blog began to wake up, and with each passing second he became more and more thirsty. At that moment, Blog was in a very large cave, to the walls of which were attached many people just like Blog, who had been given water by frogs. Blog remembered that he needed to return to Yuhan as soon as possible, and then he began to try to escape from the trap. However, the substance holding Blog was too sticky and elastic for Blog to get out on his own. At that moment, Blog heard someone tell him that if Blog wanted to live, he had to stop twitching. It was the same lizard who had commanded a group of lizards that had once attacked a ghoul settlement, and he said that no one had ever managed to escape from the Toad Food warehouse. However, Blog did not listen to the lizard and continued to try to get out, and this began to make the lizard very angry. However, the lizard remembered that there was no point in trying to stop Blog, since they would die very soon anyway. After this, Blog stopped twitching and asked the lizard why the frogs didn't kill them right away. The lizard then told the Blog that the frogs do this to create a kind of dungeon. A dungeon is any place where new monsters appear and subsequently attack people. However, monsters cannot spawn infinitely, and special life energy is required to spawn new monsters. The dungeon operates by sucking life energy from living creatures and redirecting it to create various monsters. Before using life energy, it is necessary to create and maintain a core in which all the energy of living beings will be stored. This is why frogs fill their warehouses with various living creatures, in order to then suck out all the energy from them and make them part of the dungeon. Then Blog wanted to try to find a way to get out of this warehouse alive and return to the surface. However, the lizard pointed out one of the dried skeletons to Blog and said that no one had ever managed to escape from the dungeon. The lizard also told the Blog that the more he moves in an attempt to escape, the faster he will lose his life energy. At this point, Blog began to blame himself for not having the strength to get out of this trap. At this point, Blog began to apologize to Yuhan for not being able to return to them. As soon as the lizard heard Yuhan's name, it immediately became frightened and believed that Yuhan would arrive here very soon. At this moment, the lizard became very scared and began to try to get out of the trap. Blog looked at the frightened lizard and couldn't understand why he was twitching so much, if he himself said that this would only make him lose his vital energy faster. At that moment, the lizard remembered with pain in his soul that very day when his team failed in their attempt to capture the ghoul settlement, after which Yuhan used them for group training. The lizard then told Blog that no matter what he did, he would still die, either because of the dungeon or because of Yuhan. Meanwhile, Yuhan was trying to figure out where Blog was now and why he hadn't returned yet. The old ghoul lord then explained to Yuhan that Blog had forgotten to bring his training ribbon with him, and he had gone into the forest to make himself a new ribbon. Yuhan then thought that Blog could ask him to give him a new training tape, since Yuhan always had a spare tape with him. At this point, Rain found it strange that Blog had never returned to them, and this made her worry. However, Yuhan was completely calm towards Blog, as he was confident that Blog was strong enough to survive on his own in the wild. However, Count Verdo felt that they were now in enemy territory, and that they should be more concerned about the fact that one of their group had not returned. A second later, Yuhan handed Count Werdo a large round stone, and the Count found it very difficult to hold it. After that, Yuhan told Count Werdo that if the current lull bothered him, he could start doing squats. Count Werdo deeply regretted his disturbance, and then the Count began to squat with his heavy cobblestone. While Count Verdo squatted with a boulder on his shoulders, Ren informed Yuhan that they must find Cork, who was planning to turn this place into a dungeon. Ren also told Yuhan that they should not use their power in this place, as the dungeon could absorb the powers of living beings. While Ren was talking about Cork, Yuhan was only thinking about how frog legs contained a lot of protein, which was necessary for muscle growth. Then the ghouls decided that the faster they dealt with Cork and his assistants, the more protein they would get. The ghouls wanted to find Cork in his dungeon as quickly as possible, and they decided to ask Ren where Cork's lair was. However, Ren stated that he could not give the exact location of Cork, but he did say that Cork was located in something like a cave. The ghouls then suggested that Yuhan split into groups and go in search of Cork, after which the group that found Cork would signal all the other groups with their pectoral muscles. At this moment, Yuhan felt that he and his ghouls should not spend so much time on aerobic exercise. At this moment, Count Verdo told Yuhan that he could easily find anything, and then invited Yuhan to join them in searching for Cork. Before Count Verdo went to look for Cork, Yuhan wanted to make sure the Count had done 100 squats, but the Count said he hadn't finished squatting yet. Yuhan then told Count Verdo that he could join the search for Cork after he completed 100 squats. At this point, Count Verdo became even more offended that he not only failed to avoid squatting, but also had to look for Cork. At that moment, one of the frogs was heading towards the dungeon with a very large bag. When the frog approached the entrance to the dungeon, the guard frog allowed the frog with the bag to approach the vessel that stored the life energy of the dungeon's victims. After this, the frog began to pour something from its bag into the vessel with life energy. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the messengers awakened, turning out to be very large larvae. As soon as the death envoys appeared, the lizard explained to the blog that these larvae consume the body of the dungeon's victim, releasing the life energy from the victim's physical shell. As the messengers of death approached, Blog and the lizard began to twitch even more violently, but the trap was too tight and sticky. Meanwhile, Yuhan and his henchmen sat around the fire and ate the meat of huge chickens for dinner. Suddenly, one of the ghouls told Yuhan that Blog had not brought any food supplies with him, and he wondered if Blog could live long enough to avoid starving to death. However, Yuhan was absolutely calm about Blog, as he believed that nature itself had awarded Blog with a unique feature. At first, the ghouls thought that Yuhan was saying that Blog was simply born strong, but Yuhan himself was referring to another characteristic of Blog. Yuhan told the ghouls that Blog had the dumbest taste buds on the entire continent, but the ghouls couldn't figure out what was so good about that feature. Yuhan then told the ghouls that because Blog's taste buds had become dull, he was practically indiscriminate in what he ate, and because of this, Blog could eat almost anything. Meanwhile, the messengers of death tried to deprive Blog of the awareness that he could be easily eaten. However, Blog decided to try to neutralize the messengers of death without the help of his power, by trying to bite off their heads. Due to its strangeness, Blog didn't pay attention to the taste and ate the head of one of the larvae without any problem. At that moment, the larva with its head cut off began to fall, and the other larvae stopped and trembled with fear. The lizard looked at Blog and couldn't understand how it was possible to eat something like that so easily. At this point, nutrients began to flow into Blog's body, and Blog began to feel a surge of strength. Blog tried to get out of the trap again, but the lizard kept reminding Blog that he couldn't get out of the trap. However, after a few seconds, Blog managed to escape from the trap, which greatly shocked the lizard. At that moment, Blog began to descend, but immediately grabbed hold of the slime that was holding him. After Blog stopped falling, he looked at the other maggots and started thinking about which maggot he would bite off the head of this time. The next day, the ghouls began searching for Cork's lair, and at some point they began to wonder if there was any benefit to creating a dungeon. Then the old ghoul lord told the ghouls that the dungeon was a kind of system that accumulated life force. In addition, the old ghoul lord said that if one dungeon is created, it will gradually begin to increase its range and the speed of sucking out life force more efficiently. Furthermore, the one who created the dungeon could be considered the rightful owner of the territories occupied by the dungeon, and the ghouls began to wonder why humans never created their own dungeons. Then Count Weirdo told the ghouls that in addition to creating the dungeon, they also needed to ensure its functioning, since a dungeon required a lot of life force to function. Count Weirdo also said that if, along with taxes, he demanded that part of the people's life force be taken away, the people would certainly rise up against him. Along with creating and maintaining a dungeon, defense is also required, which is very difficult to implement. Along the way, the ghouls noticed that the area had very high humidity and an extremely unpleasant smell, which is why people do not live there. The ghouls then tried to understand why it was necessary to create a dungeon in this particular area, and Ren said that there were several reasons. The first important factor in creating the dungeon was a small area to minimize the risk of invasion of these lands. The second factor in creating a dungeon is the other goals of its creation that the creator pursues. Meanwhile, Croc organized a party at which everyone, including himself, did nothing but drink whiskey. Cork used his alcohol to lure new slaves, whom he called friends. This time, Cork was able to lure several friends to him, among whom were not only people, but also various monsters, among whom was the very monster who first threatened Cork with cruel reprisals. When the monster was sufficiently drunk on whiskey, Cork handed him a contract that Cork had drawn up with the monster's owner. At first, the monster could not say anything, after which one of the frogs tried to make the monster drink even more. A couple of minutes later, Cork announced the end of the party and told his new friends to head to the distillery to produce even more alcohol. Intoxicated, the fiends were unable to do anything against Cork, and so they obediently went to the Cork distillery for the production of whiskey and other alcoholic drinks. However, soon one of the monsters began to show aggression and began demanding more whiskey. However, Cork had no intention of complying with the drunken monster's demands and immediately hit him with an empty whiskey bottle. Cork's blow to the monster proved fatal, and Cork decided to send the monster into the vat. After this, Cork informed his charges that they urgently needed to obtain the best ingredients for whiskey. After a couple of minutes, the frogs came to the surface and began to dig a deep and very long hole. While the frogs were digging a hole, Yuhan managed to arrive at the same place where the frogs were working. Yuhan walked closer and closer to the frogs, but the frogs paid no attention to him. Soon Yuhan took a shovel from one of the frogs and began to show the frogs how to dig properly. At first, the frogs thought that Yuhan was one of Cork's friends, but they still wanted to ask Yuhan who he was. Soon the frogs noticed how hard Yuhan was digging, and then they decided that Yuhan was really one of their friends. Soon Yuhan stopped digging and then gave the shovel to one of the frogs and told them to continue working. At this point, the frogs immediately resumed their work, but now they were digging much more efficiently than before Yuhan's arrival. Meanwhile, Yuhan stood next to the frogs and told them that they should feel the contraction of their muscles as they dug. Thanks to Yuhan's instructions, the frogs began to dig the hole even more efficiently. Yuhan also asked the frogs to imagine that they were playing sports and the shovel was an extension of their forearms. The frogs began digging so hard that they soon began to sweat, despite the fact that, biologically speaking, frogs do not have sweat glands, which means they cannot sweat. Soon the frogs threw their shovels down on the ground and stopped digging, because they did not understand why they should obey Yuhan. At this moment, Yuhan just picked up the shovels from the ground and told the frogs that they should not throw the tools on the ground. Yuhan then picked up the shovels from the ground and gave them to the frogs, hoping that they would continue digging. However, at this moment, the frogs realized that Yuhan was not their friend, as they initially thought that Yuhan was drunk. Yuhan didn't understand why the frogs started getting angry at him, because he thought they had become training buddies. At this moment, the frogs finally became convinced that Yuhan was not their friend and decided to attack him. However, the moment the frogs attacked Yuhan, the shovels immediately broke. At this moment, Yuhan became angry at the frogs, not because they were trying to attack him, but because they were allowing themselves to point their working tools at others. The frogs were surprised at how easily the shovels broke, and decided that the shovels broke only because they had been digging with them for so long. One of the frogs also said that if the shovels were a little stronger, then a weakling like Yuhan would immediately fall to the ground. Yuhan was very angry that the frogs called him weak, and Yuhan immediately began to tense all his muscles. Soon Yuhan grew several times larger and demanded that the frogs repeat what they had just said about him. First, Yuhan stepped on the frogs with his feet and then grabbed them by the tongues. After this, Yuhan began to stretch his muscles, stretching the frog's tongues as far as possible. Yuhan pulled out the frog's tongue so hard that the frogs screamed so loudly that their screams could be heard from several hundred meters away. Yuhan stretched to lengthen his muscles a little and apply even more pressure. After a few seconds of stretching, the frogs began to apologize to Yuhan for calling him a weakling. Another frog was watching the whole thing and decided to tell Cork what he had just seen. Meanwhile, Cork tried another whiskey prepared by his assistants. Cork liked the whiskey so much that he decided it was enough to create his own dungeon, even without the help of the Oculus. Cork then decided that if he was soon to establish his own shelter, he should invite a troop of drunkards to his place and celebrate this momentous occasion. Soon the VIPs arrived at Cork's office, and at that moment the rest of the frogs left Cork's office. These were representatives of the officer class, whom Cork called drunkards. A werewolf named Kavad couldn't wait for them to start having fun, and a goat named Kalat told Kavad that he was behaving in an extremely indecent manner. While a white bear named Kalamak stood silently behind everyone, a man named Randib said that he liked the smell of battle, and a fox named Tailcock spat to the side. Once all the representatives of the officer order had gathered, Cork cast a special spell that turned all the surrounding areas into a field for a large board game. At this moment, Neguru, who was a four-sided dice and was in charge of running the drinking game, appeared. Neguro discovered around 380 creatures in the surrounding area that could participate in the game, after which he created several clones of himself and headed towards these creatures. One of Negiro's clones came to Yuhan, who explained to him that he could become one of 5 members of a single team, while the rest of the members would play the role of support players. Negiro also told Yuhan that if no one agreed to play, all the creatures would receive a special punishment that would cause their blood alcohol content to increase by 0.1%. Yuhan didn't know what the blood alcohol concentration was, so he decided to look it up in his magic reference book. From his magic reference book, Yuhan learned that alcohol itself has no direct effect on muscles. However, alcohol has a strong negative impact on the absorption of nutrients, as it is much easier to break down and process than proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. This increases the load on the liver, resulting in the liver requiring more water, which causes the water level in the muscles to decrease significantly. Yuhan didn't want his muscles to stop growing because of alcohol, so he decided to participate in the game. Meanwhile, another copy of Nagiro appeared next to one of the groups of ghouls, and one of the ghouls decided to try to participate in the game. However, Count Werdo was sure that this could be some kind of trap, and decided that no one would put pressure on Nagiro. Count Werdo also suggested that they simply wait until someone else wanted to take part in the game, and simply watch the events unfold. However, the ghoul was still going to put pressure on Nagiro, but when Count Weirdo tried to dissuade the ghoul from doing so, the Count himself accidentally attacked Nagiro. At this point, Neguru announced that Count Weirdo was now a participant in the games. At that moment, another clone appeared in the place where the old Ghoul Lord was now. Without thinking twice, the old Ghoul Lord decided to participate in the game, as he was worried that if he didn't want to participate, Yuhan would think that he was just sitting around doing nothing. Additionally, one of Nagiro's clones ended up in the same place where Rain and Ren are now. Before taking part in the game, Ren decided to fully familiarize himself with all the rules and conditions of the game. After Ren read all the rules of the game, Rain and Ren decided to try to participate in the game too. A few seconds later, Neguru created a new team, which included Yuhan, the old Ghoul Lord, Rain, and Ren. Neguro also created another team, whose members included Cork and all the officers, who were to play against Yuhan's team. Before the game started, Neguru turned around several times to choose the game that Yuhan and Cork's teams would play today. As soon as Nagiro hit the ground, the name of the game that Yuhan and Cork's teams would be playing appeared on one of its sides. This game is called Rabbit Rabbit, and in it the players become rabbits, but one player on each team becomes a carrot. The goal of the game is for the rabbits from one team to protect their team's carrot and try to capture the carrot of the opposing team. If one team manages to capture the carrot, the other team loses, and the losing team's blood alcohol level increases by 0.1%. In addition to the main participants, secondary players can also play, helping either team achieve victory. Having explained all the basic rules, Neguru announced the start of the drinking games. At this point, the players were given their roles, and Cork was given the role of the rabbit, which made him very happy. However, at this point, Cork noticed that some unknown player had been assigned the role of carrot, and he wanted to find out who this player was. At this moment, one of the frogs found one of the players from Yuhan's team and demanded that reinforcements be called as soon as possible. However, the second frog did not understand what was so dangerous in that direction because 10 frogs had already been sent there, and she suspected that there was a carrot in that direction. However, the first frog did not care who was on the other side, as she believed that this player was too strong and they would not be able to offer him any resistance. At this moment, Yuhan was a rabbit, and he was heading towards the enemy carrot without any problems, overcoming all the obstacles in his path. Yuhan was afraid that if his team lost, the alcohol content in his body would increase, and he didn't want his muscles to stop growing because of alcohol. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord tried to escape from the frogs and get to the location of the enemy carrots. However, at this point, the old ghoul lord was given the role of carrot, and he ordered all the other ghouls to protect him and prevent the enemy team from capturing him. The ghouls then decided to use the call of the pectoral muscles to convey to all the other ghouls that the old ghoul lord had been given the role of carrot and that everyone should protect him. Meanwhile, a pair of ghouls were running away from the frogs along with Count Weirdo. After some time, Count Weirdo stopped and noticed that the frogs had stopped running after him. Then one of the ghouls told Count Verdo that one of the ghouls used the power of the chest call to notify all the ghouls that the old ghoul lord had been given the role of a carrot. Ghoul also told Count Verdo that the frogs found out that the old ghoul lord had turned into a carrot, and so all the frogs ran after him. At that moment, Count Verdo thought about how the frogs knew who was on their carrot team and who they needed to catch. Then the ghoul told Count Verdo that the old lord of the ghouls himself had shouted that he had received the status of a carrot. At this point, Count Verdo became very worried and began to think that the old ghoul lord had simply gone mad, since he had so easily given out such important information to the enemy. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord and his group of ghouls were still trying to escape from the frogs. At that moment, Randib was running along with the frogs after the old ghoul lord, who managed to overtake all the frogs in a matter of seconds. The ghouls noticed how weak Randib's nagas were and decided they could easily stop him. The ghouls then stopped and crossed their legs to trip up Randib and stop him. However, Randib jumped over the ghouls' legs without any problem and said that he could feel their slowness. The ghouls were amazed by Randib's speed, and they already believed that they could no longer stop him. At the same moment, one of the ghouls threw one of the dumbbells at Randib, and the old ghoul lord used his skill to reduce the weight of the dumbbell for greater range. Randib thought that he could easily dodge the dumbbell too, and then simply ran to the side. However, behind the flying dumbbell was Nair, who was already ready to attack Randiba. At the moment when Nair attacked Randib, Randib managed to draw his sword and repel Nair's attack. Despite Randib's reaction, the force of Nair's blow was much stronger, and she threw Randib high into the sky. At that moment, while Randib was in the air, he summoned a magical beam from his sword, which flew towards the old ghoul lord. Meanwhile, Kavod sat in the cork cave and drank another bottle of vodka. After Kavod drank another bottle of vodka, a powerful flame burst out of his body, and Kavod himself became covered in fiery armor. The air around Kavod was so hot that all the frogs nearby jumped into the water to avoid getting burned. Soon Kavod found himself on the ledge of one of the mountains, from where he saw the giant Yuhan. Kavod used a special magic that gave him fiery armor, the strength of which depended on the strength of the alcohol Kavod drank. Before attacking Yuhan, Kavod drank a couple more bottles of vodka to further increase the strength of his armor. A few seconds later, Kavod used the New Moon Chariot skill, which significantly increased all of his stats. At that very second, Kavod used his skill to jump towards Yuhan and defeat him. During the flight, Kavod promised Yuhan that he would kill him so quickly that he wouldn't even have time to feel anything. At the same time, Yuhan turned around and used a block fly to defeat Kavod. As soon as Yuhan opened his palms, the Kavod immediately lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. As soon as Kavod fell to the ground, Nagiro announced that Kavod was eliminated and could no longer participate in the game. Meanwhile, Tailcock was resting in one of Cork's rooms, and at some point asked for some water. When Keelat brought Tailcock a glass of water, Tailcock asked him if she should participate in this game. Keelat then told Tailcock that playing in the game was a condition of the contract with Cork, and so they all had to take part in the game. After these words, Tailcock began to act up and say that she only wanted to drink and have fun. However, Clotha told Tailcock that he could handle everything himself, and that Tailcock would not even have to interfere. At this moment, Ren was lying next to Tailcock's bed, pretending to be a plush toy. After the conversation, Kalad asked Tailcock if she liked the stuffed toy he brought her. Tailcock told Kalada that although she really liked the toy, she was still very bored sitting in that room. After this, Tailcock got out of bed, took Ren, and said that she would still like to hunt. Meanwhile, Rain was still trying to protect the old ghoul lord from enemy players. Soon Randib landed on the ground and said that he could now smell the power. Rain thought Randib was talking about her, and she told him that he really shouldn't have gotten involved with her. However, Randib pointed back and said that he was talking about Cork, from whom he felt strength. At that moment, Cork decided that since he had found the enemy carrot so quickly, he would easily win. However, the old lord decided to try to escape from Cork, and this began to greatly anger Cork. While the old ghoul lord tried to escape, Rain decided to try to defeat Cork alone. Instead of trying to escape, Cork took out a bottle of whiskey and began drinking. A second later, Cork began to scream so loudly that his scream broke the sound barrier. At that moment, Rain covered her ears with her hands and curled into a ball to reduce the damage from Cork's scream. Cork's scream was so loud that Rain was thrown very far into the forest. As Rain began to land, she returned to her original position and landed easily on her feet. However, as soon as Rain landed, she saw a defeated ghoul flying towards her. When Rain looked away, she saw Kylate and Tailcock emerging from the ashes towards her. Tailcock told Kalada that the enemy team's rabbits were so weak that she would soon tire of this hunt. At this point, the ghoul told Rain that she should be very careful, as Kylate and Tailcock were very strong opponents. After this, the ghoul showed the body of Rain Yuhan lying on the ground and said that he was defeated by Kylate and Tailcock. Rain was extremely amazed that someone had managed to defeat the invincible Yuhan. A second later, Rain ran up to Yuhan's body and began asking him how Kalada and Tailcock managed to defeat him, to which Yuhan replied that he was simply falling asleep. Rain was very upset that Yuhan decided to sleep right during the battle because he initially promised to help take revenge. Yuhan then told Ryan that there was definitely something he had to be careful of. Ryan still didn't understand what Yuhan was talking about and wanted to know from him what magic or technique Kalada and Tailcock used to defeat him. Yuhan then told Ryan that human muscles grow not during training, but during sleep. Yuhan also said that for stable muscle growth, a person should sleep 8 hours so that the muscles can recover properly and become bigger and stronger. Yuhan also said that alcohol in the body has a negative effect on muscle growth and told Rain that he now hopes that Rain will definitely lead his team to victory. Rain realized that she shouldn't expect help from Yuhan, so she threw him to the ground and pinned his head to the ground. After Yuhan finally fell asleep, Rain prepared to look for carrots from the enemy team. While Tailcock waited for Kapat to do something, Kapate took out a bottle of whiskey and drank it immediately. Kapate's peculiarity was that the more alcohol he drank, the faster he became. Kipate threw the bottle on the ground and told Rain that she would pay with her life for ruining Tailcock's mood. At that very second, Kipit ran towards Rain so quickly that it was almost impossible to follow his movements. However, a few seconds later, Kipit ran in the other direction and crashed into another place, without causing any harm to Rain. At this point, Tailcock began to get very angry at Kapada for letting his chance for a successful attack slip away so easily. Then Kapate apologized to Tailcock and told her that he didn't know how to drink at all, and the more alcohol he drank, the higher his attack speed, but at the same time the probability of a successful attack also decreased. At that moment, Rain looked at Kipit and Tailcock and thought about how big the difference was between them and the enemies Rain had previously managed to fight. Then Kapate and Tailcock began to chant a spell in unison, which activated Tailcock's ability. After Kapate and Tailcock cast the spell, Rain and the ghouls were surrounded by several Kapate clones. The Kapate clones stood motionless, and then one of the ghouls decided to attack one of the clones. However, the moment the ghoul attacked one of the clones, that clone immediately disappeared. Ghoul couldn't tell if he was able to hit the Kapate clone or not because he couldn't feel the Kapate clone's touch. At that very moment, the real Kapat struck the ghoul with his horns, which immediately defeated the ghoul. Tailcock, holding a martini glass, told Rain and the ghouls that her ability was aimed at creating clones. Tailcock also said that the strength and range of her abilities also depend on the amount of alcohol she drinks. Tailcock also said that even if she told them where the real Kapate was, Rain and the ghouls would still not be able to catch him, as her magic area would be too large by that point. At that very moment, Ren decided it was time for him to stop pretending to be a toy, and at that very second he attacked Tailcock. Due to such a sudden attack, Tailcock fell to the ground, and Ren began to attack her. Kipit couldn't believe that someone had managed to defeat Tailcock, and he immediately ran towards Ren to attack him. However, Rain appeared in front of Kapat and decided to use a one-legged stretch to take him down. Rain kicked Kipata as hard as she could and told him that people like him needed to learn to breathe properly. Rain learned that Kipat was a rabbit, and Nagiro said that Kipat was no longer in the game. Neguro also revealed that the old Ghoul Lord was also a rabbit, and that he was also not involved in the game. Along with Kipat and the old Ghoul Lord, Tailcock was also eliminated from the game, with Nagiro saying that Tailcock was the enemy team's carrot. After Yuhan's team won the drinking game, Negru punished the Cork team members by raising their blood alcohol levels. At this moment, Count Werdo and several ghouls managed to reach the ledge of one of the mountains. Count Werdo also told the ghouls that he was actually a carrot and that the old ghoul lord had done a good job of distracting his opponents. Although the Cork team suffered a defeat, the people of Cork themselves were not at all disappointed. The forest where the drinking games were held took a lot of energy from all the creatures that were in the forest and that were also taking part in the drinking games. Cork believed that all the energy he got from drinking games would be more than enough to create his own dungeon. After this, Cork gathered all the magic into one hole and began the process of forming a new dungeon. However, despite the abundance of energy received, Cork was still unable to create a new dungeon. The ritual of creating a new dungeon was suddenly interrupted, and Cork could not understand what went wrong. Meanwhile, Blog was still in the cave and was remembering what happened the day before he fell into that cave. Blog recalled his conversation with Yuhan, who pointed out to him that Blog was very worried about something. Then Blog told Yuhan that he was tormented by doubts, that he was still too weak. However, Yuhan didn't understand why Blog considered himself weak even though his muscles were now much bigger. Blog told Yuhan that throughout his training, Yuhan taught Blog mainly only barbell training. Then Blog told Yuhan that Blog could compete in strength before, but now he was competing with Yuhan in technique. At this moment, Yuhan jokingly told Blog that although Blog had trained a little less than Yuhan, he already wanted to fight him. Afterwards, Yuhan told Blog that he was just joking and that it was not that Blog had not yet reached its limit. Yuhan also asked Blog to raise his hand parallel to the ground, as something had been bothering Yuhan from the beginning. As soon as Blog raised his hand, Yuhan asked him if he felt any pain or discomfort. Blog then told Yuhan that he did not feel any pain, but did experience a somewhat unpleasant sensation. After that, Yuhan put his hand on Blog's back and asked him to raise his hand again. This time, Blog found it more difficult to raise his hand, causing his hand to shake violently. Yuhan then told Blog that all this happened because Blog did not use the serratus muscles, but used other muscles instead. The shoulder raise uses the serratus brachii, which rotates the humerus and trapezius bones, and Blog did not use the serratus for the arm raise. Yuhan told the Blog that he couldn't train his serratus muscles with a barbell, and Yuhan was willing to show the Blog an exercise to train them. For this exercise, you need to take an exercise band, put it on both hands, and extend your arms forward slightly wider than shoulder width apart. After this, you need to tense your arms so that you feel the tension of the elastic band and begin to move your shoulder blades. All you have to do is wait for 5 seconds, after which you need to arch your back and at the same time start to pull your shoulders back. Yuhan gave Blog one of his workout tapes and said that if he did 3 sets of 15 reps of this exercise, he could easily tone his serratus muscles. At this point, Kalimak arrived at the cave and told the Blog that Cork had told him to watch the cave. After this, Kalimak took out a bottle of wine, drank it, and said that under the influence of alcohol, his body became much stronger and more robust. After a couple of seconds, Kalimak grabbed his head because of a slight pain. However, after a few seconds, Kalimak stopped feeling the headache and immediately attacked Blog. At that moment, the blogger thought that now he would be able to find out how strong his serratus muscles had become. To find out how strong the serratus muscles had become, Blog decided to try throwing a rock at Kalimak to neutralize him. The force of Blog's throw was so strong that Kalimak's head began to bleed, causing Kalimak himself to lose consciousness. Kalimak couldn't move, so Blog decided to try to rip Kalimak's head off. Kalimak felt a very strong pain in his neck and heard the vertebrae in his neck crack loudly. Meanwhile, the lizard that Blog had saved ran out of the frog tent with the dungeon core in its hands. The lizard hoped that if he managed to escape from the frog cave alive, he could become the new master of the new dungeon. However, the monster that was sent to Cork had managed to sober up, and it immediately took the stolen core from the lizard. At first, the monster laughed at how easily he managed to take the dungeon core from the lizard, and then immediately flew away. When the monster flew away, The lizard decided that since he couldn't keep the dungeon core for himself, he should at least try to get out of this cave alive. Meanwhile, the army of ghouls tried to fight off the remaining cork frogs. To fight off the frogs as effectively as possible, the ghouls lined up and took up a defensive position. With each passing second, the frogs became more numerous, but the ghouls were confident that if their formation was not broken, they would easily fight off the enemy. While the other frogs were attacking the ghouls, Cork took out another bottle of whiskey and drank it immediately. When Cork finished the bottle of whiskey, he again used his amplified scream to disperse the ghouls. Despite the force of Cork's scream, the ghouls continued to stand their ground and fight off the crowd of frogs. Meanwhile, Rain started fighting Randeeb again, and Rain was trying to think of how she could try to neutralize Randeeb. At this moment, Count Weirdo grabbed a large sword and tried to disarm Cork from behind. However, Count Verdo's attack proved too much for Cork, and he neutralized the Count without any difficulty. Count Weirdo flew a few dozen meters from Cork, and he considered that his attack was indeed too loud, and therefore too predictable. Count Huerto also noticed that Yuhan was still sleeping, and even this battle had failed to wake him up. A few seconds later, Cork used his scream to overpower the sleeping Yuhan, but even with such a scream, Yuhan did not wake up. Count Huerto looked at Yuhan and couldn't understand how Yuhan managed to sleep so soundly that even Cork's scream couldn't wake him up. The ghouls were afraid that if Yuhan did not wake up, then sooner or later, Cork and his frogs would be able to defeat them. However, at that moment, the ghouls heard the figure of a man appear from behind the dusty curtain, who told the ghouls that he would definitely help them. It was Yuhan, and he told the ghouls that he had just finished pumping up his stylopharyngeal muscle and was now ready to join the fight. Cork looked at Yuhan and tried to figure out what kind of ball monkey was walking towards him. At this moment, Yuhan moved even closer to Cork and prepared to use a one-handed technique to defeat Cork. As soon as Yuhan hit Cork with all his strength, he began to throw his body up and catch it. While Yuhan was throwing Cork, one of the ghouls noticed that something was wrong with Yuhan's muscles. However, the second ghoul said that Yuhan's muscles were fine, after which he took a closer look and was shocked by what had happened to Yuhan. All of Yuhan's muscles began to grow before his eyes, and veins and arteries began to clearly appear on many of his muscles. At this point, Yuhan received several messages indicating that his body's muscle growth process was seriously impaired. Because of this disorder, his muscles could grow almost non-stop, and because of their constant growth, Yuhan was unable to move normally. Soon, Yuhan's muscles became so large that they began to squeeze his head. Soon, Yuhan turned into a giant, muscular monster, and a mouth and eyes began to appear on his body. Cork looked at the muscular monster and thought that he had already experienced the same feeling as now. Even when Cork was a tadpole, he faced a feeling of hopelessness and utter helplessness in the face of impending danger. Cork and Earl Verdo felt they couldn't defeat the muscular monster, so they decided to try to escape. However, at that very moment, the old ghoul lord appeared and told Cork and Count Verdo that they could not leave Yuhan in this state. Furthermore, the old ghoul lord said that they all felt powerless against the muscular monster, but if they abandoned Yuhan, they would risk death. Cork felt they really needed to do something, so he ordered all his frogs to gather. Cork also told the old ghoul lord that due to the current situation, they would have to join forces. The first thing the old ghoul lord did was order the rest of the ghouls to try to surround the muscular monster. After this, Cork ordered his army of frogs to blind Yuhan, but the frogs didn't even know where Yuhan's eyes were now. At this moment, the frogs were trying their best to stop the muscular monster and save Yuhan. In his past life, Yuhan began training at a fairly early age, and even then, he was stronger than all his peers. Yuhan once managed to lift a barbell weighing 900 kilograms in the bench press. Yuhan was very pleased with his result and wanted to tell his coach about his achievement. However, when Yuhan came to see his coach, he noticed that he could only bench press 100 kilograms, and he felt that his coach was very weak. Afterwards, the coach returned the barbell to its place and told Yuhan that it only looked like he was simply lifting the barbell in the bench press. However, the coach told Yuhan that he bench pressed 100 kilograms using only his pectoralis minor muscles. The coach also told Yuhan that if he trained his muscles well, he would be able to control his body better, and then suggested that Yuhan try 100 kilograms. However, Yuhan told his coach that he was training purely for fun. The coach then told Yuhan that even in this case, it was good that Yuhan studied hard. Meanwhile, the muscular monster threw back all the ghouls and frogs who tried to stop him. However, despite their unsuccessful attempts to stop the muscular monster, the ghouls and frogs still did not stop trying to neutralize the muscular monster. Each time, the muscular monster moved more and more sharply, causing more and more ghouls and frogs to fly away from it with each movement. From the outside, this battle looked very much like a battle between one elephant and 1,000 ants, who kept trying to defeat the huge and powerful elephant. At this point, Cork drank another bottle of whiskey and told the old ghoul lord that he could try to stop one of the muscular monster's legs. After this, Cork finished his bottle of whiskey and told the old ghoul lord that at this moment he should try to stop the muscular monster's second leg. However, the old ghoul lord told Cork that he would not be able to stop the muscular monster's second leg as it was not yet ready to become a suicide bomber. At that moment, the muscular monster's hand began to reach out to Cork, and Cork believed that now he would definitely die. However, at that very second, Blog appeared and pushed away the muscular monster's hand, thanks to which Cork remained alive. At that moment, the old ghoul lord said that he could now try to help Cork stop the muscular monster. Before helping Cork, the old ghoul lord ordered all the ghouls and frogs to wait until they brought Yuhan back to his senses. One day during his regular workout at the gym, Yuhan wanted to pick up his phone, but he miscalculated his strength and accidentally broke it. At this moment, a coach passed by Yuhan and told him that he could not learn to control his strength. The coach then asked Yuhan what he felt in those moments when Yuhan could not contain his strength. After this, the coach took one of the dumbbells and told Yuhan that no matter how great his strength was, he must learn to control it and use it for the benefit of himself and those around him. The coach also told Yuhan that if he did not learn to control his strength, sooner or later it could lead to dire consequences. At that very second, the trainer crushed the dumbbell with his bare hands and threw it on the floor. Afterwards, the coach showed Yuhan how one of the broken parts of the dumbbell pierced his finger, causing it to bleed. In the depths of his heart, Yuhan remembered how he once wanted to become the strongest in the world. Previously, Yuhan strived to make his muscles as firm and strong as steel. However, now Yuhan was not at all satisfied with the fact that now none of his muscles obeyed him. At this moment, Yuhan felt that he was a bad student of his coach because he was not treating his muscles properly. Suddenly, Yuhan felt someone tapping on his muscles at a certain pace, and it seemed as if someone was trying to communicate with him using Morse code. At this moment, one of the ghouls used the call of the pectoral muscles to reach Yuhan. Then this ghoul decided to remind Yuhan of those very times when they first started training with him. During training, not only did Yuhan support the ghouls, but the ghouls also tried to provide Yuhan with all the support they could. Then this ghoul told Yuhan that he wished to have muscles as strong and firm as Yuhan. This ghoul also told Yuhan that he was his role model, and he did his best to surprise Yuhan. At this moment, the muscular monster began to slowly calm down, and then the rest of the ghouls also began to press against the muscular monster and use the call of the pectoral muscles. Soon the ghouls began to tense their pectoral muscles even more, forcing the muscular monster to gradually slow down. Very soon the muscular monster stopped and he began to experience very pleasant sensations. Suddenly, Blog noticed that the muscular monster's muscles began to tremble, and he thought Yuhan could hear them. At this point, Blog realized that they should give Yuhan a massage as soon as possible to return him to his previous state. At that moment, Ren used one of his magical abilities, creating several sand golems. Soon, the sand golems began to climb up Yuhan's legs and massage them. Meanwhile, Rain was giving Yuhan light blows to massage him in places that the golems and ghouls couldn't reach. At that moment, the old ghoul lord asked Randib if there were any herbs nearby that could calm a person and put him to sleep. Randib said that there were a lot of essential oils in this forest, the aroma of which had calming properties, after which Randib immediately ran to collect the essential oils. Meanwhile, the frogs began to massage Yuhan's legs and sing him a lullaby. While the frogs were singing a lullaby, the muscular monster began to stagger, after which it sat down on the ground. After the muscular monster sat down on the ground, he began to scream loudly. Cork believed that the muscle monster was still aggressive towards them and ordered to attack the muscle monster. But Block said that everything was fine. The blog also reported that the cry more closely resembles the sounds of a mother whale worrying about her calves. Moreover, the blogger believes that although the roar of this muscular monster was very loud, it also clearly conveyed warmth and care. Soon the muscular monster stopped screaming, then began to yawn loudly and fell asleep. Soon the muscular monster began to shrink, and soon Yuhan returned to his previous state. After Yuhan returned to himself, he immediately fell to the ground and quickly fell asleep. The ghouls and frogs were very exhausted, and at that moment they too began to fall asleep right on the ground. The next morning, Randib decided that they could now continue fighting the ghouls again and suggested that Cork attack the ghouls. However, Cork was categorically against fighting ghouls, and then he simply told Randib not to talk to him. This morning, Yuhan and the ghouls began training with Cork and all his assistants. Meanwhile, Ben was talking to Ryan and told her that a student like him would do anything for a teacher like Ryan. Ben also told Ryan that he was glad that removing the Oculus reduced all the risk factors. However, at that moment, what was important to Ben was that Eliza was alive again, and now he could be with her again. Although Eliza did look the same, Ryan was still worried that this might not be the same Eliza they knew before. However, Ben didn't care, because the only thing that mattered to him was that he could now be with Eliza again. At that point, Ryan said that it didn't matter anymore, and that they now needed to figure things out. Rion decided that this Eliza should not be left alive under any circumstances, and decided to kill her as quickly as possible. However, Ben couldn't let his Eliza die again, and immediately tried to attack Ryan. At that moment, Ryan told Ben that because of his revenge, many innocent people had suffered and died. However, Ben told Ryan that even after all this, he was left with nothing, and that Ryan should not pretend that it was all his fault. At that moment, Ben tried to attack Ryan, but Ryan used one of her moves to attack Ben back. At that moment, a lot of blood started flowing from Ben's hand, and Ryan told Ben that her only fault was that she didn't stop Ben on the day Eliza died. At this point, Ben used several of his syringes and told Ryan that it was her fault for letting Eliza die. After this, Ben's hand grew even larger, and he prepared to attack Ryan. However, at that moment, Eliza stepped between Ben and Ryan to try to stop their fight. After this, Eliza told Benny and Ryan that they should be able to find a common language and conduct a dialogue. Eliza first addressed Ben, calling him uncle and telling him that since Ryan was her student and whom she constantly helped, he should not be so rude to her. After that, Eliza called Aunt Ryan and told her that she shouldn't punish her student with a real sword. At this point, Ryan didn't understand why Eliza was addressing them in this way, to which Ben said that even though Eliza was resurrected, her memories never returned to her. At that moment, Rihanna understood everything. Immediately ran up to Eliza and grabbed her by the throat. Then Rian said that Eliza's body had become just a new shell for the dungeon. Eliza began to beg Ryan to let her go, but Ryan herself was not going to let Eliza go so easily. Ryan also said that if she left Eliza alive, it could end in a serious disaster for everyone. However, despite this, Ben did not want to lose Eliza again, and he began to ask Ryan for forgiveness. After this, Ben fell on his knees in front of Ryan and began to beg her to kill him instead of Eliza and to leave Eliza alive. Ben also kept saying that it was actually his fault and that it was because of him that innocent people died. However, Ryan insisted on killing Eliza, and she told Ben that he himself had to understand that this was no longer the Eliza he once loved. At that moment, Ben realized that Ryan would want to kill Eliza no matter what, so he stabbed her with one of his syringes. After the drug entered Ryan's body, she immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Yuhan finished training with the frogs, and Cork told him that he would never drink again, to which Yuhan replied that he could drink occasionally. Cork then told Yuhan that as soon as they left, he would immediately have a drink with his assistants. However, a terrifying and murderous expression immediately appeared in Yuhan's eyes, making it clear that he did not want Cork to continue drinking. Looking at Yuhan's angry face, Cork said that he would exercise and quit drinking. After this, Yuhan smiled approvingly at Cork and said goodbye to him and his assistants. Soon Cork and his assistants headed to their lair, where Cork drank whiskey for an hour. After this, the old ghoul lord reported to Yuhan that he and Begamos had agreed to meet at the alley mine. In response, Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that they should now devote more time to physical activity and watch their diet. Soon, Yuhan and his group arrived at the alley mines, where Yuhan told Begamos that they had fulfilled her request and now they had come to get the bars for training. However, Begamos stated that despite the efforts of Yuhan and his group, she was unable to make bars for training because Begamos simply did not have the right materials. Yuhan was very upset that he would not get his rods, and he just wanted to finish Begamos on the spot, but Count Herdo and Rain were able to soften Yuhan's aggression. However, Begamos told Yuhan that if she received the necessary materials, she would immediately make the necessary rods. Begamos also told Yuhan that if he found her the necessary materials, she could make a beam that could support a weight of over 100 tons. Yuhan then asked Count Virdo why no one in his district could make such bars, To which the Count replied that his district simply did not have the technology to create such a machine. At that moment, Begimos told Yuhan that not only could she make the same bars, but she would also tell her where to get the materials to make them. To create such strong beams, Begimos needs ores such as hakol, which can be mined in the newly developing lands. Also, not far from the alley mines, a new dungeon appeared, inhabited by very dangerous creatures. However, Yuhan stated that he was not afraid of any monsters at all, and he believed that if there were hot gold deposits in this dungeon, he and his group would be willing to go there. Begimos decided that this time she should send Ren back with Yuhan, which Ren himself was not very happy about. Before going after Hagel, Count Werdo asked Begimos to give him the opportunity to evaluate her products that she had made earlier. Count Werdo's behavior did not please Yuhan, as he believed that they should go and get the material as soon as possible. However, Count Werdo told Yuhan that if they didn't take care of his protection, he would become a hindrance to the entire group. At this moment, Yuhan felt that Count Werdo would really be unable to help the group if the monsters attacked, and so Yuhan jokingly called the Count an amoeba. Soon Yuhan's group found themselves in one of Begimos' warehouses, where Begimos herself stated that the armor she had created was very light in weight and very durable. Begimos also told Yuhan and his group that the commander-in-chief once approached her with a request to create armor for him, which he later wore in the war against the demons. Begimos also told Yuhan and his group that her armor and arrows were made of a special material, the name of which was classified. While Yuhan's group walked with Begimos through the warehouse, Rain noticed one of the warehouse compartments. There was a small pink dumbbell in this compartment, and Rain couldn't figure out what such an inconspicuous thing as an ordinary dumbbell was doing there. Count Weirdo saw a dumbbell and decided to try lifting it. He held it in his hands without any problem and performed simple exercises. After this, Count Weirdo handed the pink dumbbell to Rain, and she also thought that this dumbbell was very light. Soon, Rain threw the pink dumbbell to the ground, and at that moment, Yuhan also wanted to try to lift it. Yuhan walked up to the dumbbell and prepared to lift it, just as strongmen usually prepare to lift a heavy barbell. However, despite the pink dumbbell being so small in size and weight, Yuhan still couldn't lift it. At that moment, Yuhan remembered a time from his childhood when his coach would spur him on during his next workout with exercises with a pink dumbbell. When Yuhan asked his coach why he ended his training with this small and light dumbbell, the coach asked Yuhan what he thought about bodybuilding. Yuhan then told the coach that the most important thing in bodybuilding is the bodybuilder's strength, the size of his muscles, and the clarity of his skin. In response, the coach told Yuhan that there was something more important in bodybuilding. The coach told Yuhan that the main thing in bodybuilding is that a person can lift any weight without any limitations or difficulties. At this moment, Yuhan continued his attempts to lift the small pink dumbbell. At this moment, Count Werdo and Rain looked at Yuhan from the side and couldn't understand why Yuhan couldn't lift the pink dumbbell. At that moment, Begimos believed that Yuhan was the boy Kang Dong-jun had told her about. That was the name of Yuhan's coach, and Yuhan was trying to figure out how Begimos knew his name. Begimos then told Yuhan that they were colleagues and that he was always talking about saving the world. One day, Yuhana's coach told Begimos that there would be a person in this world who would find it very difficult to lift a pink dumbbell, and so he asked Begimos to keep the dumbbell. However, at that time, Begimos did not understand the point of keeping a small and light dumbbell that no one could lift. Yuhan's coach then said that anyone who lifts light weights as hard as heavy ones can change the world for the better. Coach Yuhan also told Begimos that he knew one boy who could change this world. Only at this moment did Begimos learn that the coach had a student, to which the coach himself stated that he had let it slip. In response, Begimos told Coach Yuhan that she would never be able to understand what the coach was thinking. Begimos suddenly wondered if Coach Yuhana would ever return to his world. In response, Yuhan's coach told Begimos that he was not going to return to his world and said that he wanted to conquer space. Meanwhile, Begimos started yelling at Yuhan that he had to lift the pink dumbbell at any cost. Yuhan used all his strength to finally lift the pink dumbbell. Suddenly, Begimos told Yuhan that he must definitely surpass his teacher and show all his strength. At this moment, Yuhan exerted so much effort that the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. In the end, Yuhan managed to lift the pink dumbbell and lift it off the ground. After that, Yuhan threw the pink dumbbell back to the ground, and then he himself fell to the ground. At this moment, Count Huerto picked up the pink dumbbell again and began to think about why Yuhan was finding it so difficult to lift it. When Yuhan asked Begamos where his trainer had gone, Begamos only said that he had handed her a dumbbell and then disappeared. Begamos also said that she believes Yuhana's coach is currently training somewhere. Yuhan then wondered if the coach had left anything else before leaving, so he asked Begamos about it. Begamos told Yuhan that Yuhan's coach did leave something behind, but she thought it might be too dangerous, to which Yuhan replied that he still wanted to know what the coach might have left behind. A couple of minutes later, Yuhan's group found themselves in one large room where there were many different simulators. Count Werdo looked at all these simulators and thought that this was exactly what Yuhan had asked him in Begamos to make. Yuhan then revealed that his coach often told him that the greater the danger, the more muscle you can build. Before returning home, Yuhan decided to do some training in this makeshift gym, and Count Hurdo felt that they would be stuck here for a long time. After much preparation, Yuhan and his group returned to the ghoul settlement. When Yuhan and his group returned, they were met by ghoul guards, and the old ghoul lord noticed some changes in the settlement. Then one of the ghoul guards told the old ghoul lord that during their absence some changes had occurred in the settlement. It all started when Yuhan defeated the giant rooster, and from then on, a power struggle began between different species. At first, the ghouls successfully defended themselves against their enemies. But everything changed when the orc army began the war. At that moment, the blog felt that the orc settlement could not lose to the orc army. Then one of the ghouls said that at first they actually managed to hold the line. However, as soon as the orc leader entered the battle, the ghouls found it increasingly difficult to fight off their enemies. The old ghoul lord was a little scared when the ghoul spoke of the ghoul lord, and wondered which orc tribe had attacked their settlement. Then the ghouls said that these orcs were from a tribe called the Red Palm, which greatly frightened the old ghoul lord. Even at birth, the old ghoul lord was very different from other ghouls. The old ghoul lord was one of the few who possessed magical abilities, and his ancestors decided that he would definitely become the new ghoul lord. Soon the old ghoul lord grew up and began to put his magical abilities into practice. However, despite the strength of the old ghoul lord's magical abilities, at that time his magical abilities had no practical use, and he used them for entertainment. As a teenager, the old ghoul lord only used his magic to reduce the weight of the rocks he threw and throw them as far as possible, and one day the old ghoul lord hit a boar with a rock. The boar immediately ran after the old ghoul lord, who with great difficulty managed to escape far enough from him. However, at some point, someone crashed into the boar and stopped it, saving the old ghoul lord. As the boar fell to the ground, the stranger noticed that the old ghoul lord also possessed magical powers. The stranger told the old ghoul lord that he was an orc from the Red Palm tribe, and that this was the only tribe whose inhabitants could all use magic. After this, the orc Red Palm hugged the old ghoul lord and told him that they were now friends. After this, the orc hit the old ghoul lord on the back with all his might, and from then on, this orc greeted the old ghoul lord every time. With these blows, the orc struck fear into the old ghoul lord, and from then on, the old ghoul lord vowed to one day take revenge on this orc. However, over time, the old ghoul lord did not become strong enough to take revenge on the orc, and from then on he simply began to avoid him. At that moment, one of the ghouls blew into a huge trumpet to warn the ghouls of the enemy's next attack. Then the old ghoul lord told the ghouls that they must definitely join the battle and fight back. At this point, the old ghoul lord says that for the first time in all these years, he finally has the opportunity to take revenge on this orc. At this moment, a huge army of orcs was already approaching the ghoul settlement. The same orc who had troubled the old ghoul lord as a child was the commander-in-chief of the orcish army. Before the attack of the orc army, this orc ordered his soldiers to leave alive only those who voluntarily surrendered. Suddenly, the orcs noticed large, heavy boulders falling from the sky towards them, the weight of which the old ghoul lord had reduced to allow for greater range. Soon the old ghoul lord returned the boulders to their original weight, and huge boulders immediately rained down on the orc army. While the orc army was temporarily neutralized, Blog, along with the ghoul army, decided to attack the orcs. Meanwhile, the orc army was disoriented, and Blog believed that if the ghouls fought like true madmen, they would definitely win. At that moment, the old ghoul lord picked up the nearest stone and prepared to throw it straight at the orc. At that moment, the old ghoul lord noticed how the orc was trying to defeat one of his ghouls with his signature move. The old ghoul lord couldn't bear to watch this and suddenly panicked. The old ghoul lord looked at the orc's hand and could not forget the pain that his back had been experiencing for a long time. At that moment, the orc looked at the old ghoul lord and believed that he had finally found him. At that very second, the orc jumped forward and prepared to strike the ghoul lord with his palm. However, instead of hitting the old ghoul lord on the back, the orc hit Blog on the back. Blog didn't like that he was simply hit in the back with all his might, and then he immediately punched the orc in the face. After Blog hit the orc believed that Blog was the ghoul lord and decided that Blog was indeed very strong. When Blog asked the orc what he was talking about, the orc told Blog that he knew that a demon in human form had become the new master of the ghouls. After this, the orc hit Blog on the back with his palm again, which Blog himself did not like very much. Then Blog slapped the orc in the face again and said that he was not the ghoul master, but just one of Yuhan's disciples. While Blog was beating up the orc, he told him that the old ghoul lord would take care of him now. At that moment, the orc saw the old ghoul lord and saw in him his old friend. Blog was confident that the old ghoul lord could easily deal with the orc, and at that moment, the orc slowly approached the old ghoul lord. The orc was so glad to see the old ghoul lord that he immediately prepared to meet him with a blow from his palm. A few hours earlier, Yuhan, along with Rain and Count Verdo, were doing pull-ups on the bars that Yuhan's coach had left behind. At some point, Yuhan told Count Verdo that once they completed another 100 pull-ups, they could descend and return to the ghoul settlement. However, Count Verdo was very exhausted and told Yuhan that he could no longer continue to pull himself up. Count Verdo also asked Yuhan why the old ghoul master never trained with them, while the rest of the ghouls trained hard and became stronger. However, Yuhan immediately informed Count Werdau that the old ghoul lord was putting in a lot of effort during his training. Yuhan then decided to explain to Count Verdo how flexible the concept of training intensity was. The thing is, for some, Yuhan's warm-up can be as effective and energy-intensive as an entire workout. Yuhan also believed that the old ghoul lord himself was unaware of how much his body had changed during his training. Yuhan also believed that thanks to their training, the old ghoul lord's body had become much stronger and more resilient. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord pushed away the hand of the orc who had attacked him. After this, the old ghoul lord grabbed the orc by the hand and told him that he was no longer as weak as he used to be. At that moment, the old ghoul lord used his magic and told the orc that he was now the best wizard among all the ghouls. At that moment, the old lord used his magic so that a part of the rock broke off from the mountain and began to fall down. A couple of seconds later, a piece of rock fell directly on the orc's head, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the orcs tried their best to defeat the remaining ghouls, but they were too strong to do any damage to them. At this point, the ghouls decided that in order to establish peace in the alley mine, they needed to use the most effective methods of fighting their enemies. One day, one of the ghouls decided that since the giant chickens had previously been the strongest creatures in the mine, it would be ineffective to use them only as food. Then this ghoul suggested taming these huge chickens and using them in battle to increase their fighting power. Soon the ghouls trained the giant chickens and began using them in battle, thus creating an army of chicken riders. Soon, several ghouls with huge chickens on their shoulders appeared on the battlefield, and Blog thought that this looked extremely ridiculous. At that moment, the ghouls raised their chickens and prepared to attack with them like war balls. Once the ghouls got close enough to the enemy, they immediately began waving their huge chickens in different directions and neutralizing the enemy army. Thanks to their high muscle density, the huge chickens felt no pain during the fight, and therefore the ghouls could inflict the most powerful blows on them. While the ghouls successfully neutralized the orcs, the blogger thought the idea of using giant chickens as weapons of war was a good one. Soon more ghouls came onto the battlefield, and the old ghoul lord ordered them to attack the orcs along with the chicken riders. Within seconds, all the ghouls had picked up one huge chicken, creating an even more powerful army of chicken riders. At this point, the ghoul army's forces significantly outnumbered the orc army's forces in every way, leaving the orc army no chance of a successful invasion. Soon the ghouls began throwing huge chickens into the crowd of orcs, who immediately attacked the orc army, while the ghouls did not allow the orcs to escape, and the old ghoul lord called this technique a beating tactic. Soon most of the orc army was routed, and the ghouls soon decided that they had almost won this battle. However, at that moment, Okrad appeared, the same orc who had intimidated the old ghoul lord all his life. This time, Okrad used magic to increase the power and area of effect of his move, neutralizing all the ghouls in one blow. However, at that moment, the old ghoul lord decided to use his new magical gravity skill to stop Okrad and save the ghoul army. While the old ghoul lord was using gravity magic, a mysterious field appeared around Okrad, interrupting his attack. After this, several cargo plates gradually began to appear in the sky. Within a couple of seconds, these pancakes created a kind of Tower of Babel, which immediately collapsed right on Akrod. After using gravity magic, the old ghoul master asked all the other ghouls not to tell Yuhan about his new ability. A few seconds later, Okrad regained consciousness and told the old ghoul lord that even if his army defeated all of his fighters, it would not change anything. The old ghoul lord wanted to understand what Okrad meant, and Okrad realized that the old ghoul lord and his ghouls knew nothing. At this point, the ghouls told their old master that he should pump up his body so that his healthy spirit and mind would be in a healthy body. At this point, Okrad told the old ghoul lord that he no longer wanted to quarrel with him and his tribe, and then asked the old ghoul lord if he knew anything about the Oculus. The old ghoul lord remembered that Rain had mentioned a certain Oculus several times and asked Okrad who it was. Then Okrad began to tell the old ghoul lord that it was thanks to the Oculi that his orc tribe had gained such enormous power. However, one day the Oculi informed Okrad that in order to continue using their power, all inhabitants of the orc tribe must give them 20% of their life force. Okrad wanted to refuse such conditions, but he could not since the Oculi held all the inhabitants of the orc tribe hostage, and Okrad was forced to agree to such conditions. At first, Okrad agreed to the Oculi's terms, but now he began to keep a close eye on the Oculi in order to one day take revenge on them. After this, Okrad wanted to tell the old ghoul lord what abilities the Oculi possessed and what was special about their power. However, at that moment, someone fired a water projectile, which flew through Okrad and killed him. Soon Blog noticed a mysterious silhouette on one of the ledges, from which direction a deadly projectile flew towards Okroda. At this moment, Ram, who was one of the Oculi, was standing on the ledge and he was now screaming in severe pain as his hands were severely burned after using the water projectile. At that moment, Rum's partner told Rum that she needed to increase the temperature of the water projectile so that Okrad would not have a single chance of survival. Ruma's partner also said that Okrad had already told the ghouls too many details, and it seemed they would also have to get rid of the ghouls and their leader. After this, Ram told the ghouls and their old master that he would only let them live if one of them told them where Yuhan was now. However, instead of reacting, the ghouls prepared to use boulders to try to get rid of Ram. At that moment, Ram believed that the ghouls really had a strong character and realized that he would not be able to negotiate with them. During his training, Rain told Yuhan that there were some people among ophthalmologists that he had to be extremely careful with. However, when Yuhan wanted to ask Rain who these people were, Rain was hanging on to Count Virdo's legs, and soon it became very difficult for the Count to hold on to the crossbar. Soon Count Virdo could not withstand such a load and released the crossbar, causing it to immediately begin to fall down along with the Rain. However, during the fall, Rain managed to grab one of the crossbars with her feet and save Count Virdo from certain death. Meanwhile, Ramu and his partner managed to neutralize the old ghoul lord and his army with the help of a strange slime. After this, Ram wanted to leave the battlefield. But before that, he asked the old ghoul lord to tell Yuhan about everything that happened here in great detail. However, Blog managed to escape from the battlefield in time and save himself, after which he decided to return to Yuhan and tell him everything he had just seen. Meanwhile, Yuhan was about to return to the ghoul settlement, and it was very difficult for him to leave this place. Begimos then told Yuhan that even though they had only known each other for a short time, she could not leave Yuhan empty-handed. At this point, Count Weirdo decided that they could take with them several sets of armor and weapons whose power would not compare to what his knights used. However, Yuhan decided to take some of the sports equipment with him instead, which did not suit Count Weirdo himself. Then Count Virdo decided to ask Yuhan why they needed to take all this heavy pile of metal with them if they could return here at any time. To explain his choice, Yuhan decided to first ask Count Herdo if he knew what football was. At that moment, Count Huerto couldn't believe that such an abnormal person as Yuhan, obsessed with constantly pumping up his muscles, knew anything about football. When Yuhan learned that Count Huerto loved football, he asked him if he wanted to succeed in the sport. Yuhan then told Count Virdo that there were opinions that in order to become a good football player, one must always keep the ball with oneself. Yuhan believed that this was due to the fact that a footballer must have a good understanding of the shape, weight, volume, and other parameters of the ball, thanks to which a certain amount of experience is accumulated. Afterwards, Yuhan gave Count Huerdo some football pancakes for practice, and Count Huerdo asked Yuhan what these pancakes had to do with football. In response, Yuhan told Count Huerdo that there was also a round object here that the Count should always carry with him. and the Count considered Yuhan's words to be complete nonsense. Afterwards, Yuhan asked Rain and Ren if they wanted to become good football players, to which they both replied that they did not. After this, a satisfied Yuhan carried several heavy pancakes with him, while Count Virdo struggled to drag a couple of the same pancakes. Meanwhile, Ryan mercilessly exterminated the mercenaries who came for her. During the battle, the mercenaries believed that Ryan was not a man, but a monster, since an ordinary man could not fight so skillfully against a crowd of mercenaries. No matter how strong and numerous the mercenaries were, Ryan could get rid of any mercenary in a matter of seconds and without any problems. Soon the mercenaries realized that they could no longer defeat Ryan, and then one of the commanders ordered all mercenaries to retreat. At that moment, Ben came out and watched with pleasure as Ryan cut the corpses of the fallen mercenaries into small pieces. At that moment, Ben was glad that he could fight side by side with his teacher again, like before. The thing is, the drug Ben injected into Ryan's body washed her mind, causing Ryan to become completely uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Yuhan was heading to the county with a bunch of pancakes for training. Soon Count Werdo noticed that several people were walking towards them. These people turned out to be mercenaries of the Order of Tutela, and they asked Count Werdo to avenge their fallen warriors on the enemy. However, Count Werdo did not understand what had happened and ordered the mercenaries to tell him everything that had happened to them. At that moment, Talul, the head of the mercenaries of the Order of Tutul, appeared before Count Werdo. During the last zombie attack, the Order of Tutul lost many mercenaries, and Tutul and several mercenaries wandered around looking for someone who could help him get revenge. However, along the way, Tatul and his warriors encountered Ben, who organized an attack on the county. At that moment, one of the mercenaries noticed Rain, who looked somewhat like Ryan, which scared him greatly. Then this mercenary said that it was the former General Rian who was in cahoots with Ben, and she attacked the mercenaries and defeated most of the warriors. Rain listened to the mercenaries and couldn't believe that her own aunt had attacked the county warriors. Then Count Weirdo considered that Ryan could not possibly have attacked the county soldiers and decided that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. However, Yuhan did not understand what Tatul and Count Weirdo were talking about, and the Count believed that if he did not explain anything to him, it would end badly for him. Then Count Weirdo explained to Yuhan that Ryan, who brought him to the county, began to commit crimes against her county because she had allied with Ben, who had organized the attack on the county. At this point, it was thought that Ryan was unlikely to increase his forces to rebel against his county. However, Ryan felt that all of this could not be true, since such a skilled warrior as Ryan could not lose to a monster like Ben. At this point, Blog barely managed to run to Yuhan to tell him everything that happened in the Ghoul settlement. Yuhan's blog reported that serious changes had occurred in the Ghoul settlement, and if they did not intervene, the ghouls could suffer greatly. Meanwhile, Ram took all the ghouls along with the old lord captive and began to torture them by shooting streams of hot water into their palms. Ram told the old ghoul lord that if he told him where Yuhan was now, all his torment would end. However, the old ghoul lord insisted on not telling Ram anything, and he was confident that the other ghouls would also not reveal Yuhan's location. At that moment, one of the captured ghouls told Ram that they would easily endure all his torture. During their training with Yuhan, the ghouls experienced a lot of pain and were confident that this torture would not be a serious test for them. However, the room was confident that sooner or later he would be able to talk to the ghouls and learn from them everything he needed about Yuhan. At this point, some of the ghouls began to experience severe pain in all their muscles, causing many of them to begin shaking violently. Soon the pain became so unbearable that the ghouls could not hold back their screams. At that moment, even Ram was surprised that the ghouls began to scream in pain, although he had not yet done anything to them. Soon all the ghouls began to experience this hellish pain, and none of them could hold back their screams. Because these ghouls had not exercised for several hours, their muscles began to shrink greatly. Meanwhile, Yuhan wanted to know from Blog what he wanted to tell him. Yuhan's blog revealed that the old ghoul overlord ordered him to find Yuhan in case anything went wrong. By that time, Ram had already defeated the orc army, and the old ghoul lord believed that the ghoul army had very little chance of winning. Blog listened to the old ghoul lord and didn't understand what kind of power one would need to possess to defeat an entire army of orcs so easily. Blog then wanted to know from the old ghoul lord what happened when they tried to attack Ram. Then the old ghoul lord told the blog that Ram used his water magic skills, thanks to which he easily repelled all the attacks of the ghoul army. Additionally, the old ghoul lord noticed that Ram had a partner who likely enhanced Ram's magic. At that moment, the old ghoul lord became afraid that Ram and his partner might be on par with Yuhan in strength. Blog then thought that if Rum was so strong, he would definitely need Yuhan's help to defeat Rum and his partner. However, the old ghoul lord told Blog that he should absolutely not bring Yuhan here. The old ghoul lord was afraid that even though Yuhan was very strong, the Rum and his partner would be able to defeat him. The old ghoul lord also noted that at the moment, Rumu and his partner were only interested in Yuhan, and therefore they were unlikely to kill ghouls. Therefore, the old ghoul lord told Blog that he should only bring Yuhan here when Yuhan became strong enough to defeat Rune and his partner. At that time, the old ghoul lord believed that Yuhan was still not strong enough to fight Run and his partner, and therefore they could not be risked under any circumstances. At this point, Blog told the old ghoul lord that he could try to help the ghoul army defeat Ram instead of running away. However, the ghouls told Blog that he should focus on Yuhan, as the ghouls believed that experienced bodybuilders should protect young bodybuilders. The Blog also told Yuhan that, among other things, he would like to train with Yuhan again for a little while. Yuhan listened to Blog and told him that he would train even harder from now on to save the old ghoul lord and his army. At this point, Tatul announced that he had gathered all the remaining mercenaries to ask for help. After that, Tatul and his mercenaries also began to wear his training pancakes with Yuhan. At this point, Tatul became worried that if they couldn't find help in time, all the mercenaries would be in serious danger. Meanwhile, Ren used his magic to summon sand golems to scout the area. At that moment, Rain decided that the first point of their plan would be to find the entrance to the desired dungeon. Count Weirdo then told Rain that they must understand that any dungeon master would fight where he had a tactical advantage. However, Count Weirdo believed that they did not need to try to capture the dungeon, but only needed to find Hakko and bring it to Begamos. While Yuhan's group was trying to find the dungeon, Tatul wanted to ask Count Herdo how they were going to take revenge on Rian. Yuhan said that he should first scold Ryan properly for what she did, so that she would never do it again. At that moment, Count Weirdo seriously wondered why Ryan had suddenly decided to betray the county and side with Ben. Then Rain told Count Weirdo that she knew her aunt very well and could say with certainty that Ryan would not betray the county. At that moment, according to Ren, the signal from one of his golems in the southwest suddenly stopped. Ren considered this a very bad sign and said that they definitely needed to go after the missing golem and find out what happened there. A few seconds later, Ren said that he had also lost contact with the other golem in the northwest. Count Vierdo believed that it was the powers of the dungeon that paralyzed the golems, and he felt that they were not strong enough for the powers of the dungeon. In response to this, Ren told Count Weirdo that the golems summoned by the higher beings were at the maximum level and therefore were not so easy to defeat. Ren also noticed that all of his golems were neutralized before they could even notice anything. At that moment, Rain looked down at the surrounding area and thought that she didn't see a single enemy. Ren then suggested using one of his abilities, which allows him to change his location to the location of any other object. A few seconds later, a small stone appeared in the place where Ren was sitting. Meanwhile, Ren found himself next to an enraged Bedorman who was ready to tear Ren into small pieces. Meanwhile, Yuhan suggested that his team do some warm-up exercises and some arm exercises. However, Count Weirdo insisted on not training in enemy territory, as he believed that training would only tire them out. Blog then told Count Verdo that even if they did a lot of arm exercises, their legs would not get tired, and so they could easily continue on their way even after the training. Yuhan confirmed Blog's words, and at that moment, Count Verdo felt that he would have to perform these exercises along with all the members of the group no matter what. The first thing Yuhan wanted to do was overhead presses, which work the triceps well. Before you begin this exercise, you need to take some weight with both hands and lift it above your head. After a person has taken the load in his hands, he needs to bend his arms at the elbows and begin to slowly and carefully lower the load behind his head. Next, you need to straighten your arms using the triceps muscles, after which you need to repeat these movements in 3 sets of 20 times. When performing this exercise, you must ensure that your elbows do not flare out to the sides to avoid injury. Meanwhile, Rain decided to scout the surrounding area alone to find potential enemies. At that moment, Rain thought that even if her aunt really did attack the mercenaries of the Order of Tutela, she still would not allow Ben to tarnish her family's reputation. While Rain was surveying the area, someone was about to attack her from behind. Meanwhile, Tatul felt a strong vibration from the direction Rain was heading. At this moment, Yuhan also felt that a small earthquake had occurred nearby. At this point, Yuhan told the blog that they needed to figure out what caused such strong tremors. Blog believed that the warm-up he had with Yuhan would be more than enough, and he was confident that if there were enemies on the other side, they would easily deal with them. Before going out on reconnaissance, Yuhan told Tootle and his mercenaries that the mercenaries should continue training until they returned. After this, Yuhan and Blog went together to the source of the tremors to find out the cause of their occurrence. Meanwhile, Ben was walking through the forest with Eliza, and suddenly something caught Eliza's attention. Eliza looked at the flower and asked Ben what the object was, to which Ben told Eliza that it was a flower. Suddenly, Eliza heard a quiet rustling of branches, pointed to the squirrel and asked Ben what it was, and Ben told Eliza that it was a squirrel. Soon Eliza started pointing at everything and asking Ben what it was, and every time Ben answered all of Eliza's questions. At that moment, Ben could not come to terms with the fact that Eliza had lost all her memories from her past life. Eliza then told Ben, with sadness in her voice, that she didn't really remember anything she knew before she was killed. Eliza also looked at Ben and told him that he was spending a lot of energy taking care of her, and she wondered why Ben was so protective of her. Ben then told Eliza that the number of people who wanted to kill them was growing. Ben also told Eliza that if he died, she was not to leave this safe place under any circumstances. At that moment, Ben remembered how he had recently come to Ram again for help. That day, Ram told Ben that he and his supervisor were very interested in the research Ben was currently doing. Ram thought that if there was a lot of energy underground, it could be used as a battery. But Ben said it was more complicated than that. However, Ram told Ben that he didn't care how difficult it all was, as what mattered to him was completing one global process, which had to include the living dungeon. At that moment, Eliza noticed how scared Ben's face was and thought that Ben was worried about something very serious. Ben told Eliza that everything was fine and that he was just a little tired. In fact, deep down, Ben was afraid of losing Eliza again and wanted to do everything possible to prevent that from happening. However, Eliza noticed that Ben had a very sad expression on his face and assumed that it was all because of her. Then Eliza put her hand on Ben's face and said that everything would be okay. Eliza also told Ben that as long as they were together, nothing would threaten them. These actions actually made Ben feel a little better, and he thanked Eliza for her sincere support. At this moment, Yuhan and Blog managed to approach Ben and Eliza, and at that moment they immediately began to laugh and joke about Ben. Ben thought that Yuhan wanted to fight him again, so he told Eliza to run away from here as quickly as possible. Yuhan noticed that Ben was against him and Blog, and decided that Ben wanted to cause them trouble again. At this point, Ben had already used one of his syringes and tried to attack Yuhan. However, Yuhan was able to interrupt Ben's attack, and Yuhan then believed that Ben wanted to show off his strength again. However, Blog told Yuhan that he didn't think Ben wanted to fight right now. Yuhan told Blog that he couldn't believe that Blog came up with such a naive and simple idea so easily. While Yuhan was distracted by Bloga, Ben wanted to use a few more syringes to gain enough strength to defeat Yuhan. However, at this moment, Yuhan was already preparing to use the advanced thrust to prevent Ben from enhancing himself with his drugs. Yuhan then grabbed both of Ben's arms and applied additional pressure to try to pin him to the ground as hard as possible and immobilize him. While Yuhan held Ben in his arms, he wanted to know what he wanted and what he was trying to achieve. At that moment, Ben's medicine wore off and his arm began to shrink rapidly. Eliza believed that Ben was in danger, and she began to accumulate a large clot of energy with which she wanted to try to defeat Yuhan and save Ben. However, Ben did not want Eliza to use magic and asked her not to do so. Yuhanyu's blog reported that the attack Eliza was about to use looked many times more dangerous than any swordmaster's attacks. Eliza then said that she did not use her power to intimidate anyone, as she believed that she was truly very strong. However, Ben told Eliza that he was fine and that he had no intention of fighting Yuhan. In response, Eliza began to accumulate even more energy, hoping that in this way she could protect Ben. Eliza also told Ben that even though she didn't remember all the events that happened to her before, she felt good with Ben now, and she didn't want to interrupt this wonderful moment. However, what worried Ben most was the fact that if Eliza used her power, she could die. When Ben came to Ram, Ram asked him what would happen to the living dungeon if he used up all the energy he had stored. Ben came up with a theory that when a living dungeon loses all of its energy, it stops functioning, causing the dungeon to die. Eliza used most of her life force to create a powerful energy projectile that she wanted to use against Yuhan. Ben was afraid that if Eliza really used her life energy, she might actually die. Meanwhile, Badorman was about to attack Ren, who suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Ren tried to use one of his skills as quickly as possible to defend himself from Bedorman's attack. At that moment, a large stone appeared in Bedorman's mouth, which was supposed to hold him for a while. While Ren tried to run as far as possible, Bedorman managed to bite through the stone in his mouth and rush after Ren. Ren then decided to try to summon a large stone wall that would protect him from Bedorman for a short time. A few seconds later, Ren found himself surrounded by his own stone wall and began to carefully plan his escape tactics from Bedorman. However, at that moment, Better Man used his Bone Hurricane, with which Better Man was able to easily overcome the stone wall. Ren realized that he had no way to escape from Betterman yet, so he used one of his spells that uses small stones as powerful projectiles. In response to this attack, Bedorman summoned several more Bone Hurricanes, which absorbed all of Ren's stone projectiles. Soon, Bedorman's Bone Hurricanes were able to tear down Ren's stone wall, leaving him no choice but to try to escape. However, Ren was too slow to escape from Bedorman in time, and Bedorman eventually managed to catch Ren. Bedorman first tried to bite Ren's head for a few seconds, after which he immediately threw Ren high into the sky. To avoid taking much damage from the fall, Ren used the underground swimmer skill, which allowed Ren to stay underground for a long time and move as if underwater. Ren believed that now Betterman would definitely not catch up with him, and then he began to swim deeper and deeper underground. However, thanks to his particularly keen sense of smell, Bedorman knew exactly where Ren was now, and he immediately began digging in the same spot where Ren had landed. Ren couldn't understand how Bedorman had managed to find it so easily, so he started digging even faster. At that moment, someone wanted to attack Rain, and then Rain prepared to repel the enemy's attack. Rain began to spin her sword in a circle, turning the blade upward, trying to deflect the attack. It was Ryan who tried to attack Rain, and Rain found it very difficult to fight against her aunt, who wielded a sword several times larger. At this point, Rain began to beg her aunt to come to her senses and stop following Ben's instructions. At that moment, Ryan remembered watching her aunt train as a child. Suddenly, one of the Count's ambassadors came and told Ryan that Ryan was very busy at the moment, and therefore she could not continue playing with her niece. To keep little Rain from being sad and lonely, Rain invited Rain to go with her to training. Little Rain was very happy that she could train with her aunt, and happily went with her to training. Before starting her training, Little Rain promised her aunt that she would train hard and tirelessly with her every day from now on, so that she could one day become the best warrior in the area. During the first lesson, Rian decided to tell Little Rain about the sword and its structure. Rian showed Rain how to hold his sword correctly so that he could not only attack his opponent, but also defend himself from his blows using the sword's guard. Ryan also told Rain that during a fight, she must correctly assess how strong her opponent is in order to use the most appropriate tactics in battle. That day, Ryan told Rain that if her enemy was stronger than her, she needed to use her body's flexibility and repel the enemy's attacks in order to defeat him sooner or later. During her battle with her aunt, Ryan felt that this tactic would have worked in a normal fight, but Ryan was many times faster than her, making the battle much more difficult. Ryan soon used one of her skills, which created a powerful shockwave when she slammed her sword into the ground, but Rain managed to defend herself from the attack with a simple high jump. However, at that very second, several hundred energy swords appeared in the air, each of them aimed at Rain. A couple of seconds later, Rain activated her second combat skill, and energy swords immediately flew towards Rain. However, despite such a large number of energy swords, Rain believed that any enemy technique had some kind of weak point that could be used to her advantage against the enemy. To avoid damage from the energy swords, Rain began to rotate around his axis to minimize the chance of being attacked by the swords. Soon, Rain flew past all the energy swords, after which she curled up into a ball, holding her sword forward. After this, Rain began to fall right above her aunt, pointing her sword at her. At that moment, Ryan drew her sword again and prepared to repel her niece's attack. A second later, large and powerful clots of energy began to fly away from Rain and Ryan, with which Rain and Ryan tried to stop each other. A moment later, the energy clots of Rain and Ryan collided at one point, creating a powerful shock pulse that destroyed everything within a radius of several dozen meters from the point of impact. Hit by two bolts of battle energy, Rain fell to the ground in front of her aunt, while Ryan prepared to defeat her niece once and for all. As Ryan prepared to pierce her niece's body with her sword, Rain told her aunt that she was still not a good enough warrior and that she still needed the guidance of her teacher. After these words, Ryan did not kill her niece, and a second later she simply disappeared. There was a small wooden sword figurine lying on the ground next to Rain, and Ryan's voice told Rain that the figurine had always been with her. On the very first day of training with Auntie, Rain gave Ryan a wooden sword figurine that she made herself, and Ryan promised her that she would keep and cherish this figurine.